The 2023 Challenger Series is here. Here on Australia's Gold Coast, the journey for qualification begins.
It is go big or go home.
A pivotal stepping stone for tour hopefuls, veterans, rookies, and phenoms look to battle it out to reach surfing's highest platform.
He parks it in the barrel. Oh, I love that turn.
Following the mid-season cut, relegated surfers must shift their focus to requalification, while the next generation looks to claim their own championship tour spot in 2024. The path to surfing's top level starts now at the Boost Mobile Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM.
Another magic morning here on the Gold Coast at Snapper Rocks for the Boost Mobile Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM. And our competitors are gearing up. The women getting set to get back out there in the round of 32. We got the first two heats done yesterday afternoon, and there were some big stories unfolding. India Robinson only has eyes on the lineup at the moment, obviously, there with her coach, Jay Bottle Thompson, a Gold Coast great. But we are anticipating more fantastic surfing with clean conditions once again. It's Groundhog Day here on the Gold Coast. It just keeps coming our way, and maybe a little bump in the swell as well. Here on the Harvey Norman host set, Ronnie Blakey, joined by two of my favourites, Felicity Palmatier. Good morning once again.
Good morning, Ronnie.
Yeah, looking forward to getting back into the round of 32 for the women. I mentioned yesterday afternoon we had some big heats and some great stories unfolding.
Yeah, yesterday afternoon was pretty exciting. I've got to say my favourite one was probably Nixie getting the win over the Queen, Steph Gilmore. Pretty exciting to see for the rookie on the Challenger Series really take it to Steph. Although Steph really only felt like she was in 50%, she's probably still got a lot to give. But exciting for the Grom.
Yeah, something she'll remember forever, no doubt, but still dreaming of getting a huge result here on the Gold Coast. Richie Lovett also with us. Rich, the other big story yesterday afternoon, Sierra Kerr getting a victory, moving on through to the next round, and you've been looking forward to the matchups that are being established in the round of 16, and they're looking really interesting.
Yeah, Sierra had a great heat yesterday, really, showed that progression and that youthful energy. And she's got a pretty crazy matchup in the next round, woman-on-woman heat against Steph Gilmore. So that one's already heating up. But, the field is stacked. And this morning we're going to see some great surfing. We've got the likes of, Sally Fitzgibbons coming up. Isabella Nichols both dropped off the tour and looking to fight back. So going to be a great day of surfing.
Let's get the plan for this beautiful Thursday. We'll check in with Stace. Good morning, mate.
Morning, Ron. Will, another cracking morning on the Gold Coast. What's the plan?
Yeah, the Gold Coast is really turning it on for us. Beautiful days and some really fun waves. So we're going to be back on with another big day. We're going to finish that women's round of 32. So there's 6 heats remaining in that round. Then do the men's round of 32, which is 8 heats. And we're going to get into the one-on-one heats at the end of the day, 4 heats of the women's round of 16.
Another big day of surfing. What's the prediction for the swell?
Yeah, I think it's funny. We just saw Oki get a really fun one at the top of the point. And I think there's going to be some really good waves. Pretty similar to what we had yesterday, but hopefully some better conditions through the high tide.
Thanks, Will. Back to you, Ron.
Thank you, Stace. Yeah, Oki out there amongst the competitors, showing them how it's done out there this morning. Beautiful backhand approach, but it just feels like that swell has clicked around to the east a little more, Rich, a bit more energy coming into the bay.
Yeah, there's better sets. The height of the sets is a little taller than it was yesterday, and I'm not going to go stick my neck out too far, but it's promising signs this morning. We've seen a ton of good rides. The warm-up was incredible. Everyone just ripping. So
it's going to be a lot of fun to see. Looking at the draw, the first heat, it's another stacked one. We've got Sophie McCulloch, India Robinson, Silvana Lima, former CT surfer, and Naneo Suzuki, who won the Asian regional qualifiers. So this is going to be fun. Of course, Sophie McCulloch, she was so impressive for me. Coming back from injury, had surgery on her ankle, came back early, ended up wrestling a quarterfinal result out of the event in Portugal, and has surfed really well since then too. So she's got a big future ahead of her, I think.
Yeah, I agree. I think it was really unfortunate. Of course, she had that ankle injury, but to see her come back and to see how well she was surfing, I'm excited now to see her in this Challenger Series event and see what she's got, because I think she's back.
And she's, the only surfer in this heat that's had a Challenger Series victory. She had that amazing win at Haleiwa last year to get onto the CT. It was awesome to see.
Yeah, that was a clutch performance, and can kind of relate, actually. She had to win the event to make the tour, and I had to do the same thing years ago.
At Haleiwa.
At Haleiwa. So, incredible feeling, really back up against the wall, and in that moment, just one goal.
Yep.
Real simple. You got to win.
Should we talk about your Trestles victory too while we're here?
No, we can cover that later on today.
All right.
That's fine.
When we get to the next
back.
CT stop, we'll dive into that incredible win over there at Trestles.
I was hoping you were going to bring it up, but
I would have brought up the Haleiwa victory too if you gave me a chance. But it was an amazing win, and an amazing win for Sophie as well, and the biggest event that she's claimed a victory in. And we'll see what she can do. Really unfortunate always when there's injuries to Championship Tour surfers, but this year there was a couple on the Women's Championship Tour. Joanne Defay, so accomplished, CT wins, an Olympian, and for that reason kind of got the nod over Sophie, who's a rookie on the Championship Tour. But we've got our first wave of the morning, and it is from the impressive Japanese surfer Nanao Suzuki, having her first run at the Challenger Series. But she had an amazing performance on the Asian Regional Qualifying Series, had a victory in Taiwan, came out to Australia, also competed in some events out here, but stitched up her place in their top four pretty early on in the season.
It's impressive, and it's going to be really cool to see her, how she performs in this heat. We've got, Sophie and India both been on tour before, Silvana as well, so she's up against, looking at this replay here of her opening ride, nice carving turn out of the top, straight into a little tap, and another one, but that wave choice maybe not the best. It looked like there was maybe something further down the line, and she was pretty out of there. But yeah, it's going to be interesting to see her come up against these three women. All of these women have been on tour before. They've got a lot of experience. Silvana's obviously got a lot of experience out at Snapper. She's had amazing performances out here. She's had a 10 out here before. So I'm excited to see Silvana. She looked really fast when we saw her in her opening round heat. So it's going to be interesting.
Yeah, she always does. Silvana Lima, really accomplished, a CT veteran, 10 years on the Championship Tour, 4 CT victories, couple of world title runner-ups, 38 years of age now. And just always looks so fast. But yeah, we'll see how she fares. There's a new generation of competitors that she's going to be facing here. Many of them, just a third her age. So this is going to be interesting.
Yeah, I feel like Silvana has ageless. She's kept up that speed, and she's kept up that progressive nature of the surfing that she started, on the tour a decade or so ago. And she doesn't look in her 30s. She still looks like she's in her 20s the way she's surfing.
Yeah.
Clear standout in the opening round.
She's always been at the forefront of progression, and as much as there's another generation that really warrants some hype with the progressive moves that they're doing, Silvana's been doing that style of surfing for a long time and is really one of the trailblazers in that progressive realm.
Yeah, I remember when she first came onto tour, and she was just, she was what this next generation is doing now on the women's tour. She was already doing it back then, and just really impressive to watch. And I think, even out here, I think, was it on her 10-point ride she did an air? I'm pretty sure she did. So back then when she was on tour, she was already doing those sort of maneuvers. So to be exciting, with this new push and this new generation, if Silvana can bring it to them too with that progressive surfing.
Nanao just taking one on the inside here. Nice and fast and quick in transition between turns here. And needs to match that speed with some big off the tops as well.
Yeah, there's just a steady pace to the way she's surfing the waves at the moment. And I think if she's going to get through this heat, she needs to tap into a little bit more aggression, a bit more power. We know India Robinson, she's going to bring it. Very strong surfer, but we watch the replay here. So streaking down the line, looking for speed. Nice clean snap to start things off. And a second one. Comes through and gets that third hit. A little wrap to finish off.
Yeah, just need to touch on India Robinson and her story as well. Obviously, cracked the championship tour ranks, did the 5 events at the start of last season, and did really well. Had a couple of quarterfinal finishes, and maybe was just a heat win away from staying on the CT through the back half of last year.
Yeah, I really love the way India surfs. So she's got that powerful style, and coming from down in Victoria, she's obviously used to more powerful waves and open face, and I feel like she really comes into her own when she gets a bit of space on the wave, and she really can lay that board on rail. So today it is a little bit bigger. I guess if she's probably looking for those sort of waves that's going to allow her to open up and do that sort of rail surfing. But yeah, she's had a bit of a hard time, India. I know that she has been open on social media about how she, I think it was last year, had a concussion. So, you know, it's hard to come back from things like that, and it's good to see her back in a jersey now and competing, and, you know, I'm excited to see her opening wave here.
Most definitely, yeah. Had to withdraw from the pipe event, rallied for Sunset and got out there, grabbed herself a quarterfinal finish there and backed it up with another quarterfinal finish in Portugal, but it wasn't enough in the end, and missing maybe some heat wins at pipe really cost her in the end, but she was putting her health first, which you got to respect, and unfortunately she was only able to do 3 events because of that injury on the Challenger Series last year. So great to see her back here and having a shot at it. The 22-year-old definitely has that size in her turns, especially on the forehand, that can really fetch her big numbers.
Yeah, it's a real asset when you do have that big, powerful, explosive turn that sort of blows your competitors out of the water, really. If they can't match that power, then you're always going to have that advantage. And true to form, Ocean's gone a little sleepy as soon as the opening siren went for the first heat. It has just been teeming through here this morning.
It's a little different too. I mean, of course, at Snapper Rocks, most of the time you take what you can get. But also in a warm-up when there's 100 people out there, anything that breaks is ridden. So You're just seeing a lot of action. And then, you know, the hoot of sounds, and suddenly wave selection is a big factor. And at the moment, Nanea Suzuki, really the only competitor that has kind of got going in this heat. She just took a wave early. That put her at the bottom of the priority order, so she's not being as picky. Just 3 waves. She's managed to build just a couple of reasonable scores, but definitely something she'll look to build on. But this is really the second step of the qualification process now. We had the regional qualifying series. You had to place high on your regional ranks to earn your place here in the mix. India Robinson up. She's got a nice little wall to work with here. Banks it through the lip. And this wave's going to go again. She'll get a nice finish here on the end of this one. Great timing, confident flow as she took that one down the line. And here goes Brazil's best ever, Silvana Lima. Got that knee strap. Silvana has suffered some crazy injuries, knee injuries in particular, throughout her career. It's held her back in championship tour seasons, but she rallies and comes back. Her story is remarkable. We'll get into that in a moment after we see some replays. But India and Silvana are about to put up pretty reasonable scores here, you'd think.
Yeah, here we go, replay of Silvana's wave. Straight up into the lip there, but knows that she has to keep moving down the line. I liked it as an opener, just sort of getting things started, but I feel like all women are going to go up a notch. I feel like she's just getting her feet in the wax. It's her first wave. She just wants to finish it, get a score on the board. I'm going to compare it to India Robinson's wave here, and I really liked this. It was a nice, she looks sure-footed. She opened up with that nice carve and another nice snap in the lip here, and she knows she wants to finish this. She knows, I've probably done a lot of work here. If I can finish strong, probably going to be a pretty good opener. I'd say it's probably the best, in my opinion. out of that opening exchange.
I like what you said, sure-footed. She just looked confident. Did she do anything that kind of put you on the edge of your seat? She didn't really, but she did extend through a turn. She carried good speed, and it was just a really well-constructed ride to kick things off here for India Robinson. Nanea Suzuki has a look at one here. It's not going to eventuate into much, and she's going to potentially throw priority away there.
Yeah, she is. Mistake. You can't just take off on those quick waves in a four-lady heat. It's just not on. You give away priority, you give away your advantage there.
Just over 19 minutes to go. Let's check in with Captain Oakberry down there on the beach. Stace Galbraith.
Thank you, Captain Harvey Norman. Beautiful day down here. Oakberry surf conditions update, and the wind today has absolutely groomed this bank to perfection. Light out of the south, 3 to 4 feet. But unfortunately, I'm a little bit gobsmacked. The young surfer there from Japan, a costly error at the top of the point, now with 4th priority, and some beautiful waves of poaching, Ron.
Oh, bring it on, Stace. Thanks for the update, mate. Yeah, we're sensing an increase in the energy, and we'll see if Sophie McCulloch can capitalise on that. Oh, beautiful turn to get started on this ride. And Banks, a nice combination to finish this one off. 3 turns, quick succession, one linking into the next, and that's going to be the best number of the heat so far.
By far, yeah, that was great surfing. There was just noticeably more power and speed in the turns from Sophie, and this is that form that we're talking about that she has been delivering on the CT, and just unfortunately the big results haven't been coming yet. But what a wave to start things off. Beautiful wall ahead of her, just grinds through that turn, slicing through the lip, and the transition to the final hit, very smooth. Great angle here, you can see puts the board right on rail, and tucks it back under her feet again. Really confident wave to start off this heat.
Wow. Really strong stuff there from Sophie. And a solid score is going to come her way. Just a cut above. A 7-point ride. India Robinson, she started off with a 5.5. She's up again and into the first section. Aggressive. And whips the board through a carve. So a good combination already to kick this wave off. And she finishes with a clean float on the inside there. Not carrying the same amount of speed as Sophie through her ride, maybe because the wave was just a little bit smaller, but still well surfed and a good backup to the 5.5.
Yeah, I really like both of those waves. I mean, Sophie's wave, obviously, big score, 7-point ride. We'll have a look at this replay now of India straight up into the lip on that first turn and carrying nice speed into that second carve, and just finishes strong. I don't think it's going to go close to a 7, but it's going to be a really good wave, I think, again as well. Sophie's wave, though, I love the way that she opened up. She looks like she's still on fire. She's carrying that momentum from the CT that she had into this Challenger Series event, and yeah, it was my favourite wave so far.
We're waiting on numbers to come through. Just on 16.5 minutes remaining here, and we're expecting there to be a shift up in the order out there at the moment, but we'll find out just who goes in front right after this Bonsoy Brew break.
The Boost Mobile Gold Coast Pro presented by GWM is brought to you by Major Events Gold Coast, strategic partner of the Boost Mobile Gold Coast Pro presented by GWM. By Bond University, not for profit and not to conform. Bond University exists for you. By Oakberry, fuel yourself with the official acai of WSL Australia. By Cooper's Brewery, official beer of WSL Australia. And by BioGland, official vitamin partner of the WSL Australia.
Welcome back to the Boost Mobile Gold Coast Pro presented by GWM. If you've just joined us, we're back into the round of 32 for the women. Heat 3 out there in the lineup, and big numbers starting to come through for Sophie McCulloch and India Robinson. Sophie kicked off her campaign in this heat with a 7, and she's up again here. Reg, take us through it.
Yeah, great snap here. Just really radical off the top. Almost looks like she'd lost it for a second there and then regains. Switching the core on, making sure she got back upright.
Yeah, well, for someone still dealing with the pain of a surgery of an ankle injury, she's really gritting her teeth and putting on a strong performance here. Has a number on the way that's going to take her to the lead. But India Robinson also putting together a couple of decent rides to kick this heat off, 5.5 and a 6.33. She's currently in first. Nanea Suzuki, she's got a 4.17. Silvana Lima hanging on to a 5.17.
Oh, have a look at this. Some numbers.
Yeah, looking solid for good reason too. A lot of risk thrown into that final turn. 7.23, and Sophie's out in front now.
Yeah, I love that. Just looking so strong, and even what you said, despite this ankle injury that she did have and she had surgery, that's not an easy maneuver, that last maneuver she went for. Like, it's really high critical, puts a lot of stress on your knee, on your ankle. So, yeah, I loved it, 7.23.
You can definitely touch on this, Felicity, because I know you've had nasty injuries while you're tackling huge waves. But does the adrenaline kick in at this point? Does it sort of shift the focus away from the injury when you're in a heat situation?
Yeah, I mean, look at this, just wow, that last turn, just putting it all on the line here. And you watch as she comes around into this second section, she eyes it off here and yeah, releases the fins, drifts. Look how compressed she was over her knees and ankles then. And here we go, we're just having another replay of Silvana Lima. Nice carving turn out of the top there. Float section, and wow. that was really late. She was really late to that section. But yeah, I guess adrenaline definitely kicks in when you get in this sort of competitive mindset, and sometimes it's almost like you forget the injuries even there, and then it's not until after you come in from the heat and maybe a couple of hours after do you maybe start to feel a bit of the wear and tear of like, ooh, okay, maybe maybe I went a little bit too hard there. We go, looks like maybe some live action.
India Robinson up, trying to get rid of a 5.5. Again, a solid start. She's been good with those first turn options and really pushed it on that final move too. You can see the fins wanting to disengage as that wave kind of bowled out. She hung onto it for the finish.
Sure-footed, Ron, but really efficient in the way she goes about her turns. You can see there's no warble. There's no direction change on the bottom turn. There's no pumping for speed. She just sits on that rail and generates all the power by staying very low. Really strong off the bottom. That's a real asset of hers as she drives up into the lip.
Yeah, this is impressive, Felicity. I think, when you get to the lofty heights of the Challenger Series and you're on a point break, sometimes we see people wanting to just quieten things down between turns, but they actually end up slowing down. And what India's doing brilliantly at the moment is putting some space between the manoeuvres, but staying on rail, maintaining speed, and it's allowing her to let go of some really big, powerful turns. I think she's going to dump the 5.5 here and replace it with a much better score.
Yeah, what I really liked about that wave was she started off with a really strong turn straight out of the lip, but then her read on the second section was really, really well. She kind of just did like a little transitional turn just to really set up and put that exclamation mark on that final turn. It was great surfing.
Well, definitely seeing some better conditions here this morning.
Yes.
Thursday is looking good here at Snapper Rocks as Sophie McCulloch looks to improve her impressive heat score total, trying to get better than a 7 now. And the Australian coaching squad down here watching on and loving what they're seeing at the moment, because Nanao Suzuki and Silvana Lima have been put in a tough spot here. Both incredible surfers, but they got work to do now.
That was a really beautiful first turn, straight out of the lip there, up into a second transitional turn, but it was this final manoeuvre there, just surfing with so much confidence. Even in the kick out was with a lot of confidence. For me, it was all about that first turn, just really laying it on rail, straight up into that second one, and this final manoeuvre, she comes down the line here. She just sort of lip lines this section and hits it with just so much confidence. She knows she was going to make that every single day of the week.
With our Challenger Series predictions in the lead up to this event, you know, some people were asking questions about why there wasn't, you know, more Brazilians, especially on the women's side, in anyone's picks, and Silvana Lima's name came up, and no one's going to take anything away from Silvana. She's an incredibly accomplished surfer. She represented Brazil at the Olympics. I mentioned the 4 CT wins and 2 world title runner-ups, but Silvana's inability to repeat performances after she's progressed through rounds has always kind of held her back, especially at the later stages of her CT career, and she sort of marked herself as a surfer to beat in the opening round, but so far in this heat, she's been able to find that consistency in her performance. And for me, that was the reason I couldn't put her in. I just see that there's people that are able to, you know, while they might not have as stunning a single round performance as Silvana on their way through to a big result, they're able to consistently put up 7s and 6s on their way through a draw.
I think what might happen with Silvana sometimes, look, I could be wrong here, and she could totally prove me wrong right now, but if she doesn't get off to a great start and the other two run away with it, sometimes it can be a bit hard for her to fight back. Like, that's what I've noticed over the years, and maybe it's a mindset thing, I'm not sure. And look, now that I've probably sat here and said this, she's going to probably drop an 8.
Well, that's the thing about Silvana. Her surfing is unpredictable. Her performances are also very unpredictable. She's capable of outsurfing everyone in this heat, but you often can't guarantee that that's going to happen. But to me, she's probably the best surfer in this heat, but it's just, you know, is she the best competitor? Nanao Suzuki at the moment working one over, trying to get herself back in reach of a top 2 finish here. 5.3 on that one, with a score on her previous wave and a score on the way as well. And it's looking like it might be her best. So she'll chip away at the requirement here. Did need a 7.86. It's a monster number. She drops a 5.67. Sophie McCulloch, though, she dropped a 7.93, so just continues to build.
Yeah, so both India and Sophie having that 7-point-plus ride in their tallies. It's going to be hard for Nanao and Silvana. They really need to match that score if they want to really get back in this heat. 6 minutes to go, still time, but great signs here. Snapper Rocks starting to layer up a little bit. Good to see.
I think what it's going to take for, you know, both of these surfers in 3rd and 4th is the wave selection. I just feel like the wave selection hasn't quite been there. The waves that Sophie and India have been getting, they're just standing up really nicely.
Look at this thing. India Robinson, that big, powerful forehand approach coming to play. Keeps that down the line flow happening as this one stretches out a little. Now starting to slow up on the bank through the little Marley section. And India works it back into the pocket. So a couple of nice transition turns on the outside, but really hoping that she gets some steep wall to work with here. At this point, just gets a little swamped and caught behind it. 5.5 minutes to go. I believe Silvana was on the outside on a ride too. But we're waiting for numbers to come through. India trying to improve on a 6.33. Thought she read the first couple of sections reasonably well, but when the wall slowed down for her, she didn't get the big hit in, so I don't know if it's going to go into a top 2.
I think she did read those first 2 sections really well, but when it did slow up, her read on the carve back, she kind of baubled. I mean, we'll have a look at it here. So the wave's really standing up so nicely, and the read on these first two sections was really good. Nice turn out of the lip here, but it's this turn here, this little transitional turn. She sort of baubles, and then from here on out, it doesn't look like she's quite in rhythm with the wave. And I'm not sure if it will go into her top two. I don't think it will, but yeah, she just keeps bringing it through to the inside here, but almost could have pulled into the tube.
Well, everyone wants to get barreled on a Thursday morning. But just over 4 minutes to go here, and the vibe is that one. It's going to be probably another pretty solid score, but maybe not going into her top two here. But she's still got a healthy advantage over Nanao Suzuki, who needs a 7.86 prior to that wave, and Silvana Lima. Yeah, Silvana Lima is such an interesting case study as a competitor. I feel like, too, because she is so talented and she has such big moves and progressive, innovative moves she can go to, sometimes, you know, that makes it even harder for her to climb back into heats like this, because she's thinking, I've got the move that can get an excellent score. I just need one good section. But then you're suddenly trying to force this big creative move into a ride that maybe doesn't need it, and you lose the entirety of the ride somewhat.
Really important, especially on a point break, to surf what's in front of you.
Here's the Harvey Norman heat recap. Sophie McCulloch and India Robinson banking solid scores, but it's been Sophie who's had the more highlight moments.
Yeah, she's been surfing so well, and here we're having a look at India Robinson's waves. She's surfing really sure-footed and put together a 7.2 and a 6.57, but yeah, Sophie McCulloch, just beautiful surfing here. And for me, what's really been the difference is just both Sophie and India's wave selection. They've just really chose great waves that have really allowed them to open up, and just, again, so sure-footed, both of those surfers, and out in front.
The Gold Coast flight cam images have been beautiful through these opening days of competition. Just that beautiful translucent water that really is just a hallmark of the Gold Coast, and beautiful white sand beaches. And the sandbar, just fortunately for us, is lined up beautifully for the event window. Hasn't taken much of a bump in the swell to really improve the conditions too, and expecting we're going to see amazing, excellent rides locked in through today's competition as Nanao Suzuki picks one off here. Needs to do something spectacular here because there's not much to this ride.
Woo!
Goes the Johnny Cockroach on the way out of that one, but doesn't quite ride out. Just under 2 minutes remaining here. And Nanao, she had to go big because she does need a big score, 8.1.
Yeah,
to get herself up in the top two here at the moment. Thanks for joining us here. This is the Boost Mobile Gold Coast Pro presented by GWM. We're looking to set up some big head-to-head clashes in the round of 16. We're going to move through this one and then into the round of 32 for the men, as we see the replay of the Japanese competitor here.
And Nanao just, you can see that there's a different pace and speed to this wave and the way she's surfing compared to what Sophie and India have been doing. She just goes for the little air 360. Unfortunately, didn't get enough pop out of the lip. But, the difference really just placing the turns instead of really slicing through the lip.
That, and I also think probably wave selection. Yep. She, had that little priority error. She took off on that smaller one, lost it, and I think, you can't really be making those sort of mistakes out here today, especially when the other two, Sophie and India are catching bombs and putting together some really good scores. You've got to be on good waves out there if you want to match it.
Well, that bomb that Sophie got could have been Nanao's wave if she didn't take off on that silly little insider. But learning experience, no doubt. Take these things and come in and reassess and break down what you did and didn't do right. Even when you win as a competitor, this flick, you come in and you go, okay, what happened? You go through the entire heat, step by step, figure out what you did right and wrong.
Yeah, after a couple of nights out on the town here on the Gold Coast, though, you've got to celebrate those victories, Rich.
Of course.
Unless you're getting 2 10s, there's still room for improvement.
Yeah.
Well, we are winding down the first heat of the morning. It's the third heat of the round of 32. Really impressive surfing here from Sophie McCulloch and India Robinson. Nanao Suzuki, a young competitor, having her first shot at the Challenger Series, will look to rebound at the Sydney Surf Pro. Silvana Lima, well, we'll know we'll get good performances from her throughout the Challenger Series schedule, but she'll have to reset at North Narrabeen as well. But just continue to be impressed by what Sophie and India are doing on their return from injuries. Sophie with that ankle and obviously the concussion for India Robinson. They both look so on point performance-wise and also heat strategy-wise, and they're marching through to the round of 16. We're going to take a quick break. We've got another big clash. Hitting the lineup next, Macy Callahan will be in the lineup, taking on some young campaigners.
I absolutely love the Gold Coast. It's world-class waves, but more than that, it's just the people, the great restaurants, the overall culture of the place. We went to the Coolangatta airport, we got into a little fixed wing plane, and we had the pleasure of checking out all the different banks, all the different headlands. It's an absolute gem.
Napa from the air is like nothing else we've ever seen. I can just see the sand set up. It's literally one of the most mechanical, best waves without being a wave pool. Kind of like a natural little amphitheatre the way Snapper Rocks is set up.
It's got to be Kira. The waves here are some of the best in the world. Siblings is taking up, one of the most famous landmarks on the Gold Coast. And when the waves are firing, it's probably the best seat in the house.
Wave-rich region with a long surf history. You can get the wave of your life. It keeps me coming back over and over again. I absolutely love it here.
Yeah, we're not having a terrible time up here on the Gold Coast. It's been a lot of fun, and there's still a couple more days of surfing coming your way as well as we move into Heat 4, the round of 32. Macy Callahan didn't survive the cut on the championship tour. Wants to put in a strong performance on the Challenger Series once again to get back there. Sarah Bond, we've been waiting to see her make the grade and get to the CT. Has been doing some great surfing and over the past couple of seasons has built nicely on the Challenger Series, finishing 10th last year. We'll see if she can get up into that top 5. Also in the lineup, Ellie Harrison, young Victorian surfer in the white jersey, and a pipe champion in Moana Jones-Wong, who's really showing some great promise with her high performance surfing as well. And here she is getting things started on the replay, this one during the break. Kicking off with a 4.5. And Macy also getting into the mix. This was a 4.17.
Look, both nice little opener waves. For me, this heat's really exciting. I feel like these women here, they're all pretty evenly matched. I mean, Macy obviously got a lot more experience on the CT. However, we've got 2 goofies, we've got 2 natural footers, and I just feel like Sarah, Ellie, and Moana are really hungry, and they're going to really take it to Macy.
Yeah, this is like you said, you know, not just based on the quality of surfing that each of these individuals serves up, but just considering where they're coming from. Macy not making the cut, has been to the CT a couple of times. Sarah's been campaigning on the QS before the Challenger Series came into play, and she's building closer and closer towards graduating to the CT. Ellie Harrison having her first shot at the Challenger Series, an exciting young talent at 17 years of age. And then Moana Jones-Wong, well, at one destination, and it's not just any destination, at Pipeline, she's established herself as the queen. She won the Billabong Pipe Pro as a wild card, and earlier this season, maybe had the best wave we've ever seen ridden by a woman at Pipe.
I would say not even just a woman, and a guy too. Like, oh man, it was an amazing wave.
But she's put herself in the conversation for having ridden the best wave that a woman has ever ridden.
Yeah.
And yeah, a great wave. It would have been an excellent wave. It was in a men's event, doesn't matter. But the way that she tackled that wave, and if you haven't seen it, you've got to go check it out. It's pretty easy to find. Just an unbelievable ride, and yeah, one that she'll never forget, one that we'll never forget.
For sure, that thing was so incredible. If you go to her Instagram, you can see it. I think it's a pin post, and it is just the biggest, throatiest,
square,
beastiest wave, and she just threaded that thing beautifully. And yeah, she really is the queen out there. She's put a lot of time in to get that good.
And she's just trying to prove that, you know, it's not just that one destination where, you know, she can prevail. So here she is on the Challenger Series again, giving it another go. Macy Callahan, though, she is from the central coast of New South Wales originally, but now lives up this way on the Gold Coast, spends a lot of time out here at Snapper Rock, so knows this wave, and she does have a really strong forehand. So it's going to be hard to overcome.
Yeah, Macy's weapon is that big forehand swoop, but this is Sarah Baum up and riding.
Well, Sarah Baum, beautiful backhand flow, one of the most stylish surfers in the world, and definitely on the Challenger Series. She's got to get that backhand really flowing beautifully, but also remember to get those major hits in as well.
Yeah, Sarah, she's been on the qualifying series for a while, and then once it transitioned into the Challenger Series, she's been going at this a long time, but she, for me, has always been one of my favourite surfers to watch. I mean, here we have a look at this replay. She has a lot of power, but she also has a lot of style, and she's always had this, and for me, she's a surfer that I'm waiting to see on the World Tour because I feel like she could do a lot of damage in these really good waves. We have a look at Macy's second wave, and yeah, like you said, Ron, her strength really, or Rich, I think it was, her strength is this open face carve that she has on her forehand, and that wave just not really allowing her to go to that strength.
Yeah, great. I was going to say, it is great matchups in this heat in particular, and I was just going to note just how upset Macy was when she didn't make the cut a couple of weeks ago in WA. You could see she was really upset and feeling it, and I think we've seen a re-engaged Macy in terms of competition. I feel like, you know, 12 months ago there was maybe question marks around whether she really wanted to be on the tour, and she's really committed to it now. So I think we're going to see her really dig into this Challenger Series this year and make a concerted effort.
Yeah, she powered through it last year. Didn't even need to turn up at the last event. She'd already stitched up her place. Just under 22 minutes remaining here. And Sophie McCulloch stays just threading together a couple of beautiful waves here early on a Thursday morning.
Yeah, absolutely, Sophie. Firstly, congratulations on a fantastic heat. Secondly, your last 6 months has been very turbulent. I'd love to know a bit more about it and what's going on in between the ears.
There's a lot going on in between the ears, I can tell you that. It's been a whirlwind since Haleiwa, and yeah, a lot of ups and downs. So yeah, there's been a lot of low moments, but also a lot of highs and a lot of learning. And yeah, even though my run on the CT was a little bit shorter than I would like, it just is kind of fuel to the fire to get back there again now that I've been able to compete at that level. But yeah, in all of the highs and lows, I've just had such good people around me, and I think that's been the biggest thing.
I think it's showing in your performances. The good news is 3 of the 5 women that fell off the tour last year qualified again in the year that you qualified. Does that give you a lot of hope?
It does, yeah, for sure. I mean, I think you learn so much in that short time on tour, so I think it, allows you to sort of bring that into the Challenger Series. So, yeah, I'm hoping that I'll be, one of those ones to re-qualify for sure.
And you'll have another heat again this afternoon. What do you do between now and then?
Go eat, have some coffee, try not to think too much, which never really works, but, yeah, I'll just go get a feed and, coming down and watch the other girls surf up the Aussies.
Well done, Soph. Stoked to see you ripping.
Good on you, Stace. Moana Jones-Wong up at the moment. And I've been super impressed with the surfing she's laid down in the few Challenger Series events that we've seen her surf in. Just 4 events last year. Did have a 9th down there at the Sydney Surf Pro. This is a good test of where her surfing's at, her performance surfing at least. Up against a really tough field here. Sarah Baum taking the early lead, a 3 and a 5. No one really tapping into any of those high numbers that we saw in the first heat of the morning yet, though.
Yeah, I loved Moana's opening heat. She actually got second to Silvana. Here we have a look at this replay. And sort of a bit of a slower paced wave here. She starts off cutting back to the source a bit. But as she gets through into this inside section, she kind of starts going to work a bit more, but a bit of a smaller wave, and yeah, just wave choice not the same as, you know, what Sophie and India got in that first heat. But yeah, I liked what I saw in her opening heat. She got a 7-point ride. I'm pretty sure she was against Silvana, who was in form, and I was liking where that was going. So I think if she does get the opportunity to open up on one of these sort of bigger, more steeper waves, she's going to look really good.
Well, here's a bigger wave, and it's going to be Ellie Harrison tapping into it. Beautiful carve to get started. Really drew that turn out nicely. Took it from the top of the wall right down through the bowl, and has added a couple of extras here too. The wave's starting to fade for a moment, but it looks like it's going to reconnect with this sandbar for a final hit. And Ellie gives it a good whack. 18 and a half minutes to go. A lot of points in that first move, Rich.
What a start. That was very mature surfing from the youngster. Incredible rail game on that wave. Just really carving on that first turn. Showing a lot of power, precision, timing excellent. Just knew she had to get to that finish, and she nailed that final turn. Promising signs here at Snapper Rocks as we see another beautiful set roll through. This is the replay. So Ellie starts off with a beautiful carving turn. You can see just held that rail line for a little bit longer. Beautiful snap under the lip. And a third one. Now she gets a nice carving cutback. Just staying patient, waiting for this to wall up again. Through to the inside, tags that final turn. Puts a little layback emphasis on it. But this opening turn, just watch this, keeps the rail engaged all the way through.
Wow.
Releasing at that final moment, gets back on the toe side rail. Critical snap under the lip, steep section there. This is going to be a great score.
That was really, really good.
When she came off the bottom after the second turn too, she didn't force anything. She went, no, this wave's going to give you an end section. Just transition through this third move and set up a big finish, which she did beautifully. And the numbers coming through are looking so solid. The judges really loving that clean rail work on that first move. And she has gone into the excellent range. 8.93. Ellie Harrison now just needs to find a backup, and she's on her way to the round of 16.
That is just a great celebration of good surfing. The judging on point this morning. Incredible through that first heat. I think they got it absolutely correct. Scale's been really well, honoured through the last, through that first heat and into this second heat as well.
During those first couple of days of competition, it's easy to start picking apart the judging, but they're working within such a compressed scale, a lot of similar kind of rides as surfers desperately trying to extract points out of scores. But when you see a bigger wave with a bit more energy and a competitor really deliver such a high level of surfing from the start to the finish, you're going to see excellent scores.
And I feel like this is the first wave we've seen, the best wave we've seen, just quality as well in wave selection, and it just allowed her to do excellent surfing. And yesterday we didn't really see waves like standing up like that, and that was beautiful to watch, especially from the rookie here, like the one of the youngest ones here, and really just surfing so mature.
Yeah, it was, you know, the wave selection decision was a very easy one. That was just looking like an absolute gem, a gift. But you still got to get up and block out just the, you know, the fact that you're on a wave that's got an excellent score on it. You still have to perform on it.
Yeah, absolutely. Almost a breakout moment just within this heat for Ellie. You know, she could have succumbed to nerves and not surfed that wave as well as she did, but showing no signs of any sort of nerves. Really confident in the way she attacked it. And I'm so stoked with that score. It's spot on.
15 minutes remaining here. Ellie Harrison out in front. The South African Sarah Baum in second position. Macy Callahan and Moana Jones-Wong catching up at the moment. Have a look at this turn. Beautiful as we go to a bonsai brew break.
I'm Kelly Slater.
I committed my life to this, you know, all of this.
There is so much pressure now. It's really do or die.
He's not coming here to participate. He's coming here to win.
Her career is at stake.
You want to perform in the big stage? This is the biggest stage you can have.
Oh my goodness.
This is sport history.
Yeah, make sure you catch season 2 of Make or Break, streaming now on Apple TV Plus, as we see Macy Callahan up. And she's got to catch up because Ellie Harrison dropped a big number, an excellent score early on. Macy, she's made this place her home break. And she's looking for a good finish here. We know that the key to beating a stronger competitor is obviously lifting your performance level, but getting the best waves in a heat like this. And Ellie Harrison's done really well to connect with the best wave we've probably seen in the event. Just a really high quality ride, but she surfed it brilliantly for an 8.93. That's put some pressure on Macy now. She only needed a 3.84 to get herself into second here ahead of Sarah Baum, and she's probably done it.
Yeah, I reckon she's done it. It was 2 really nice turns, just going to that forehand carve, and kind of keeps milking this wave. Obviously a bit smaller than the one Ellie had, but she knows she needs to finish, and she gets a finish here. So I think all the points are going to be in these first couple of turns here. Just that nice, big, strong arc out of the lip, and straight into this second section for another one. And just a trademark manoeuvre.
Yeah, I think, you know, we can make some comparisons to what's going on here with what unfolded yesterday in Stephanie Gilmore's heat. You know, Steph with that hometown advantage didn't really kind of have the best wave selection, but still had enough strength in her surfing to generate some sixes. Macy on that wave, I think she's going to get a reasonable score, but it did kind of look like there was seaweed in her leash. She was kind of dragging through the water. When she's really switched on, it's a lot faster, that front side wrap. That hack has a bit more release in it. but she's still got a 5.93 out of it.
Yeah. So that just shows you the strength of those two opening manoeuvres where she started to really wind up and get a bit more power into the turn. So if she does connect with one of those bigger, longer waves that stands up through that inside, look out.
The motivation of the competitors looking to kick off the year with a real bang has been evident in the speed that they're carrying down the line here at Snapper Rocks this year. A lot of that speed's had to be manufactured by those competitors themselves, but some of the surfers, even those CT competitors that turned up that didn't need a result on the Challenger Series, those who survived the cut, looked a little lethargic out there. They almost looked like they were not really awake and surfing to their full potential, and they got dumped out of the draw.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think that's it can be attested to the swell. It's not a real big, powerful ground swell. This is a wind swell that was generated fairly close to the coast, so it's kind of crept up and sort of crept around the corner. It hasn't just come through with a vengeance. So there has been an element of manufacturing needed to generate that speed and to generate the manoeuvres on the waves. But there are some people that can disguise that, and they make it look effortless, and it make it look like they're not jumping around and just dying to get speed. And that's a real there's a real knack to doing that.
Pretty hard to manufacture motivation, though.
Yeah.
And if you're not in it, if you're here and you're not giving it your all, it becomes pretty evident. Sally Fitzgibbons
found a little super caddy.
Yeah. Yeah, you got to hold that nose up.
So cute.
Looking forward to seeing where Sal's motivation is at. I think it's going to be skyrocketing after getting knocked off the CT for the second year in a row.
Yeah, it's going to be exciting, but up and riding, it's the girl with the excellent ride.
Yeah, Ellie looking for a backup now. And this wave now starts to line up and steepen through the inside. It's a little disjointed, this one. It's got a couple of tricky sections to deal with, but she does well just to string a couple of moves together, and she needed next to nothing to get the first. Just a 1.17, easily did that.
Absolutely. Important ride in the scheme of things for her in terms of the backup score. She'll jump straight into the lead here, and you would have to say confidently built a good tally that will likely get her through this heat. So it's really going to be a race for second place now.
I think she'll want to get a better number, though. I mean, Macy's going to have a 5.93. I don't think Ellie's ride's going to go that high. I think what Ellie wants to do is go through the final 5 minutes of this heat in the number one position. Then at least she can only get bumped back to second if someone from below her in the order makes a charge.
I think what you said, Ron, this wave was disjointed, and I think that also goes back to our conversation of some surfers looking like they have power and others looking like they really are working for it. And I really think it's about wave selection out here and how that water's drawing off that sand. And if you pick a wave that's disjointed like that one Ellie had, I mean, there's a clear difference between that one and her 8.93. Obviously the size of the wave, but if you look at the way the water was drawing off the bottom, it's just night and day. And the sort of kind of surfing that it allowed her to do was night and day as well. And you can pick a smaller to medium-sized wave out here, but if it hits the bank right, you can still surf with speed and power and flow.
Yeah, Rich, yesterday afternoon you've bumped into some competitors who fell out of the mix, and a lot of people like to, I think, not put the blame on themselves and kind of identify some slower conditions as the reason they didn't progress through. But when they look deeper at it, their performance, there was elements missing.
Yeah. It's
who are those individuals, Rich?
Name and shame now.
No, but do you feel that? Do you feel like, hey, it's a bit of a cop-out if you're purely putting the blame on the conditions?
Well, you can't, because it's you go into this cauldron here with 3 other surfers, and it's the same conditions dished up for everyone.
Exactly.
It's up to you to make the most of it. It's up to you to figure out, you know, the rhythm of the sets and put yourself on the good wave. Sure, is there an element of luck? Of course there is. It's the ocean, but there are competitors who seem to be just tapped into that luck a little bit more than others, and they create that rhythm, and that's what you need to do. Even if you're out of rhythm in a heat, you need to find a way to switch it, and someone's got to get through.
Yeah, that's it. First and second have been figuring
Someone's
it out.
getting through. You got to make sure you're one of those. So to blame the ocean.
In the early rounds, it's 2 people are getting through.
Yeah, but to blame the ocean is a little bit of a cop out. But you know, it's the easy out when you lose.
Oh, we all do it. Let's dive into the Harvey Norman heat recap and see this ride again. It was an 8.93 from Ellie Harrison.
Yeah, beautiful surfing and so mature for her age. Just straight back up into the lip there. And the read on this wave was so good. Another carving maneuver there, and yeah, she's not silly. She knows that this wave has an end section and she just wants to tag it, and she does. And Macy as well. She's put together a couple of nice rides and just going to that trademark hack that she has, and all the points coming for those first 2 turns there. She has that 5.93, and she's got a back up of a 4.17, but I think she's probably going to need to replace that to make sure that she secures her spot in this heat.
Oh, she'd be feeling nerves for sure. This was the backup for Ellie Harrison that got her back out in front. Just a 4.93 for this one, but still an important ride.
Yeah, it was a great backup score. You know, she's got that big, excellent number in her tally. So just identifying that she doesn't need a huge score in terms of, you know, the destiny of this heat. Something a mid-range score will put her right up there. Good heat total. But Sarah Baum, she needs to find something here. Moana Joes Wong as well.
Oh, this is nervous times for Macy. For sure. The 2 surfers in 3rd and 4th are holding priority over her, and they don't need much at all to get themselves into a qualifying position.
Yeah, Macy right now, nervous times, and she's got some decisions to make. I mean, ultimately, she really needs to focus on herself, and she needs to replace that 4.17. However, she's probably thinking too, you know, I don't have the choice in waves here. I'm sitting here with third priority. I've got to try and force these guys, you know, Sarah and Moana, into a wave and maybe just sell them into something that might not be as good, and she's obviously put some space between her and those girls. So she's thinking, if I sit further down the line here, I've obviously got priority over Ellie, and I can take a wave down here and try and better that 4.17. But it is scary because the 2 people you don't want to have priority in this situation have it, and they don't need much.
Yeah, they're kind of battling each other at the top of the point, though. So this space is, you know, almost working in Macy's favour. We saw a lot of people turn heats yesterday, Rich, sitting down the line there.
Yeah. There's been some wider sets that are hitting the bank, and sometimes they can just go past that top zone. Looks like there's a little set starting to approach now.
Well, having a look down the line is Macy, but getting into this one is Sarah. Using her priority here, hammering down the line, big backhand blast, and she's going to ride out of it.
This is the danger, though, of getting one of those waves up the point. Macy down the line.
Yeah, ripping the board right through that turn, getting it into the bowl. And she was only looking to improve on a 4.17. We'll see what kind of work she got done at the start of that ride, but she didn't interfere with Sarah, even though she took that same wave. It did come to an end for Sarah pretty quickly.
Interesting to me that Sarah and Moana were sitting together with first and second priority. If it was me, I'd be more inclined to sit down near Macy. So at least knowing that the wave I take off on, hopefully it's going to be the score I need, and I'm also taking that wave off Macy. So you're kind of using this priority in more of an advantageous way.
Yeah, well, you can see here on the replay of Baumy's wave here, she gets a nice finishing hit there, gets caught up a little bit, so it wasn't really convincing, but, you know, 1 out of 5 rides from this top section, they're sort of, you know, they're lining down, they're kind of streaking down the line here, and they're closing out. Macy, on the other hand, you can see she got the end of this ride, slices off the top here. A little, you know, slashing turn to finish off.
Almost seemed like if she didn't maybe bring it back around quite as much as what she did, she might have got another
Kept
couple
going
turns
down the line,
I don't know. I mean,
maybe a misread.
hard to tell from sitting in the booth, but...
Yeah, I honestly believe there's some nerves from Macy out there at the moment because, you know, when a surfer's nervous, they'll go to their strongest turn to try and get it done. And Macy keeps going to that front side carve. But that one, you know, only just improved her heat score total, 4.87. So the requirement's gone up a little bit for Sarah Bond now, 5.81, 6.3 for Moana Jones-Wong with 40 seconds to go. It's going to be a nervous finish, this one, for Macy. She hasn't had her best stuff in this heat. Maybe just taking that wave selection into consideration, but she's still been strong enough to hold an edge over Sarah and Moana at the moment.
Yeah, close one for sure. Final 20 seconds.
Maybe a wave.
Looks like we're going to see a final ride here.
Oh, this one looks like it's going to shut down, and maybe Macy's going to get the opportunity to swoop down the line here.
What a gift.
Wow.
Oh, she has to surrender priority to Moana Jones-Wong now, who made the move. But she ran out of space. That wave shut down pretty quickly. And that's going to be her last shot at it. It's not going to be the score she needs. So Moana Jones-Wong is going to finish up in 4th place here at Sarah Baum, who has been surfing so brilliantly and really building towards a big performance. Is also going to fall short of the requirement as we might have a number on the way to for that last combo. And it's looking like she's maybe going to turn this heat with that last two-wave turn combo. Two-turn wave, sorry.
Wow.
So Macy Callahan is likely going to be pushed out of 2nd position here. The score's coming through for Sarah. She needed a 5.81 and she gets a 6.33. That was for the 2 turns.
Yeah, on her backhand. Those
on the
two
backhand,
turns.
that previous wave.
Wow.
And Macy gets knocked out, and we knew that was, you know, going to be a danger there for her, just not getting those big, strong forehand hacks happening.
I think
Sarah Baum turns it.
What you said, she looked a little bit nervous maybe, and you know, there was that one wave at the end there where she did improve on her situation slightly, but look, maybe she didn't bring that turn quite back around. She could have got another couple of hits.
Yeah, I wondered where the judges would go with it. You know, when you reflect on the heat, Macy's turns, carving turns a little smoother, but Sarah on that final move, even though she got caught up a little bit, did throw a nice vertical backhand hit, and it was enough.
Yeah, she got it right up there around that 12 o'clock mark. And, well, the judges have been pretty clear the last couple of days. They will pay off those critical manoeuvres.
Ellie Harrison, though, with the victory and an excellent score. We're going to take a quick break. Heat 5 just around the corner with Sally Fitzgibbons out there. We're going to bring in Kaipo and Bugs for the call.
I was nervous too.
The Boost Mobile Gold Coast Pro presented by GWM is brought to you by Boost Mobile, official telecommunication partner of the WSL Australia. By GWM, official automotive partner of WSL Australia. By Yeti, built for the wild. By Bonsoy, official milk of the WSL Australia. And by Rip Curl, the ultimate surfing company.
We are back at the Boost Mobile Gold Coast Pro presented by GWM. Round of 32, heat number 5 out in the water. And welcome to the Harvey Norman host set. I'm Kaipo along with 78 world champ Rabbit Bartholomew. And as well, Rabbit, it looks like, I'm going to let you're the expert on this, but it seems like maybe the directions change. It's better today.
Yeah, what's happened is that as the swell turns up the coast, it'll go south, then southeast, then east-southeast, and eventually east. And today it is east-southeast. What's happened is that it hasn't got that much bigger, but it has got stronger, and the line is more defined. It's just a little bit of a thicker look. I thought yesterday there were periods where the swell looked like it was weakening, and the surfers really had to push hard to sometimes manufacture a complete ride. Today, there's enough oomph in the swell to really get you charging down the line.
Well, we just saw in the last heat, Ellie Harrison going excellent on her score, and that was an absolute dream wave. We have a great matchup out here right now, starting with Amuro Suzuki, surfer representing Japan here on the replay.
Yeah, Amuro, she's got some CT experience, and starts out that heat there with, looks like a 6.57.
Yeah, 6.17.
6.17, sorry.
For Amuro Suzuki. And here we go. Tessa Thyssen, representing France by way of St. Barth. Came through her opening round heat, no problem. Here she is in the round of 32. And a nice display on the backhand for the French surfer.
Yeah, and of course St. Barth, that's down there in the Caribbean, right?
Sure is. Francisca Veselko. Kika is her nickname. That is our world junior champ. Francisca, is in the green jersey. And then, of course, we haven't talked about it yet. Sally Fitzgibbons, the veteran of the crew, out in the red jersey. So we got some scores coming in. We'll get to those scores. But first, let's get to the winner of the last heat. Ellie Harrison is with Stace.
Thanks, Kaipo. Ellie, tell us how good it feels to do a turn like that on a 4-foot wall at Snapper Rocks.
Yeah, it feels amazing. I was pretty lucky to get that set and have priority, but yeah, I don't know. I wasn't really thinking much on the wave. I was just like, come on, complete it, do a turn, and yeah.
Do you think it's luck, or is it part of the strategy to sit and wait for the 2 best waves?
Oh, well, I mean, I fell off on the first wave, and then it was luck that a set came in when I had priority then, but yeah.
And what's the plan for the rest of the day? You will surf again this afternoon.
Am I? Oh, wow. Probably just relax, go get lunch. Well, what time is it? I don't know. But breakfast, lunch, and yeah, get ready, watch it, watch some of the girls, and get back out there.
On fire. Well done, El.
Oh, there you go. Yeah. So Stace alluding to the fact that our schedule today, we're going to do this women's round of 32, followed by the men's round of 32, and then we're going to get into the first few heats of the women's round of 16, where we go to head-to-head competition, Bugs.
And that is the big prize, really, to get to the head-to-head competition part of the format, where there's only one other surfer out of Snapper Rocks. Yeah, that's the dreamboat.
That is. Well, Sally Fitzgibbons with priority. I mentioned her as the veteran of the crew. 14 seasons on the championship tour, 12 CT wins. Fitzgibbons runner-up in 2010, 2011, and 2012 for a world title. So a celebrated career from Sally Fitzgibbons. And we're going to see how the veteran performs under the pressure of a 4-surfer heat.
Yeah, well, I mean, Sally has had an illustrious career, and those world title runner-ups, they were just such good campaigns. You know, only beaten at the, you know, by really legends of the sport. Hall of Famers.
Oh, ring, ring. Bugs, we got someone on the phone. It's the Boost Stay Connected call, and we have a woman that is very comfortable on 2 wheels. 5-time
mountain bike world champ, 3-time BMX world champ. Welcome, Caroline Buchanan. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you so much for having me, team. I was up there last week and the swell didn't come, so I'm back in Canberra, but it was awesome to see the setup and connect with the team up there.
Well, it was, you just missed like a 14-day swell. Had a bit of a breather. We missed it too. We're in Margaret River. Well, we didn't miss it over there, but...
It's good to see everyone adapting to the conditions. I mean, I'm definitely a fish out of water. I can't surf myself, even though I'm an Australian girl. I've definitely taken that aspect of keeping it 2 wheels in the dirt with BMX and mountain biking for an incredible career.
Well, you do share something in common with our top seed in this heat, Sally Fitzgibbons. You both train at the Casuarina High Performance Center. Tell us a little bit about that.
Yeah, so Sal's not only obviously an epic Australian icon, she's one of my idols that I look up to. We've managed to share some training sessions together, so there's a lot of similarities between the action sport world. And with herself obviously getting more in the air with the varial tricks, her progression and then my progression with freestyle BMX as well as freestyle mountain biking, we managed to share a training session. And in the true character of Sal, this just sums up who she is. A fond memory was when we were training together one day, she picked up a coin and it was obviously good luck, heads up. And she gave it to me and she was like, hey mate, I'm going to see you at the next Olympics. Like, keep this on you, good luck. And that just sums up her character as a person. You know, she excels, she wants to inspire, but she can turn around and obviously inspire someone like me as well.
And what is your preparation for the 2024 Paris Summer Olympics right now?
So for me, I've actually taken a step back from the BMX racing side of it, and I'm full-time mountain biking, leading the Crankworks World Tour. I've gone on to do worlds first, being the first female to do a front flip on a mountain bike. So yeah, my direction has shifted a little, but definitely the Olympics has changed the nature of action sport, and I was so glad to have gone to both the 2012 and 2016 Olympics.
Yeah, and you know what, in surfing, Caroline, we're actually at the very beginning of that transition and having our sport in the Olympics. So what were some of the benefits, you know, to bicycle sports with the Olympic exposure? Because it's something that we're looking forward to for surfing.
Well, what it definitely did for me, I was that young BMX bandit that was trying to build a brand, and what it did was really elevate the sport to be on that mainstream level. So definitely it makes you be able to create a career out of it, and what we're seeing now is the girls excelling and thriving. It brought in the high performance element, so being able to have your biomechanics, your team, your support, and really elevate the sport to a new level. What we've seen in mountain biking is now the evolution of what you guys have got, big wave surfing, we've got free ride. So yeah, now the women are doing some huge combo tricks, and it's really sort of matching the men. I think from a brand perspective, people like Sal and myself, the fact that we can have Boost Mobile, be in the grocery stores, we can be that face for girls out there. I think that's, yeah, really exciting time.
And here goes Sal right now on a good-looking wave. Gets the finish there, so that's a nice start for Sally Fitzgibbons, Bugs.
Yeah, well, Sally, you know, she secured first priority and she chose her wave well. She's got a lot of experience out here at Snapper Rocks, and she definitely utilized it right there.
So we'll be waiting for that score. Take another look at that right here with our Boost Mobile replay.
Yeah, just streaking down the line, waiting for the section to line up, and she knows this wave so well. Now she's able to rip into that big carving maneuver, and this wave sort of just peters out a bit. But Sal, she sticks with it. She knows she's got to stick the finish, and she does. So, yeah, a decent opener.
And also getting into the conversation here is Tessa Thyssen.
Yeah, well, Tessa on the backhand. She would have been watching a lot of other heats in the last couple of days. Backhand surfing, no disadvantage at Snapper Rocks.
And Amaru Suzuki got a wave as well.
Yeah, Amaru, yeah, she's, as I said before, a lot of experience under her belt. She knows this wave well, and that was a pretty good finish.
Yeah, that was a 6.17 for Amaru. And we're still waiting for the score for Fitzgibbons. Has come in at a 6.83. Sally to the lead, Amaru Suzuki in second. Tessa Thyssen needing a 3.32 to go into second. And Kika, Francisca Veselko, just with a couple of fractional scores, has to get her ball rolling right now, the World Junior champ.
Yeah, well, you got to be thinking for Sally that kind of puts her into her comfort zone. Always good to get a 6.83 under your belt, and she sat there. She was the last in the rotation, that the priority rotation where you kind of have to jockey and position yourself. She sat there and was patient.
Yeah, and that is, again, one of probably the benefits of having a high heat IQ and spent a lot of time in the jersey. Like we said, 14 CT seasons for Sally Fitzgibbons, and so really knowing how to play out a heat, play the game.
And that's where the experience comes to the fore, because at the start of the heat, you know, it can be that, you know, jockeying for the inside, you can get too deep, you can be too wide, and again, here we go.
And the veteran, smart surfing here. She's going to get her back up right away to make sure she's got 2 waves in the scoring column, and that's a nice backup. Gets the finish, so that's going to back up that 6.83 nicely. Sally Fitzgibbons will extend her lead over the rest of the pack.
Yeah, she's now she's in a comfort zone, but just going back to that point, like Sally used her experience. She went, well, okay, let everyone hassle around and get a wave. I know what I'm looking for, and it took her, you know, probably about 7 or 8 minutes, and it didn't phase her.
Tessa Thyssen coming off there. Just needs a small score to get into second place, but don't think she got it on that attempt. Amuro Suzuki currently in second place, but let's take a look here at Sally's backup score.
Yeah, it's only a small wave, but it's got a nice line to it. And Sally, this is one of her favourite waves, and this is why, because she's just linking the sections together so beautifully. Always going to stick that finish. It'll be a good backup score. Won't be the 6.83, but...
All right, well, hey, I do want to get back on my Boost Mobile Stay Connected call at the moment, and thank Caroline Buchanan for her time here. Good luck in the future. I will be looking for your Olympic efforts and everything else that you're doing, and keep on doing those front flips.
Thanks, team. Good luck to Sal and the rest of the Boost Mobile athletes.
All right, thank you very much. Hey, we're going to take a break right now. It's going to be a Bonzoy Brew break, but when we come back, will be the conclusion of heat number 5, round of 32, here at the Boost Mobile Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM.
The Boost Mobile Gold Coast Pro presented by GWM is brought to you by Boost Mobile, official telecommunication partner of the WSL Australia. By GWM, official automotive partner of WSL Australia. By Harvey Norman, official lifestyle destination of the WSL Australia. By SNS Group, official partner of the Boost Mobile Gold Coast Pro presented by GWM. And by Bailey Ladders, official ladder partner of the WSL Australia.
Coming back to live action here, and Francisca Veselko, Kika, on a beautiful wall here at Snapper. Continuing through there, and that could be the comeback wave for our reigning world junior champ. She's up against Amuro Suzuki, Tessa Thyssen, and Sally Fitzgibbons, who is holding the lead at the moment. Kaipo along with Rabbit Bartholomew on the call.
Oh, that looks like a very solid ride by the reigning world champ, junior world.
Take another look at it with our Boost Mobile replay.
Yeah, we're talking about that good line to it today, and this is the example, a bit of power, and wow, look at these turns off the top. Such power, just really carving down the face on that one. A fourth good turn. This is the strongest ride we've seen in this heat.
And interesting for Kika, she had under a 1-point ride in her first 2 attempts, but now things are coming together for the surfer from Carcavelos, Portugal.
Wow, looks like the surfer from Portugal looks like she's been a snapper all her life. This is a very well orchestrated ride. I think she's looking, she didn't get that finish sooner because she was looking to go further down the line.
Amuro Suzuki looking quick here. And just a couple of turns for the surfer representing Japan. So judges are going to owe us a couple scores to set the situation here. With 11 minutes and 10 seconds, counting down. Amuro Suzuki representing Japan, a bronze medalist in the 2020 Tokyo Summer Olympics. And it was an interesting story with Amuro in that road to that bronze medal. She defeated Sally Fitzgibbons in the quarterfinals. Here we go, though. Replay for Amuro.
Yeah, well, Amuro, that's just 2 solid moves there.
And the solid score just dropped for Kika. Francisca Veselko, an 8.83, vaults her into second.
Oh, it sure does. At 8.83, that was by far, that was pretty much the strongest surfed wave I've seen today. Right up there with the Ellie Harrison ride.
Tessa Thyssen with some nice backhand surfing. Great rhythm and tempo down the line. Wave is going to split in 2, and she's going to kick out.
Well, coming into the final 10 minutes of this heat, it is heated right up. They've all got one good, solid wave. I think Tess could do, I think this will be her strongest ride yet. On her backhand, she's starting to get that top-bottom turn going nicely. Good connection. The wave itself lets her down at the end. She got 3 pretty good turns in.
So 5.77 will get Tessa into second place, but that's going to be a false sense of security because second place held by Francisca only has a fractional backup wave right now, just a 0.93 for the Portuguese surfer. As soon as Francisca gets any kind of backup, she's going to vault to first.
Well, Amuro just on that short ride just got a 6.5 on 2 turns. So this is what the judges are looking for. It is quality over quantity. Forget the volume. It's just, you've got to just really hit your marks. You'll get the scores. It's all happening out of the lip today.
The plot has thickened.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I was talking about Amuro Suzuki, the bronze medalist at 2020 Summer Olympics. In the quarterfinals, Amuro did defeat Sally Fitzgibbons. Speaking of Sally Fitzgibbons, here's goes Sally Fitz right now. Wow, nice reverse for Fitzgibbons.
It's a nice reverse, only a short ride. Be really interesting to see where this sits with the judges. Because Sally kind of looking comfortable and then suddenly not. Because Francisca with that 8.83 looms large as someone who could take this heat out. And Amuro, suddenly she only needs a 6.24 to go to the lead, but that's notwithstanding Sally's score.
Let's take a look at this nose pick reverse again.
Yeah, it's really just one maneuver. It's you know, showing that progressive surfing that Sally's been working on. Very innovative. How's it going to go for one maneuver? Now, this is the real contrast here, is that down the line we've seen from both Amuro and Francisca, you know, that netted them pretty decent scores.
Yeah, judges, no signs as of yet for last score for Sally Fitzgibbons. It was a progressive maneuver. It's the first that we've seen in competition so far here with that nose pick reverse. So we'll see what the number comes through.
And see, the thing is, do they look at opponent as going, well, this is the kind of surfing we encourage, or do they just then just compare it to those other rides? And I think the latter.
Comes in under and does not change the situation for Sally Fitzgibbons. It's a 5.67, so will not be in her 2-wave total.
Yeah, so she was in a pretty secure position to start with. Now as we get down to 7-minute mark, we have seen some late turns of heats, particularly the first of the day. And also, I think Macy was holding on to second place and just got turned in the absolute last throes of heat number 2.
Yeah. Well, we can see the green P by Francisca Veselko's name, and Francisca now has priority and the single highest wave score. So we're going to see how she plays her hand right now. We're going to turn to Tessa Thyssen. She's still in the conversation as well. The goofy footer out of St. Bart's. A couple of turns on the backhand there. Here comes Kika. And just one kind of lip line carve there for her backup. It will increase her score line by how much? That's a question mark.
Yeah, well, she, you know, it's had a 3.84 required, basically a 4-point ride. It's not totally in an insignificant score. Sally, and up and down, in and out, not going to pursue that wave down the line.
Mamoru Suzuki with first priority blue jersey in the water for Amuro. 6.24 will give her the lead at this moment.
The ball is in Amaru's court because she has shown that she can surf this place up. I mean, you give her a set wave that connects all the way. Yeah, she's capable of a 7 or 8 point ride.
Well, let's take a look at our Harvey Norman recap and see how we got here. Sally Fitzgibbons start off strong with a 6.83, Bugs.
Yeah, there's a typical classic Sally performance. Not an awesome set wave, but very well surfed. And she just really knows how to tie it together and finishing it off with the flurry.
And then this one excellent, an 8.83.
Well, this is my favourite ride of the day so far. Just the way she just carves this wave up. Her timing is perfect. Look at this, slamming the lip, calming down the face. And a slight variation on the manoeuvres. You could not fault that wave.
Amuro Suzuki also with some strong surfing.
Yeah, this Japanese surfer, look at that. 2 manoeuvres and she got a 6.5.
And this is the backup for Kika, Francisca Veselko. This came in at 5.97. Francisca is in the lead. Sally Fitzgibbons in second. Amuro Suzuki with priority can take that second and advancing position from Sally Fitzgibbons with a 6.24, Bugs.
You know, when you've got an 8.83 and then you've got like basically a 6-point backup, gosh, I tell you what, that's a fairly secure first place. So it could be a bit of a scrap and a scramble for second place. Sally Fitzgibbon sitting there now, but Amuro, she sits there with priority. She is the danger. Tessa just got a 6.33. She only needs, you know, she is well and truly in the hunt here too.
Here is Suzuki in the blue jersey, paddling up the point. Clock ticking down. She's holding priority. She needs a little over a 6-point ride, 6.24.
Yeah,
she can turn the heat.
They're kind of bunched. Now that, being bunched like that, it kind of tends to go in Amuru's favour, in my opinion, because there's no, you know, wide or deep. They're all together. So when the next really good scoring opportunity comes, the ball is in her court. Because it's going to come to that same area where they're all bunched.
Well, we talked about the quarterfinals at the Olympics where Amuro was able to overcome Sally Fitzgibbons. Can she do it again?
Well, that's a really scary stat there. Because you know, when I think about all of surfing, I would think the person most with an Olympic dream would be Sally Fitzgibbon, simply because she could have been a middle distance runner in the Olympic Games. She's that talented and versatile in her sports.
Yeah, certainly one of the most athletic women on the championship tour, Sally Fitzgibbons.
Now, it's not an easy pathway for Sally now to get into the 2024 Olympics. She's in a, she's not in that WSL frame.
Yep. Yeah, when we look at the WSL and the 2024 Olympics, it's a Tier 1 qualifier. We will provisionally qualify 8 women and 10 men for that 2024 Summer Olympics. So a lot of that is yet to be decided.
Yeah.
But it is another story as we get through this year on the championship tour.
Yeah, I remember a couple of years ago, we came out of Rottnest Island, remember, and Sally and Medina had just won their respective divisions. We'll get back to that.
Tessa Thyssen, remember, she's still in the mix. She needs a 6.41, and she's on her way. A 6.41 will take Tessa to second place.
Yeah, I don't see it there. She didn't get the finish that with the backhand surfing, it seems like you've really got to get that radical finish in on the as the wave sections out, and it wasn't on offer on that occasion. So she is wide though. That might be something she could think about, staying wide. They're just getting back to, we see this right here. It starts out pretty good. That's a fairly solid turn. This is where she's got to do something radical. It's very conservative again, and no, I don't see it.
And the score comes in at 3.47, not enough for Thyssen. Here we go. Amuro Suzuki takes a look at that one. Does not use her priority. We're under a minute right now. Sally Fitzgibbons' second priority is going to hustle on this little one.
Yeah, I think she was trying to sell that one, but she's holding on to second place, but she's now gone back to fourth priority.
Yeah, and Amuro looks like she's on the furthest right on your screen, paddling up the point. I don't know if she's a little lost in her positioning right now.
There is a bit of a no man's land out there, but I mean, she's paddling for this one. Is it going to lift up? We're seeing the swell come into the frame now.
Oh, she's deep on this one.
She's deep, you called it.
Oh, she paddled too deep. We're going to have to make some work of this. Unable to get to the open face, and that was Amuro's opportunity. It's not over yet for Tessa Thyssen. She needs a 6.41. Needs something dynamic down the line here. Needs a little bit more. And that will not do it without the finish.
No.
Fitzgibbons flying by.
Well, she had to be up before the hooter, because the hooter went when she flew by. Anyway, she seems pretty safe, Kaipo?
Yeah.
Well,
a 7.98 will take her to first right now.
Wow.
So.
Look at Sally heading to Greenmount. Awesome. Oh.
All right, so we're pretty sure of the standings, but we need to make it official. Judges owe us 4 scores. Owe us a score for each surfer out in the water to make it official. So we're going to be standing by for those scores.
Yeah, so I'll just get back to that point before we're waiting for those scores. Sally and Medina, when we were on the bus going to Perth Airport, and then they had to get on a flight back to Sydney from Perth, which is a bit of a mission itself.
Yeah.
Then get on a flight to El Salvador immediately to go and surf in the ISA World Games as part of their, it's part of the Olympic pathway.
Right.
So even though they were right up there, both leading in the WSL Championship Tour, they then had to go and fulfill their pathway obligations through the ISA.
Yeah.
Which is, it was a
jigsaw puzzle.
Well, I remember at the time, I mean, gosh, that was a big a mission.
Okay, let's take a look at our Boost Mobile replays, starting with Amuro Suzuki, and that was unfortunate.
And I think that might have been Sally's last CT victory, actually. So it wasn't that long ago. There's Sally walking up the beach. I think she could feel, reasonably secure.
Yeah. The scores are in for Amuro and Tessa, so it will be Sally Fitzgibbons and Francisca Veselko on to the round of 16.
And when Sal gives the royal wave, she's through.
Bonsai board caddies on site. And now it's official. Last wave for Sally Fitzgibbons, a 5.93. So it's Francisca Veselko and Sally Fitzgibbons on to the round of 16. There's the numbers for you. And we're going to take a break. We'll step away from this. Will we return? Alyssa Spencer, Vahine Fierro, Carolina Mendez, and Sol Aguirre out on the water.
For me, the Gold Coast is just a special place with really warm water, really good waves. It's just a nice laid-back feel around the place as well. The Gold Coast has a variety of waves, but it's particularly famous for its point breaks. Burley being one of them, Snapper, the Alley, Kira. There's a number of really good waves here, and when there's a good swell, there's nothing quite like it. There's a lot of really good food, especially in the last few years. There's been a proliferation of good restaurants, and the Tropic's one of them. Really good views and really good food as well. It's really cool to be supported by Darren, who's a local shaper. I've ridden his surfboards for a long time, a really integral part of the culture here. Burley Headland is a really sacred place. It's really important in Indigenous culture. There's a lot of history. The Jalurgal Cultural Centre is a great asset to the local community. Nice to have that little bit of land that's still sacred. It's great to have a high-class surfing event here on the Gold Coast. Snapper Rocks is a great venue for an event. There's some good surfing and some good waves.
The Gold Coast of Australia, 52 kilometers of stunning coastline. And this is a part of it right here, Snapper Rocks, the site for stop number 1 on the Challenger Series. This is the Boost Mobile Gold Coast Pro presented by GWM. New heat out in the water. Alyssa Spencer in the red. In the blue, Vahine Fierro. Carolina Mendez is out in white and in green, Sol Aguirre. We're gonna start off here. And just a quick rail catch actually there. I think that was Sol Aguirre. So some stuff happened though during our break. This happened right here. This went excellent.
Yeah, Alyssa Spencer just on her backhand, just showing how it's done. Very well coordinated ride. Only 3 maneuvers, but super well connected. The timing was exquisite. I saw her warming up on the beach, and tell you what, she was ready to surf this final turn here, Kaipo. Look how vertical she gets. Perfect timing.
And this here is Sol Aguirre.
Sol Aguirre on a forehand. Just, yeah, she tries to squeeze that last turn, and sometimes it's better just to do the one big turn than 2 small ones. But anyway, she's got an opener.
And Carolina Mendez.
Carolina is, you know, diminutive in size, but she's got a lot of power to surfing. And she puts that one together. Doesn't quite stick the turn. That's what I was talking about. Trying to get those 2 real quick ones in at the end, as opposed to one huge scorer. sometimes it doesn't work out. But
How about that excellent score for Alyssa Spencer, 20 years old, out of Encinitas, California. There's all the numbers. One judge going as high as an 8.5. We throw out the high and that low. We average out the other three. That was an easy math to do for that flat 8.
8's a keeper.
8 is a keeper. You know, Alyssa has an interesting story, just 20 years old, but she's nearly made the championship tour in 2019, 2021, and 2022. She was just one spot away from qualification for that championship tour. She's come so close 3 times. My belief is that she belongs on the championship tour, and with surfing like that, that's some proof in the numbers.
Yeah, well, as you said, 20 years of age.
Yeah.
I mean, with that comes a bit more maturity, and you know, that experience now. Instead of, you know, those near misses being something that can kind of cruel, you know, your dream. You know, when you're 20 years of age, that just becomes experience that you draw upon to make that final ascent into the promised land.
And a wave coming through here. And it's up and out. So we're going to say, parabéns, Kika. Congratulations, Francisca Veselko. Francisca is with Stace.
That's right. Kika, congratulations.
Yeah, thanks.
How does it feel to come from behind like that to take that heat out?
Yeah, it felt really good. I started off up the rocks and the plan wasn't really going the way I wanted. So I changed plans and just went to the inside where the other girls were, and I had priority in the right moment. A set came through and I got a good score and I'm stuck.
How's the heart rate when Sally Fitzgibbons gets 12 points like that?
Yeah, it's gnarly. Like, everybody's gnarly out here, and you have to be really consistent and start off quick. Something that didn't happen for me in this heat, but I got to get a couple waves and still made it through, and I'm stoked on that.
Surfing really well. We'll see you later on today.
Yeah, really composed, our reigning world junior champ.
It really reminded me, in Ellie Harrison's interview also, she said, oh, I was lucky to be in the right place at the right time. But when Francisca actually explains it, no, she, deployed plan B, that she wasn't happy where she was. The start didn't begin behind the rock where she wanted to, so she adjusted.
Right. Took the luck away from it. Here we go, a replay here, Carolina Mendez.
Yeah, Carolina, she's got a lot of energy and she's just firing down the line. She's picked a beauty here, Kaipo, and if she gets the finish in this time, it'll be a scorer. And she's still just powering. There's a lot of maneuvers there, and she hangs on well. She doesn't surf out of that one, but I'd say she banked the score.
Last comes in for Carolina, a 5.5. So she is in a solid second place. Have yet to see Vahine Fierro, who's the goofy foot out there, representing France, hailing from Huahine in French Polynesia. Vahine is a talented surfer, especially when it comes to hollow reef breaks.
Yeah, she would have could have done a lot of. Well, there's some good rights, good lefts here. Fiti.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And she's relocated, I believe, closer to Taupo. Made the semifinals last year as a wild card in the outer known Tahiti Pro, Vahine Fierro. She was looking like she was going to win the thing. You know, it was an unfortunate semifinal that she had, that the waves didn't really cooperate, but on her overall tube riding ability and just charging, she was top of the pack.
Yeah. Well, she's definitely going to have some events going her way in the future. Because that is now, there's some very waves of consequence on the women's tour.
And we talk about, we're looking forward to the 2024 Summer Olympics. That's going to happen at the end of the road there. The local Vahine Fierro, if she does qualify for the French team, she's going to be one of the favorites out there for a gold medal. In my book.
Oh, like, absolutely. That's a pretty safe call there, Kaibo. But what's not safe is her direct pathway into those Olympics.
Right.
We're yet to be determined.
Right. Yeah, we got a lot of working pieces for Olympic qualification, both through the World Surf League as well as through the ISA. So we'll see how that all pans out and how the rosters fill up for each of the countries. Fahine sitting patiently. You know, Fahine goes excellent in just in a single wave. She's going to go into second place.
Well, we're seeing a lot of surfers sit there waiting, the rotation having gone through, and then they automatically sit in a fairly good spot. But it looks like Alyssa has priority.
Yeah, I mean, I call that heat control right there. When you have, you know, an excellent score and you have priority, you're controlling the heat right now. It's going to hard to keep that heat control for the full 19 minutes, but right now it's all Alyssa Spencer.
And I'm kind of wondering how that happened, because Fahine hasn't had a wave yet.
Yeah, I mean, time management, you know what I mean, managing the clock. Well, it's a long road to qualification for the Championship Tour. That road's just starting right here, but let's take a look at our Challenger Series schedule for 2023. We're going to move on from here to Narrabeen for the GWM Sydney Surf Pro. That's going to start May 17th. Stop number 3 all the way down in South Africa for that Bolito Pro. Then, they're always challenging. Southside, Huntington Pier. That's going to be the venue for the U.S. Open of Surfing.
50,000 screaming fans.
50,000 screaming fans. And then to the EDP Visla Pro in beautiful Ericeira, Portugal. And we're going to have all those qualifications summed up. October 14th to the 21st in Sacktown, Saquarema, Brazil.
Yeah, it's an awesome lineup. It's a fairly compressed Challenger Series, but there's a big prize at the end.
Yeah. We're going to qualify 5 women and 10 men for that 2024 Championship Tour, and that's the top of the peak right there. You make it to the Championship Tour as a surfer, there's no higher, you can't go any higher than that.
So, you know, being a bit of a math tragic, I'm trying to figure out what is, you know, the minimum requirement on an individual event. I would think in the women's division that you'd be counting from quarterfinals. Like a fifth would be a keeper. When you do the throwaways and all that sort of thing, you know, a fifth placing, which is a quarterfinal finish, would be probably the minimum you'd need to be one of your counting scores. Now, what can change things is a win.
Yes.
Now the win carries a 10,000 point, 10,000 ratings points. So what can happen there is that you can come from nowhere. Like you might be counting a 9th and suddenly you get a win. That brings it. What I tend to do is a 9th and a 1st brings it up to maybe a 3rd and a 5th.
Yeah. Here we go with Alyssa Spencer. And this is a nice backup for Alyssa. So that's going to really back up her 8-point ride. But back to that qualification math. If we go by history, about a little over 15,000 on the men's side would get you above that cut line. I'm looking at history of 2022. And then for the women's, you'd have to get a little bit over 25,000 points for the year to be above that cut line for the women. So that's the math we're looking at this year. Here's the replay of Alyssa Spencer.
Yeah. Okay, well, Alyssa on a backhand, only 2 moves here, but what a great, when you've got an 8-point ride under the belt, you know, she is just so solid. The backhand, look at, there's nothing out of place. She knows she's only going for major maneuvers.
Well, Fahine Fierro on her backhand, and here we go, streaking down the line. Sol Aguirre, but that wave is just running around and running away from Sol. So we got some scores that we owe you. Good time for us to take a Bonsoy brew break, and we'll be back with those scores and more right after this. Gold Coast. It's a great place. Fun fact, did you know the fastest roller coaster in the Southern Hemisphere is right here on the Gold Coast? The DC Rivals Hypercoaster at Movie World, Bugs.
Oh, I thought it was Superbank. But obviously, look, it's the Gold Coast, Snapper Rocks, the gateway to Queensland, the gateway to the Gold Coast, but also the beginning of the World Surfing Reserve that runs between Snapper Rocks and Burleigh Heads, covering all our point breaks. They call them the Five Sisters. And there it is. There's the Gold Coast up there. But you got to remember, the Gold Coast is the only city in the world with an actual surf management plan.
Right.
That's pretty cool. That means the city has recognised the asset of our beaches and our surf.
Well, world-class waves right here, as you can see. With Soligari on the long wall. This could be her best ride, the Peruvian. Banks a finish. We went to break waiting for scores, and we're going to deliver some of those scores. A 5.6 was the starter for Vahine Fierro, and we are waiting for that score for Sol Aguirre. Also, Carolina Mendez got this wave.
Yeah, Carolina just streaking down the line. And just nice little slashing cutback there. This wave here, if she can get a finish, this might go into a top two. So a nice, neatly ridden wave. And now, a smaller wave here, but looking down the line, is it going to line up? Perhaps she gets that last good turn in.
So waiting for scores for Sol Aguirre, as well as Carolina Mendez. Alyssa Spencer running away with this heat. 8-point ride to start, back that 8-point ride with a 7-flat 7. So solid performance from the surfer from Southern California.
Solid performance and way out in front, but the Carolina Mendez wave will be interesting because she sits in second. Yep. Sol moves up to third.
Yeah, so last for Carolina Mendez on the paddle back out there, a 5.17. She is in a solid second place. Sol Aguirre, 4.4 for her last effort. Sol needs a 6.27 to go into second. Vahine Fierro has less of a requirement. Vahine just needs a 5.07, basically a little bit over a 5-point ride for Vahine Fierro to go into that second place. So Carolina Mendez definitely not safe at the moment in that second and advancing position. Alyssa Spencer, however, I think she's pretty safe.
We're already talking about second. And Vahine, like if she can cut and pace that first ride, she'll be there. But Carolina putting up a good showing.
Yeah. Hey, Stace, what are you at? What are you doing?
Where am I at, Kipes? I'm down here on the rocks at Little Marley with the Rip Curl board breakdown, and I've got the young Californians backup board here, Alyssa Spencer. She's on absolute fire out there. She's riding a copy of this exact model. This is the 2 Happy. It's a 5.3. But one thing that absolutely blows me away, Kipes, is that Alyssa 12 months ago was riding 5.5s in the same width and the same thickness, and between her, Britt, and Brent Power, they've decided to drop 2 inches off her board and adjust the rocker line there to suit her surfing, and I think it's doing absolute wonders at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, that 5.3 looks like it's fitting in the pocket very well, Stace. Yeah, take a look at that. Channel Islands, Brent Power, the team manager there, and the whole crew over there at CI International board brand, but really, you know, based out of Carpinteria up there in the Santa Barbara area of California. Been making boards for decades.
Yeah, I know. It's an amazing area. You know, I had a real flashback there looking at that board because, you know, in the shortboard revolution around Coolangatta underneath Michael Peterson's place, we were tearing the fiberglass of old loggers and we were making 5.3s. But let me tell you, those 5.3s are so different to those 5.3s. Ours were just rotten shortboards. I remember Peter Townend and I both went, well, the only good thing about a 5.3 is that you can hang 5 quicker.
You can quicker to get to the nose there. Just stretch your leg out. PT's done a lot of hang 5s in his days, too, and he likes a pink board as well.
Yeah, well, there you go. It came to mind.
One of the legends of our sport. 1976 world champ, Peter Townend.
And he's coming back to Coolangatta to celebrate his 70th birthday.
Really?
Yeah, in a few weeks' time. So it'll be like a royal tour down the main street.
Roll out the red carpet. PT's coming to town, gang.
The pink carpet.
The pink carpet, even better. 8 minutes and 30 seconds, and we are enjoying this view from our Gold Coast flight cam, flying high over the Super Bank here. Here's our heat leader, Alyssa Spencer. We're just going to enjoy this ride. A couple of taps off the top, still looking super composed, and really, really good technique on the backhand for Spencer.
Yeah, well, we can enjoy this ride, all right. She's just so solid.
Sharp.
Not putting a foot on, you know, definitely showing her championship credentials out here, a contender.
Yeah, that's just sharp, polished surfing. You know, we saw her, you know, last year take a win at the Corona Pro in Saquarema on the Challenger Series. And from the first heat in that tournament, in that competition, she was clearly the best surfer. And it's rare, though, for me, Bugs. I watch a lot of competitions. The best surfer doesn't always win the contest. But in that case, the best surfer won the contest.
Yeah, good point, Tripo.
Sometimes the guy, you know, the man or woman who plays the game the best wins the contest, not necessarily the actual best surfer.
Well, we're dealing with the ocean, and, you know, it is a bit of a game of chess out here, and, you know, sometimes it can be a luck factor, but you kind of buy your own luck in surfing.
Yeah, this is true. I mean, and then you guys got guys like, you know, a Kelly Slater or Tom Curran that just, not only do they have tremendous natural ability, but there's a connection that they have with the ocean, and waves just pop up for them.
Well, I mean, there's been some amazing instances with Tom Curran, just baffling the entire crowd, going to a place where a wave hasn't broken for like 3 days, and people going, what is he doing over there? Next minute he gets a 9.
Yeah, that's all the tales of Tom Curran. Well, hey, let's dig into our Harvey Norman heat recap here, and it's been Alyssa Spencer on Firebugs.
Yeah, she's in, you know, I watched her warm up, and she does these amazing warm-ups on the beach with her balance, and the balance is just so spot on. Her coach would be pretty happy with these rides. Look at even just her body English and just how poised she is. Up and under those lips, over and above them, and just solid on a surfboard.
Yeah, and a solid 2-wave total. Alyssa just dropped another excellent score. She's gone excellent now in her heat. An 8.17 for 2-wave total of a 16.17. So statistically, we're going to chalk up an excellent heat for Alyssa Spencer.
Yeah, well, we see a bit of a layback gone wrong there, but, you know, when you think about, you know, Ellie Harrison got a high 8. We saw, you know, several surfers, you know, getting high 8 one-offs, right?
Yeah.
But this is a performance. She started with an 8, then a 7, then an 8.17.
Right. It's not luck. It's a performance. I love the point that you're making there, Bugs.
Yeah, that layback, the Lenny layback, went awfully wrong on that one. I don't think that wave offered too much more.
What a beautiful day. Day number 3 of competition here. Likely it's going to take us 5 days to finish this comp and the crown victors in both the men and the women's division, and the head start to that CT qualification to those victors. So we got a lot of heats that we're going to get through right now. It's such a talented field.
You know, it might be day 6 of the event window, but this is actually day 3 of competition. We're going back to back to back.
Yeah.
And it looks like, you know, we'll continue in this vein through tomorrow and finishing Saturday. So today is really that hump day, and what an important day it is, because we transition from, you know, well, 4-man heats, 4-person heats, 4 ladies heats to, you know, one-on-one surfing as the day progresses, you know, into the next round. This is the last round of 4-man heats.
Correct. As we look at our Bailey ladder brackets, we go from 4 surfer heats in the round of 32, and then we get into the bracketed division with those head-to-head matchups. And it's a cool thing, once we get to that juncture, we can really see the future of the matchups and both sides of the draw of the brackets. Fajita Fierro Nice snap there for the Tahitian. Make it 2. Yorana. One more, let's finish it off. And Maita Iroa for Vahine Fierro. Matt Myers likes it. He's the coach. You can't tell by the glowing green hat.
What a classic. Yeah, what a great coach to have in your corner. Just such a colourful character. And yeah, very animated. And this ride is exactly, you know, when we see the replay, it's exactly what the doctor ordered. Because she's sitting in 4th place before this one. Has on her backhand, down the line thinking, snaps it and always thinking down the line. This is well surfed, and this last turn here, this just nails it. She had to stick that one, Kaipo.
This feels excellent to me. I mean, this is great surfing. If it's not excellent, it's going to be near so, because the technique, the body mechanics, the timing, all on point, and a beautiful finish right here.
Yeah, so this heat has been dominated by the goofy footers, and it just goes to show that no disadvantage. Oh, yeah. High fives all around, and then, yeah, all you folks in the back, in the peanut gallery.
Well, I mean, so Myers surf mentoring, Matt Myers there. Looks like he has 2 surfers in his camp in this heat, both Vahine Fierro and Alyssa Spencer. So, he's kind of a super coach right now, because I think he's going to have Vahine go into 2nd place, which just happened with a 7.13.
Yeah, I thought it sort of rivaled Alyssa's 7-point ride, and it was just a bit better. Yeah, good call.
And the Gold Coast flight cam, again, just showing off the colors here.
Yeah, well, as I said, you know, you can see why it's a world surfing reserve destination.
So, red in the lead, blue.
Yeah, what a classic situation. Have 2 surfers in the same heat, but in an awesome situation. 50% advancement.
Yeah,
to make it.
And these 2 surfers will be redistributed in the brackets upcoming. So likely they won't be meeting head-to-head once we get into the round of 16.
Yeah, well, that's a real bonus situation where they head in different directions.
Yeah.
Perhaps they come together a little later in the draw.
Well, probably quarterfinals.
But that's not a bad situation.
Yeah.
Then you're guaranteed, well, for the coach, he's guaranteed 1 in the semis.
This is true.
Yeah.
All right, well, clock ticking down. Carolina Mendez needs a 7.23. So Aguirre needs an 8.33. Priority with Alyssa Spencer. 2nd priority with Carolina Mendez. So we'll see if Carolina's going to have the opportunity. And here she goes. Tracking her from high up above with this Gold Coast flight cam. Oh. This could change the game. A little bit hard to tell from this angle exactly what's going on, but Carolina likes it.
Oh,
7.23. Wow. Did she turn the heat just now?
Oh, what a great effort. That is awesome. Just, you know, that, you know, I mean, just celebrating that, you know, the ride, and just with intent and purpose, and with seconds to go, she had held her composure on that entire ride. And so she has challenged Carolina.
Yeah, let's take a look at it from the ground floor here.
Okay, it's a good-looking wave. It's got a great clean line to it. As she goes down the line, starts going into her carving motions here. Nothing major here, but so far, she's making sure she gets down the line. A great finishing turn, though. And, you know, you've got to acknowledge this celebration of making and sticking that turn. Right there, there's some points. Oh, you've got to love that. That's beautiful.
So let's see if the Portuguese surfer did enough. She needs a 7.23. I feel that the flow was nice, but it wasn't enough. It was a 6.5, so she did not turn the heat. It will be Alyssa Spencer and Vahine Fierro moving in to the round of 16, the 2 Goofy Foots advance.
A valiant effort by Carolina on the last wave. Valiant effort.
And a dominant performance by Alyssa Spencer. You see there on your screen. Excellent 2-wave total. We're going to take a break. We'll be back with more of the round of 32 here at the Boost Mobile Gold Coast Pro presented by GWM.
I thought Saul got there first time, and then
The Boost Mobile Gold Coast Pro presented by GWM is brought to you by Major Events Gold Coast, strategic partner of the Boost Mobile Gold Coast Pro presented by GWM. By Bond University, not for profit and not to conform. Bond University exists for you. By Oakberry, fuel yourself with the official acai of WSL Australia. By Cooper's Brewery, official beer of WSL Australia. And by BioGland, official vitamin partner of the WSL Australia.
Big ups to our strategic partners getting behind the Boost Mobile Gold Coast Pro presented by GWM here on the Harvey Norman host set. Ronnie Blakey joined by Felicity Parmentier and Richie Lovett. And we're loving what we're seeing from the women here in the round of 32. Some big scores locked in already. And with the caliber of surfers we've got in this next heat, Felicity, expecting that trend's going to continue.
Yeah, this heat is very stacked. I mean, we've got Teresa Bonvalot, we've got Luana and Yolanda, who had a really good opening. She had a chance on the CT this year in Portugal, and she's looking really good. We've also got Zali Kelly from Australia, a young up-and-comer. So this is going to be a really stacked heat.
Yeah, all these competitors have achieved big results at the highest levels, especially Luana Silva. And she has kicked off this heat with an incredible ride here, Rich.
Yeah, just found a little gem, just rifling down the line here. She gets some beautiful turns, great finishing maneuver there. I even see a little fist pump. She was that frothing on it, and well, it was just a little hair adjustment.
Well, it was a 6.67 though, and we know that is, you know, from what we've seen through the earlier rounds so far, that's a fantastic start. Doesn't go up into that excellent range, but it was a confident performance, and she's going to hold a real advantage here, and see how she goes. But Luana Silva, in her first year on the Challenger Series 2021, had a victory at Irisira, made the grade after finishing 7th on the rankings. There were some CT surfers competing on the Challenger Series at different stages too that year, so a couple of surfers double qualified ahead of her, which meant that she got the call up, and she performed really well through the first 5 events of the CT schedule. She didn't do worse than a 9th. She had one quarterfinal breakthrough result at Sunset, and yeah, certainly a surfer worthy of a full-time spot on the championship tour for me.
Yeah, even just with the way she opened up on that first wave, she just looks in control. She looked confident, and here we go, surfer in red, Teresa.
Teresa also a surfer that's broken through for a win on the Challenger Series. And she had a victory here in Australia down at the Sydney Surf Pro last year, and looking to reconnect to that kind of form. Just amazing that she didn't go on to make the grade and get onto the championship tour last year. Actually, she tied with Sophie McCulloch on points at the end of the year. They had really similar results. It ended up going back to heat wins, and it was, you know, progressing through in second place in these earlier rounds, which actually cost her a place on the CT in the end.
Yeah, which is absolutely devastating. I mean, look, she surfs really well, and one thing I've noticed with her surfing, if she's on and she gets a really good wave, wow, look out. She's been trying to crack the CT for a while now, but yeah, just becoming devastatingly close to making it. She did get a couple of appearances, though, on the CT this year because of Sophie's injury, and so we did get to see her out at Pipe and Sunset. Probably not getting the results she wanted there.
Yeah, and difficult to kind of just quickly prep yourself for a run at those really challenging events, as opposed to being on the championship tour and actually knowing that you're going to be there for a few and getting to Hawaii early to really warm up. But she has competed in 8 championship tour events, and Teresa's claimed a few ninth place finishes. She's also one of those lucky surfers that's got themselves provisionally qualified for the Olympics. As we see Zali Kelly, who's from just south of here, Cabarita, and she's, you know, on her road through to this point on the Challenger Series. She's collected some big QS victories. But here's Yolanda Hopkins, sorry. Yolanda Hopkins. She's another surfer who's had that opportunity to compete on the Olympics, in the Olympics, and looking to get back there. But she's a real talent, strong surfer. And as you mentioned, we saw her in the CT event in Portugal for a quarterfinal finish earlier this year.
She's a real underdog, and she's got a lot of fight in her, and I love the way she surfs, and I feel like every year she comes back and she puts in more work and she comes back even stronger, and she's been close to qualifying. She's been in that conversation, and yeah, I think it's just around the corner for her, and every year, like I said, she comes back and she comes back. She's done the work, she comes back stronger, but we're just seeing that first wave for Teresa come through, a 4.6 for her opening wave. So not bad. It gets her into second position.
Just another cool lineup, Rich, where you've got surfers who've sort of been to different levels with their competitive careers so far. You've got that rising star in Zali, and also Yolanda Hopkins, Luana, Teresa, that they've surfed heats on the championship tour, obviously, and they're hungry, those newcomers.
Yeah.
Very hard to beat.
No, it's a really evenly matched heat, this one. It's sort of difficult to find a real standout. Obviously, Luana starting incredibly well with that 6.67, so does have the advantage out of the opening rides, and probably the most accomplished on in terms of CT results and experience. And she has been building the performances. They're getting better, the confidence. You can see it rising with each and every wave that she takes. Looks like we're going to have some more action right now.
Zali, really progressive surfer, and let's see if she can find a big section for one of those moves. Gets that tail free for a moment. Great control. She rides out of the manoeuvre. Teresa on the outside is not really able to connect down the line there with just over 21 minutes to go. The World Surf League, super proud of instituting equal prize money across its owned and operated events in 2019 and becoming the first US-based global sports league to do so. The WSL continues to make history and pave the way for sports equality. 2023 marking the 5th year of equal prize money for all WSL owned and operated events, which you know, has come at a perfect time. You know, when sponsorship dollars are really hard to come by and supports, you know, hard to find. It's great that these competitors, you know, with great performances can help collect a bit more money to fund these big Challenger Series campaigns in the early stages of their careers.
Yeah, it is really, really amazing that WSL, we now have equal prize money, you know, for both men and women. And it's not a cheap exercise doing the Challenger Series. you're going to a lot of different countries throughout the year. You usually, sometimes traveling solo, but more often than not, these surfers will take, maybe a family member or a coach with them. And before you know it, on average, I'm going to say 40 to 50K a year you're spending just on travel and accommodation, flights, food, that sort of thing. So it's a big campaign. And so if you can break through and get a win on something like this, in this Challenger Series event, that goes a long way, that money.
Yeah, that's probably on a tight budget too.
Yeah,
that's
completely.
That's not lording it up.
That's staying with other people. That's sharing costs. That's, it's getting a lot better. And the way that WSL have set up this 3-tier system with the regional qualifying series and then the Challenger Series and the CT. But, some of these women don't have major sponsors, so they don't have people footing the bill for them. They don't have access to resources and houses in certain locations. So, yeah, it's challenging, and my hat goes off to people who stick at it for a long time and eventually crack the World Tour.
Well, numbers starting to roll through now from those opening exchanges. 19 minutes to go. Zali Kelly's out in front at the moment, but excellent scores dropping in that last heat. Stace. Alyssa Spencer just looking so sharp.
Absolutely, Ron. Alyssa, how good is Snapper Rocks?
So much fun.
Wasn't that much fun last year, though. Tell us how you turn around that performance 12 months later.
Yeah, definitely. Last year I had a pretty big shocker here. I felt like last year I just wasn't active off the start, and I really just kind of got locked up. Like, I built it up so much that this event, and to be surfing out at Snapper, and didn't really make the most of it. So this year I kind of just want to be like more active in my heats and catching as many waves as I can, but also waiting for the good ones. So yeah, I felt like that heat I was able to get my hands on a couple fun ones.
Chris Enever's got a good one for that. Get busy, stay patient.
That's exactly what I did out there.
Talk to us about the preparation. Last year you came here about 6 months early to surf a heat. This year you came here just with about a 2-week preparation. Talk to us about the difference in how that made you feel.
Yeah, for sure. Last year I got here pretty early, and I felt like it was almost a little bit too much time. Just kind of, felt like I was preparing for so long that I almost, in a way, like over-prepared and psyched myself up a little bit too much. So yeah, I've been here the last 2 weeks, and it's been absolutely pumping. So I kind of just took the time to have fun and surf, and yeah, I'm feeling ready.
It's working well. We'll see you later today.
Thanks, Stace. Yeah, what a heat score total, 16.17. Definitely a surfer that was sort of front of mind for us when we were thinking about who's got a great chance of qualifying based on a success in these major Challenger Series events, just building toward potentially a CT spot. She'll want to keep that roll going here at Snapper Rock. 17 minutes to go out there in the lineup at the moment. It's Cabaretta's Zali Kelly holding on to the lead. Just a couple of mid-range fours for her. No one's got the big number just yet. Luana Silva's got the best individual score, but needs a second to get herself into a qualifying position. And Teresa Bonvalot, she's back in fourth place at the moment, looking for a 4.08. The World Surf League want to acknowledge the Gunjambara and Minyagal people of the Bundjalung Nation. Pay our respects to elders, past and present, emerging, and extend that acknowledgement to all First Nations people here today and also tuned in on the broadcast. Thanks for having us. We love this zone. And I'm starting just to get that sort of feeling, that sick feeling in my stomach where I've watched other people enjoy really fun conditions for a few days without getting out there myself. It's torture sometimes, this job.
It is, but
still a good job.
It's torture.
But yeah, it's hard. It just looks so fun. You see those little insiders and you just want a piece of it yourself. 16 minutes to go, and we'll see if Luana and Teresa can get themselves into a qualifying position right after this bonsai brew break. Welcome back to the show. The round of 32 continues here for the women at Coolangatta as we take a trip and zone in on what is one of the most famous stretches of sand in the surfing world, Rich.
Yeah, it really is incredible, phenomenal, actually, just the way this whole Snapper Rocks area there. You can see the Tweed River just coming out just to the south of where we are now, and so much sand movement up the coast, right up to the very top of New South Wales. And we got this unique sand pumping system that, well, it steals sand from the top of New South Wales and just plonks it right at the very base of the Queensland border here. And then that sand moves around the corner into Snapper Rocks and then creates this beautiful ruler edge sandbar that runs from the top of Snapper Rocks all the way into Rainbow Bay, down into Green Mountain, Coolangatta. That connects on to Kirra, and then it runs all the way down into Gotham City down there at the Gold Coast. But yeah, a number of incredible point waves along the coast here. Obviously Burleigh Head, another famous one, Currumbin. And yeah, you're never short of places to go and surf. Not many left-handers around though.
Definitely not.
Definitely the land of the right-hander.
Yeah, if you're a regular footer, you want to get a backhand hit in, it's off a roundhouse that you're going to get it done. But yeah, it was basically just about making it a safer passage through the Tweed River that was the reason for the sand bypass. The surfers really benefited from it, and it just brought the superbank to life. And sitting with Dean Morrison just during the break, and he said that they've been pumping sand over the last couple of days, and that southerly flow's already started to fill in that little hole that was created after that last run of swell. So, you know, an improvement in the sandbar conditions overnight even, and as a result, as this swell has started to straighten up a little bit and come a bit more into the bay here at Snapper Rocks, we've seen a bit more energy, and we've already seen the numbers go a little higher for the surfers as a result.
Yeah, absolutely. Conditions have been great, and just even for the size of the swell, very contestable, and perfect little running waves. Really, we get spoiled, and we often expect it's going to be, 4 to 6 foot grinding pits, but this is still so fun. The waves that we have here on offer, and the scores are reflecting that too. We've seen some excellent rides over the last few days. I'm sure we're going to see it build even further.
There's no doubt, though, there was some slower heats where opportunities were limited. So really making those rides count became crucially important. If you took a fall, it was going to really cost you. Today, a little bit more, I think, opportunity out there, a few opportunities to recover if you do take a fall, and it's turned into a bit more of a surf-off, and that's what we want to see at these events.
Yeah, sometimes when the waves are smaller and it is inconsistent, sometimes it can come down to your heat IQ and how well you use your priority. Do you use it offensively or defensively? And that we saw a lot of that going on yesterday, because there were quieter periods in heats. But today, it's really nice to know that, okay, there's a lot of opportunity out there, and hopefully, I'm going to be able to catch a few waves. If I do make a mistake, if I do take off on a smaller one, hopefully I can move down the line. There's a lot of opportunity, which is good, and the scores have reflected that today. We've had a lot of excellent rides already.
And just with that angle on the swell, it feels like when the sets do come, you can kind of rely on them giving you some nice wall to work with, whereas yesterday and the first day of competition, sometimes the sets didn't line up the way that we expect them to here at Snapper Rocks. But Teresa's made a move from 4th place up into the lead now. Her last ride came through at a 6.4. Zali Kelly pushed back in a second. Needs a 6.5 to get back to first. And it's Yolanda Hopkins who's in 3rd position. She only needs a 4.23, and Luana still hanging on to the best ride of this heat so far, but is being patient wisely with priority here to get herself back up in front.
Yeah, she's in a real power position with priority now, and having the best scoring single ride of the heat so far. So she'll just stay patient. She knows that if she can pick another good wave, only need 2. You got to keep telling yourself, I only need 2 good waves. And if you start with a really nice one, that's often the game plan. Just be patient. Make sure you close this thing out. What she doesn't want to do is take off on a 3 or a 4. Just open it up to her other competitors. Chase her down.
Zali is probably little bit nervous in this situation here because she's heard the score that Luana has, you know, and knowing that Luana's only got the one wave. As soon as she stands up, and if she does get a half-decent wave, she's probably going to go into the lead or if second. So Zali's probably thinking here, okay, you know, I've got to maybe force Luana into a wave here, or I need a better one of my fours, because
Totally.
as soon as Luana stands up, it's looking like she's going to move into first or second.
Well, Zali and Yolanda are 2 points behind on their best waves, so they've still got work to do, assuming that both Teresa and Luana, they're going to get another good score.
Well, here's the breakdown of what we're looking at on the 2023 Challenger Series. The top 10 men at the end of the schedule, and the top 5 women will qualify for the Championship Tour in 2024, counting their best 4 results. So you're going to have a couple of throwaways. So those who have lost out early here will have time to rebound. But each event featuring 80 men, 48 women, such stacked fields. And we know that there's CT caliber surfers in the mix. We know that we've got rising talents starting to make that move out of those junior and amateur events through those QS ranks to give themselves a shot in 2024.
Have a look at that paddle. Some intent behind that. Streaking back out the back.
Yeah, it's amazing when you look at Teresa's results last year that she's not on the Championship Tour. As we said, it's, you know, that those surfers who failed to make the cut last year really did perform so well. Betty Lou Sakura Johnson just looked unbelievable and easily dominated the QS last year. Katie Simmers was right up there as well. She was so sharp. But yeah, Molly Picklum rebounded beautifully. So it's going to be difficult. You know, you look at Teresa's results last year, and yeah, it's hard to fathom. But it does really give you a good idea of what's required on the Women's Tour to get yourself onto the CT. She had a victory and 2/3 and still didn't make it.
That's unbelievable. That just shows you really need to be super consistent and appear in that final series a number of times.
You're almost thinking, oh, I've won one and I've got 2/3. That if that was me, I'd be like, yeah, I'm in. You know, that's just so heartbreaking, and it really came down to that last event at Haleiwa, and Sophie McCulloch, we saw her surf this morning. She surfed really well, and she had to win Haleiwa, and she did. And then it was a tie, right, for that final.
They had the exact same results across the entire schedule. Their top 4 though was a victory, 2/3 and 9th. And then if you kept going back through their scores, their next result was like a 17th, and then it was ridiculous.
How did they break it?
Heat wins, I believe. Yeah, heat wins. So in the earlier rounds, it's
whether
what
you
they
progressed
go to.
first or second to get through. Wow.
And we've seen that situation with the cut too, where it goes to a count back on results, and it goes to heat wins. So here is Luana Silva. This wave she took so early in the heat, she still hasn't found a backup as we have a look here at the Harvey Norman heat recap, but by far the best wave of this heat.
Yeah, really good surfing. Sorry, Flick.
You go.
And here goes Sally Kelly here, just streaking down the line. Does well to get up and into that final section. She's positioned herself in second place right now. Here we go on the backhand. Nice hook. Start things off. And again, so Teresa Bonvalot just showing what she can do on the backhand. Nice and vertical. She's right up the top of this heat at the moment. 5 minutes to go. Hoping for another set. We're about 2 hours away from high tide, so things starting to just fill in a little bit here. And tide perhaps affecting the frequency of the sets as they come around the corner.
Really close heat though. Not a whole lot in it at all, because Teresa hasn't really been able to add anything with the 6.4 of substance, so everyone's within reach. Zali Kelly can get herself to the lead. Yolanda Hopkins with a 6-point ride could easily make the jump up into first. Luana Silva only needs 2.23 to get to second, and probably not a whole lot more to get herself in front. Just a mid-range 4, so it's one of those ones that's going to go right down to the wire, and it could all change up in the final exchange.
Yeah, Luana's held priority for a really long time now in this heat. So it's going to be interesting to see what wave she decides to pull the trigger on. And she needs to. She needs to go.
There's actually a bit of anxiety that creeps in, I reckon. When you hold priority for that long and you start going, come on, just like 4 minutes to go. Because she would have gone, oh, you know, I've got 20 minutes to get a wave. It's going to happen, surely. But now there's 4 minutes to go.
Yeah,
so
exactly.
you can't, like, to try and stay in control of your thoughts and maintain that calm demeanour and make sure that you're ready to fire, because it's really only going to come down to one more chance now. And she doesn't need much. A 4 or a 5 will pretty much see her, I feel, into the advancement position. Here we go. Here goes Teresa.
Teresa drives up into the first section, but has to yield because Yolanda Hopkins is using her priority here. Loading up for a big finish.
Interesting.
Good little sequence of turns. She only needed a 4.23 to get ahead of Zali Kelly. It's coming right down to the wire, this one.
Wow.
I'm not convinced that the two surfers that are sitting in first and second are safe here at all.
No, this is not a bad wave here. This is Teresa just getting one little hit here, but then she just has to lay down. Yolanda Hopkins just gaffing that turn. And again, another little quick snap. She wanted to get to that final finishing moment, and a 4.23. Close, right there.
She did well to fit. I think she's really trying hard to fit 3 turns in that wave. Just
sort of 2.5, really, wasn't it?
Yeah.
She did well to accelerate for the final hit, though. There was some punch in it. It'll be right there on the line. I think it's pretty comparable to her other 2 rides. Luana Silva making her move now. Had a 6.67 to kick things off. Has been sitting out there with priority. And she's going to make this one count. A couple of good hooking turns already. And what kind of finish can she put on it down the line? Gets a little caught up there. But she only needed a 2.23 to get to second place. Pretty good chance that she's been able to achieve that, the 19-year-old. Who represents Brazil, but grew up surfing on the North Shore. Now, again, it's probably not her best, but it is probably enough to get her up into one of those top 2 spots.
It was a fairly conservative approach to this wave, and understandably, that was a nice turn, though. Getting a bit of fin release, whipping it back under her feet, keeping that momentum moving down the line. And again, that last little slash, she didn't ride out of it, but I think she's done enough work to maybe net a 4 around there, 4.5, and that's going to see her jump up into second, perhaps even first place as well.
She's one of those competitors, Flick, that doesn't necessarily have to put her best on show to show an edge over her rivals. And I think she'll probably get the number she needs here.
Yeah, I think she'll get the number she needs, but she also, with such little time left in the heat, she knew she couldn't really afford to fall anyway. So that's why she's surfing a little bit more conservatively, just to make sure that I've got to make this wave, because I don't know if I'm going to get another opportunity.
Without dropping a really big score, though, the door will still be open for her rivals in these final 40 seconds here. Yolanda Hopkins got the number she needed. She got a 5.77. So now Luana Silva needs a 3.77 out of that previous ride to get herself into second.
Wow, a lot of position change in these last few moments. I think we just saw the final moments of a Zali Kelly's wave as well. So
I think the judges might be watching replays here to make some comparisons to what Yolanda did on her ride and what Luana Silva was able to achieve on her last wave. 3.77 is the requirement. This one's coming to a close, and we still don't know the result, but Teresa Bombalon at the moment is looking pretty good. 6.4, 4.7.
I think Luana's going to get it. I think she'll get that 3.77. I don't think we saw all of Yolanda's waves, so it'll be interesting to see what the start of that looked like. Here we're having a look at replay of Zali's wave. So nice snap out of the top, brings it around for a carving turn, and get through to the inside here, and she tags it.
Yeah, 3 moves. Not a lot of connection between each turn. It wasn't really rail to rail. She had flat spots on that ride. Yolanda Hopkins hitting the last section with a little mix-up, a bit of variety in there. But we're still waiting on this score to come through for Luana Silva. A little repetitive, but she had some quality moves in that ride as well. She only needs a 3.77. Numbers coming through. They're looking pretty decent. One judge is saying no, but the rest of the panel are giving her the nod at the moment. Just waiting on one more score to drop. And it has come through, and she only just got there, 3.93.
Wow.
So a bit of a spread between the panel there. And she only just got the number she needed. We've still got a score coming through for Yolanda Hopkins. She needs a 4.84 if she wants to jump back up in the second from third spot. But it looks like Zali Kelly's run is going to come to a close here.
Yeah, Zali unfortunately just didn't connect with that longer wave that she needed. But Luana Silva looks like she's done enough at the moment. We are still waiting for a score. Just thinking back to Yolanda's wave. It was that hit and then the closeout turn. It was a smaller inside wave. Put it this way, if Luana's wave only went at about a 3.8, I can't see that going up into the fours.
And it didn't. And Luana Silva just learning now that she is going to hang on to second spot. And Teresa Bombalot, she has gotten the victory here, the Portuguese surfer. And she's charging on through to the round of 16 as well. And it was a close one there. Yolanda Hopkins almost getting back up into second position. And she'll look to reset down at the Sydney Surf Pro. We'll take a quick break here. More action from the round of 32 is just around the corner.
Well, yes, and a great one out there as well. Considering the atmosphere out there in the stadium.
Season 2 of Make or Break, now streaming on Apple TV+. We're into the round of 32 here at the Boost Mobile Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM. And here on the Harvey Norman host set, Ronnie Blakey sitting alongside Felicity Parmentier and Richie Lovett. And we are seeing some of the rising stars on the Challenger Series. Of course, some big upsets. And we definitely have some of the brightest stars coming through the ranks in this next heat. Isabella Nichols, she was cut from the CT and she's looking to rebound in a big way. Sawyer Lindblad, she's been collecting some great results, showing fantastic form as she continues on her pathway to the championship tour. But we've been excited to see what Erin Brooks can bring to the party, and Kobe Enright, the local, she's going to hold an edge on which waves are going to eventuate down the line and provide all that scoring opportunity But this is going to be a lot of fun to watch, Felicity, because Erin's one of the brightest young stars that we have campaigning on the Challenger Series.
Yeah, she really is one of the most amazing rising stars coming up. I mean, she's got that progression similar to Sierra, really pushing the limits. She's got an amazing barrel riding technique as well. She spent a lot of time up in Indonesia, really honing in on that skill, and now she's starting to have her chances at these Challenger Series events and really trying to take it to these women who are seasoned veterans, I guess. And one of those, I guess, who has been on the CT, she unfortunately didn't make the cut, is Isabella Nichols. So she's back, trying to get back on tour, and it'll be interesting to see where her head is at after Margaret River. I know there was a lot of emotion involved in that loss and not making the cut, and will she be able to turn it around here, and has she been able to reset?
Yeah, it's a lot to process. This time last year, she had just won her first CT event to keep her place on the CT through the back half of the season and into this new year. But she was unable to repeat that performance at Stop 5 this year when she needed that big result. And here she is on the Challenger Series. But the free surfing clips that I saw of her in the lead up to this event looked strong. It looked like event-winning kind of form. So the performance is there, but I think you're right. Emotionally, where's she at? And is she ready to tackle this Challenger Series?
I think she is. Clearly she was really upset and emotional after the cut, but I was lucky enough to catch up with her just the other day. She seems like she's in a really good headspace. Super confident with all the equipment, and we're going to see what she can do right here.
Well, taking off nice and deep, Isabella Nichols. Spent a lot of time in this lineup, but she's not going to convert that first ride into points.
Bit of jockeying at the start of this heat. Our competitor's right behind the rock there. So you can see Bella, she's already broken away. She's down into the 4th priority order there. So she's going to go wide on the bank and hopefully let the other 3 competitors just battle it out there, sit up there, keep jockeying, pushing each other further around the point, and she can hopefully steal a wider one.
Looks like the 2 grommets of the heat, maybe Erin and Sawyer, may be pushing deepest on the rock, so that's pretty interesting.
Yeah, they're going to be on their backhands out here. Sawyer Lindblad has really been showing a lot of promise. Just as she's evolved her performance, her competitive smarts over these past couple of seasons. Definitely someone that, I see a lot of potential in. And Erin Brooks, really just having her first go at the Challenger Series. And who knows how far she could go in this draw.
A long way. I reckon she can go a long way in the draw. This is a really stacked heat on paper. One of the ones that we identified that was going to be a really gnarly heat. All the women just in such good form at the moment.
Yeah, that was a stacked heat that we just saw go down as well, and a pretty close one, Stace, on the scorecard.
Yeah, that's right, Ron. That was a nail-biter for all involved. Teresa, how'd you navigate that heat?
Yeah, it was a really tough heat. Like, literally came not many waves, but you got to be expecting kind of that, and that's what I try to do to manage to get something on the board even without the priority. So I'm super stoked to make it and go to the next round.
We saw a lot of waves come through just before your heat started when the judges were typing in their final scores. Do you adjust your strategy knowing that your heat could be slow?
I think for sure, yes. It came a lot of waves and really good ones near the rock, and I was like, okay, like this could be a bad sign, and you got to be prepared for kind of that. That's why I kind of let me kind of come more down and try as well like to be consistent. Even, I mean, you're surfing out here with just 3 other girls. You just want to catch waves. So that's kind of what you want to do and what they're expecting, which is for you to surf. And I try to do that, and I'm stoked.
Fantastic job. We'll see you later today. Thanks, Ron.
Thank you, Stace. Teresa looking really sharp. Just cruising and did well to sort of control the later stages of what was a really close heat, and also progressing through was Luana Silva, just surviving that one. Out there in the lineup, we saw Erin Brooks get things started here, Felicity.
Yeah, just cutting back for these first couple of manoeuvres here. Trying to bring it through to the inside and waiting for this wave to stand up a bit more, and she absolutely tags that last section. She's trying to get around it, but just couldn't. Sort of got stuck behind a bit there, but nice little opener. She's looking pretty strong. We've got live action here.
Look at this wave.
Oh, it's a good look
God.
at Wall standing up. And Sawyer Lindblad, the surfer from San Clemente, absolutely smashes through that big bowling section. And on the outside, Kobe Enright got a beautiful swoop. And she opens those wings up and draws through these calves. Now starting to build, riding a high line, has a whole lot of speed here. Again, just smooth as you like as she glides through one of those big rail turns. That glare in full effect there, so you couldn't really see just how much water was kind of coming off the rail, but I'm assuming there was probably quite a bit. She's going to add to the size of those moves.
Wow, what an exchange.
I liked what I saw from Sawyer, bigger wave and on the attack.
Same. I really liked Sawyer's wave too, but we're going to have a look at Kobe's replay here. Nice first turn out of the top, and it's around this section. Nice little foam climb there, but that turn there, that was my favourite turn. Just so nice and controlled, and the little read on this section here, and really opens up that last carve. So this is the wave though that is my favourite as well. Sawyer on her backhand, straight up into the lip on that first turn, and backs it up again for a second one. She's a bit late on that second turn, but manages to stick it.
I think we're looking at a pretty big score for Kobe Enright here. She's had a really good read on that wave.
I'm thinking it's going to be.
Not.
I'm thinking, well, look, not big, but I'm thinking 5, maybe around there, 5, 6.
It was a big wave. Just looked a little slow to me.
Agree.
Oh, that's a great turn.
Erin Brooks, 15 years of age, so just refined her approach, great aerial game, charges in big surf. And that's the reason why there's just so much hype and excitement around watching her performance here. She's got so much growing left to do, but already a real threat in these kind of conditions, as we see Isabella Nichols now. And there's a really nice sequence of turns in a short amount of space, which will likely get her right into this heat.
Yeah, she needed that one. She sort of missed the train on that last set. Everyone got a decent ride with a lot of height, and Bella's wave just a little smaller, but you could see the performance was there, the speed. Let's have a look at the replay of Erin's wave. Just jams that first turn so quick, pivoting that board around, and then she got a little late to the second turn, but she managed to somehow stay on her feet, and then was just too late for the third. But Bella starting off with a nice quick snap, and then slashing that second one, getting a bit more tail release, and the third. Gets the final hit in.
That's the score.
Yeah, that's a really good wave there. No downtime. Holds that speed from manoeuvre to manoeuvre.
Felicity, there's a depth in just how deep those rail turns go compared to the other surfers out there at the moment in Isabella's act. That just, for me, was a cut above.
Even though Bella's wave was smaller, but just the level of ability, the way that she digs the rail in a lot more than to me personally. When Kobe's wave was big, but it just, for me, I thought she could have sunk the rail a little harder. Could have maybe been a little bit more aggressive on that wave. But look, I mean, the score still came through. 6.5.
6.5, and we did say too on that camera,
6.
You couldn't see what kind of spray was coming off the rail, and just looking at those moves alone, it just didn't look like she was hammering through those moves. She was flowing through them.
I don't disagree. There's more she could have done. Was it an 8-point ride? Absolutely, all day long. But she surfed it well, semi-conservative, got the score. She's in the heat. I guess it's a settler wave, really, in terms of how this thing can play out. We'd love to see her really attack the next one. You only get so many opportunities, so let's have a look at it again. I like the first turn. Up there a little bit late for that one, for sure. And then here she does that big swooping cut down. And now she just puts on the accelerator, just streaking down the line here. And that big open wing kind of MR-esque carve down.
I'm going to say it again, without the spray, it doesn't look like much, but the size of those turns is taken away without seeing how much water she's moving. So it ended up coming through at a 6.5. It's a fantastic open-up. Won that opening exchange. Sawyer Lindblad with a more vertical approach on the backhand and less turns, managed a 6.43. But Rich, you're on point.
Well, I had my infrared glasses on and I could see something that you guys didn't. But no, great rides from all our women in this heat. This is a tight one. Everyone's got a good score, which we love. And now it really is going to come down to the battle of this backup score. Still lots of time on the clock.
Yeah, I think the next step for Kobe is getting some sharper angles on some of her high impact turns. She does have that beautiful swoop. It's nice to mix in there occasionally, but you know, it's going to be hard to match up against some of those more vertical hits if Sawyer Lindblad or Erin Brooks even connect with a similar kind of ride.
Yep.
15.5 minutes to go. Isabella Nichols has taken the early lead here, but it's pretty close across the board between the competitors at the moment. We'll take a Bonsoy brew break.
The Boost Mobile Gold Coast Pro presented by GWM is brought to you by Boost Mobile, official telecommunication partner of the WSL Australia. By GWM, official automotive partner of WSL Australia. By Harvey Norman, official lifestyle destination of the WSL Australia. By SNS Group, official partner of the Boost Mobile Gold Coast Pro presented by GWM. And by Bailey Ladders, official ladder partner of the WSL Australia.
Heat 8 unfolding here, just over 13 minutes remaining. We're into the round of 32 for the women here at the Boost Mobile Gold Coast Pro presented by GWM. And at the moment it's Isabella Nichols hanging on to first spot. Erin Brooks is in second, but Erin doesn't really have a solid score to speak of just yet, so she's vulnerable. And Kobe Enright's on the chase and looking a little sharper on this one. Did bank a 6.5 earlier on a high-quality wave, and she's going to stick the finish here. Only needed a 0.73 to get into second, and it's likely with the 6.5 she's going to the #1 spot after that one.
The first two turns on this wave, I really liked. I feel like it was just, she was surfing upper lever. I know the wave was a bit smaller. The first two turns, the way she attacked it, for me, that was a lot better than hers. It's not going to be a bigger score than her first ride. However, just the quality of turns on this wave here, was having a look at the replay, just looks like she was a bit more aggressive. Even here, straight up into the lip. Just this last turn, it looks like she kind of got a little bit stuck, and she still gets the finish, which is nice.
It was begging for a big drop wallet or some sort of big jam right at the end there, and could have put the exclamation mark on it.
Just under 12 minutes remaining here, waiting on the numbers to come through, expecting that Kobe Enright's going to make the jump into first here at some point. But Sawyer Lindblad, she's in a good position too. She's got a big number, 6.43, sitting out there with priority, much like Luana Silva in the previous heat. Wouldn't be surprised if we see some real patience with priority here and probably look to bank a number, a big number. 5.07 there for Kobe Enright into first.
I can't work out whether we're owed a wave here.
I don't think so.
That Isabella's in fourth priority. Let's see how that's possible.
She might have had a look at one on the outside. 11 minutes to go. Been loving our long days. Also been loving hitting the town, finding some nice feeds. A lot of great restaurants here on the Gold Coast. In fact, there is amazing food here. 23 hatted restaurants on the Gold Coast.
Wow.
Yep. Good for you, Rich. You love to wear a hat when you go to dinner.
I do, mate. I do.
But we hit Sunshine Tie Up. That's one of our favourites here in Coolangatta. I don't think it's got a hat, but it's a great little stop. Yeah, looking forward to what Thursday brings.
Yeah, not sure what's on the menu for tonight. Sure
Maybe down to Siblings.
Perhaps.
Good little zone over there at Kira. Take in the view of Kira. That used to be one of my favourite places to visit when I was a Grom. As we see Erin up now, chasing down second spot. Only needs a 3.51, but really wants to bank a solid score to give herself a better chance here. Wow, it's a good read, tricky end section. Good control as that water was impacting, trying to unsettle her there.
Gromit, full throttle. Just in attack mode, I love it.
And here goes Sawyer now. Waited for this opportunity with priority. It's a good start, just the 2 turns, but they're pretty solid. She didn't need a whole lot to get ahead of Isabella Nichols here. So a couple of numbers on the way. And we'll see. It's probably going to be advantage to Sawyer, you'd think, just because Erin Brooks didn't have a solid score in her account just yet.
Interesting strategy too from Erin Brooks, staying way up the point.
It's
just having a little solo session right up next to the rock, and she's picked off an absolute gem here. Screaming down the line. Gets that first snap. And another one, and then this final finishing turn. Bang, right up, projecting through the lip. And Sawyer behind. 2 quick turns, but they were good ones.
They're really, really well timed. I really liked the first turn of Sawyer's. It was just, couldn't be better placed in my opinion. So I think it's probably going to be a pretty nice score. And Erin did a pretty good job on her wave for how it looked like it had a few rivets in the face of that wave. It was a little bit disjointed and looks like there's a little bit more turbulent water. The closer you sit to the rocks out the back, the more turbulent the wave is. So she had a really good read for how hard that wave was to surf.
Yeah, it's her best number, a 5.03. So even though she's only going to hold on to this second spot momentarily, it's going to really give her a shot here in the final 8 minutes. So a 5.03 is the average. And waiting on the number to come through for the surfer on screen at the moment, Sawyer Lindblad. She did have a 6.43 on her opener. A very healthy number, the second highest score of this heat so far. Sawyer's doing pretty well too. Both her rides haven't kind of reeled off down the line, so she's been able to, with her aggressive backhand approach, turn in some of the strongest scores in limited space. So they're liking the approach there on the backhand.
Yeah, she's sort of making lemonade out of lemons, really. She hasn't picked up a really nice drawn-out wall yet, so danger signs, really, because if she gets that opportunity,
now that score's just dropped in, 5.1. So Erin gets pushed out of second spot. Sawyer well within reach of the lead now, just needs a 6.15. Erin's after a 6.5 to get into second, and Isabella Nichols now with priority, chasing a 5.74. And some movement here, just beautiful, beautiful conditions. And for a rail surfer like Isabella, it's going to provide a good face for her to attack. Staunch as she rides out of that final move. Stood up, pretty happy with what she was able to do there. Netted a 5.74.
I think it's going to be close. I really think it's going to be close. But I did like what I saw when she stood up. The way she's surfing really mature. You can just see it in her style. Unfortunately, I think she might have thought the wave was going to give her a little bit more. So I think it's going to be close.
It's not convincing, is it?
No.
It's not an easy one to just go, yeah, she got it for sure. It's she's asked the question, but I don't know. We get another look at it. I'm wondering whether there was more opportunity down the line, whether she should have sacrificed that final section to get maybe 2 more hits.
Yeah, just under 6 minutes to go. On paper, when you look at this heat, you look at the competitors out there, you look at Isabella and you think, wow, she's got an edge with her speed and the size of her turns, even though this is a really talented lineup of competitors. Isabella is the one that's championship to a level at the moment.
Yep.
And there's some, real flow between these manoeuvres. She gets rewarded because of it. 6.33, that's enough to see her up into first place.
Yeah, seeing that final turn again, there was some venom behind that one.
Funny what you said though, Rich, about where her head is at, because I loved the surfing she was doing, but I heard whispers that she wasn't in a great place mentally coming into this event.
No, well, she wasn't.
I heard that she was, not enjoying sort of training at the HPC, the facility down there at Casuarina, and she was actually wanting to train by herself because she just wasn't feeling that good about falling off the championship tour. And wherever her head was at, she's fixing things up here at the moment.
Yeah, no, for sure. She's been pretty open and vocal about the fact that she wasn't in a good place. And when I saw her, I kind of asked her, because she'd been so vocal about it, and I said, where are you at? And she goes, I've turned it around. I'm feeling really good. I'm ready to go.
Well,
so I think that the warm-up surfs and just being in form there just really helped her click back into gear.
Here is the Harvey Norman heat recap. Sawyer Lindblad's looked very strong on the backhand, but still is going to have some work to do. Kobe Enright, her local knowledge coming to the fore.
Yeah, this wave, she surfed it really well. Beautiful couple of turns there, and really just leaning into her trademark hack. Big open wingspan, and really lays into it here on this last section. And she's rewarded. She's got that 6.5, but she's up in there. She's in second.
You got that extreme glare at the moment. So the camera shot a little hot at the moment, which, in some circumstances does sort of just limit the size of what those turns looked like, just taking away all those big rooster tail sprays that were coming off the rail. And 3.5 minutes to go here. And the experience of Isabella shining through. Good composure too, with that priority to get herself out of fourth, up into the lead here. And really, it kind of reminds me of what we saw from Stephanie Gilmore yesterday afternoon. Not even on the best waves in the heat, not the biggest sets, still managing to match it with these youngsters.
Yeah, and like I said before, I think even though she is on these smaller waves, you can just tell straight away that she's on. She's surfing really mature and smaller waves, but she's still putting together good scores, and she's in the lead.
It's more power.
Yeah.
There's just more power at each and every one of the turns, and just the attack's a little sharper, the rail a little deeper.
The equipment too, Rich. Isabella rides boards crafted by a local.
Yeah, she's on 5.9.5. Darren Hanley works really hard with Darren, and obviously, one of the most accomplished shapers of all time. I can't even think about how many world titles Darren's got under his belt with Mick and Steph and the others. So
Jack Freestone won a couple.
Yep. So
or 1-1 riding his boards. Parker was on Hanley's boards when he won his World Junior titles.
Yeah, and I was actually checking your boards out the other day, and nice little rounded pintails, and that last 6 to 8 inches of the tail, a lot of tail kick, and that's so she can fit these final turns in these tight pockety little waves. Get that little bit of tail release right there.
She's up again, finding some space down the line. With no priority, she's still looking to collect scores and add to her total. Trying to better a 5.8 there. So a minute and a half to go. Sawyer Lindblad is a real threat here to Kobe Enright, but Kobe's got the benefit of priority on the outside, and here's what Sawyer was able to do. She took a wave. Beautiful hit. Wow, but just the one turn.
Yeah, really, really nice hit, though. Probably one of the best turns of the heat, but she's going to need more if she wants to get up into that second position. And with Kobe sitting out there with priority, it's going to be pretty hard with a minute left unless Sawyer can create a little bit of space. It's going to be hard. It's a hard task.
Waiting on this number to drop. Sawyer, she did need a 5.15. She's just so close when you look at the numbers. Kobe's holding on to second spot with a total of 11.57, and Sawyer's got a score on the way, but she was on just 11.53, just 0.04 separating, 0.4 of a point separating the two competitors.
It's so close. And when if you lose with that small of a margin, you're always reliving it, going, "Oh, did I just put not enough spice on that one turn?" It's really is. There's nothing in it. There's women way down the point here too at the moment.
Yeah, Kobe's just chasing Sawyer around the lineup here at the moment. You know, just that it's hard to argue with those bigger set waves. You know, it adds size to your turns. You can sometimes afford to surf those a little more conservatively. And it was enough. It was enough for Kobe Enright. She holds off Sawyer Lindblad here, but Sawyer does have a score on the way, and you know, it just depends on how much credit she gets for that final move. It was just a single turn wave, but she's been aggressive from the start of this heat, Rich, so she might have a chance.
Yeah, it's going to be. Let's have a look at it. So she takes off here.
And Kobe gave her that ride, right? Or did she have priority at that point?
One turn, nice and high in the pocket.
It's really strong. It's really one of the best turns of the heat.
For me, it is the best turn of the heat. So,
but only one.
Yeah, well,
only one turn.
If she almost got a
if
6.
Sawyer's able to turn in the number here, Kobe will reflect, I think, on her finishing turn, on her backup score, but also maybe the numbers that she left on that near perfect ride out there.
Yeah, for sure. It'll be a lesson too. You don't ever let your competitor with 30 seconds to go. Don't let them take off.
I think Sawyer too.
Wow,
there it is.
Wow.
I think she maybe did have priority at that point, Sawyer. That was prior to getting chased around the lineup. But the numbers come through, and for one turn, it's a 5.3, and Sawyer Lindblad makes the jump up into second place. Kobe Enright pushed back into third. Erin Brooks, some great moves, but she's going to end up in fourth spot here. Isabella Nichols going to take the victory. But last second heroics and that aggressive approach paying off.
Yeah, I liked it. I really loved that turn. For me, it was my favourite turn of the heat so far, and she got rewarded for it, but so close between her and Kobe.
Well, don't go anywhere. We've got more round of 32 action coming your way. We're actually going to move into the men's event, and we're going to bring in a great lineup. Kaipo, Jack Freestone, and Wayne Rabbit Bartholomew.
Buckle up, the round of 32 for the men's out in the water here at the Boost Mobile Gold Coast Pro presented by GWM. And it is another beautiful day on the Gold Coast of Australia's playground. I'm Kaipo along with Jack Freestone, as well as Rabbit Bartholomew, talking you through all the action today. We just seen the field for the women cut down to just 16, and now we're going to do the same thing for the men, Jack.
Yeah, looking forward to it. Every round that progresses, it gets more and more exciting, so definitely looking forward to this round.
Bugs, we're going to continue on with 4 surfers in the water, 50% advancement in this round of 32 for the men. And then we're going to get into some one-on-one competition. But look at how we're starting off this round, Bugs. Hiroto Ohara, Jarvis Earl, our reigning world junior champ, Imai Kalani DeVault, and Evan Geiselman.
Yeah, it's a truly international field, and what an amazing lineup. This is a really crucial round. It's kind of like that penultimate round before they get to the very meaningful points. I kind of feel that when you're counting 4 of 6 events, Jack, you know, you've got to get through to the man-on-man, because from then on in, it's at least an equal 9th finish.
Yeah, and this round's like probably the most nerve-wracking round as well.
Yeah.
A lot of pressure, and you really, really want to get through this one.
Yeah, this is really the line, right? Whether it's going to be a keeper result or a throwaway. Of course, there's 6 events in the Challenger schedule. You get 2 throwaways. You keep your best 4 results. So a good run through this Australian leg, Bugs, that you can almost qualify.
You could. And just to Jack's point, I mean, this is the crucial round. There's a lot riding on this. I mean, it's a go-forward round. First of all, you get to surf snapper with one other surfer, which is awesome. But 2, even an equal 9th in that round of 16, it's probably the bottom end of a keeper for the qualification.
Yeah, definitely.
Of course, what would help is a 10,000-point win along the way.
Yeah, I mean, with only 4 events counted, if you were able to replicate what Rio Waida did just last year, Rio winning 2 events on this Challenger Series, with 4 events counted, you win 2 events.
Did he go back? He went back-to-back too,
yeah.
right?
Yeah, he went back-to-back.
Right,
I mean, if someone replicates that, they've qualified.
Yeah, you've qualified.
So, yeah, we could see that possibly happen in this.
So what were the points for the men's last year, the total points? This is over 5 events last year,
That was 5
right?
events last year, and the line was a little bit over 15,000. That was 5 events taken into account. Now, with 4 events, that number could be lower.
Yeah. So the cutoff is around that 15,000.
Yeah, a little bit over.
Okay.
Zeke was the last guy to qualify, and he had 15,723 points, I think, right around there. This is how it works. Our top 10 men and our top 5 women will qualify for the 2024 Championship Tour, of course, Bugs. Like we said, best 4 results count.
Yeah, really interesting when you look at those points from last year. If you bring it back to, say, best 4, you might be looking at about 13,000. And so a 9th place finish actually well and truly could be a keeper, because there's 80 surfers. There's so much talent in this, right, Jack?
Yeah.
You're not going to get the same results each time.
Yeah, that's it. As you see, Evan up and riding.
Evan Geiselman, look at sharp on the backhand. The surf from New Smyrna, Florida. Whoa. Just putting it together, and this is going to be a nice opener for Evan Geiselman. Still going. That's the way you want to start a heat.
Oh yeah, he's looking energetic.
Yeah, add a bit of spice to that one. I mean, Evan, you know, he's a seasoned competitor now. He's been around for quite a while and surfed at this level throughout his entire career. Hasn't quite cracked it onto the CT, Jack, but gosh, he's a feisty competitor.
Yeah, he's kind of been, you know, one of the go-to guys coming out of America. His nickname is Gold, so he's always been one of the standout guys coming from there, and he's absolutely like started off with an awesome opening wave. He is looking really good, and like you said, yeah, he's always been there. He's always had some decent results. He's just never had that one spiking good result, and you never know, man. This could be the start.
Yeah, well, I mean, you know, he's. This is going to set the scale beautifully as we see this angle here, the backhand approach. He's still thinking down the line always.
But he's also connecting the dots too.
Very much so.
That was a nice first wave.
So this is where the judges are going to set the scale. We'll see what happens here. The goofy footers, they were dangerous yesterday, and they've opened up the account 1-0.
Now the paddle back out, we can see Evan Geisman, 29 years old. Like you said, Bugs, he's a veteran on this qualifying series and the Challenger Series, over a decade on that qualifying series, and has had some success even just last year. Semi-final finish at the U.S. Open in Huntington Beach, Southside, was his top result in the Challenger.
Yeah, well, that's not an easy event to get into the top 3. There's a lot of pressure on the U.S. Open. Got all those, 50,000 people hanging around on the pier and screaming. But of course, from the East Coast, USA, Evan had to learn a lot of versatility.
Here's our start with Imai Kalani DeVault from upcountry Maui. Little flare there for Imai for the finish. Jarvis Earl right behind him. Our world junior champ. Little hung up on that second turn, has to make up for it here. Really forces it and goes incomplete.
Yeah, I think he had to do that. There wasn't much in that for Jarvis, and he threw it. He almost stuck it. But Imai Kalani, man, that wave was awesome. Can't wait to see a replay of that.
Well, you think about yesterday, here he goes now, Jack. I mean, this guy yesterday didn't even get the good wave, so you put him on a good wave, this is what he can do. Incredible turns, eh, Jack?
Yeah, so polished. And then I love that because you didn't expect it. And he just threw it, and that's kind of what his surfing brings. There's a lot of unknown, but he's such a polished surfer too. Yeah. Everything's so stylish. And you didn't think he was going to do this, and he just pops it. Throw tail reverse. Hard landing too.
Here's Jarvis.
Yeah, Jarvis, he starts out well. Get caught up there, as you said, Kaivo. A little caught up there. Put him out of rhythm.
Yeah, and he kind of knew he had to throw the tail or do something spectacular on the end. Almost had it too.
Well, let's check out Stace. He's with the last heat winner, Isabella Nichols.
Thanks, Kipes. Certainly no easy heats here on the Challenger Series, Isabella.
Definitely not. I mean, all these heats are so stacked, and I kind of just don't even look at them anymore because I just don't really want to know. I'm just out there going out trying to beat myself, and yeah, all the girls are surfing so good. So it's been really cool to watch up until now. I mean, the comp started on Saturday. I haven't surfed till Thursday, so there's been a lot of watching, and it's been really fun.
You must be pretty stoked with how you put that heat together, particularly the back half of it.
Yeah, the first half was not the best. I took off on a 1, and I think I just wanted to get down the end there because I knew that was where the waves were. And then Cobes followed me down, and I was like, dang it, she knows this wave well. And then she got that cracker. But yeah, I think patience comes into play here, but also trying to be busily patient. I don't know, it's a bit weird. But some heats pulse, some heats are slow. That was a bit of a slow heat, but stoked to get through.
You'll have a heat this afternoon. Do you feel like you're in rhythm with what's happening out there?
I won't be on today, I don't think. I think they're running the first 4 heats, the girls, so I'll be on tomorrow morning bright and early. So, yeah, I'm excited. It'll be good to watch, come down and support some of the Aussie girls, and yeah, watch the girls rip.
Thanks for your time, Isabella.
I like that interview because I like the term busily patient. Sounds like something that I would use right there. An oxymoron, but I do like the term busily patient.
Yeah, I've heard such things as get busy, stay patient as well. So
we got some replays to go through. These are our Boost Mobile replays, Bugs, and Evan Geisman, and this is wave number 2 for the East Coaster.
Yeah, it's a pretty good backup. He's looking to be in really good form as we see Jarvis Earl on his second attempt here. Looks like a better one, Jack.
Yeah, definitely. 2 nice turns, and then he threw a really easy, he made that look really easy, that last turn. And then Hiroto.
Yeah, first sight of Hiroto Ohara.
Yeah, just got caught up on that first turn there. I don't think that one will go into his top 2 at the end of the heat.
Yeah, I agree. I think he was just trying to get something in the feet, so, he wasn't just sitting there watching people get waves.
Yeah, Hiroto Ohara, 26 years old, out of Chiba, Japan. He's a new father, so that's a little bit of motivation for Hiroto Ohara. Famously winning the 2015 U.S. Open and made this claim on stage that he was going to buy some cars, plural.
Yeah, it was a famous victory, and, It was, you know, see, back in the day, the champion Japanese surfer, Shuji Kasuya, you know, and I know that Hiroto really looked up to Shuji, and when he won that, had that victory, it was a good moment for Japan.
Yeah, yeah. Shuji's still a fixture over in Hawaii, is relocated, is a full-time resident in Hawaii. We see him, you know, I used to call him the Japanese Tom Curran because of his style.
You know, you stole that one off me.
That's what I do, Bugs. Under 17 minutes, and we're just waiting for one more score for Evan Geiselman. Geiselman opened up with a 6-point ride. So that was numerous maneuvers. There's a long wave, but in contrast, the opener for Imai Klein de Vault was a 6.5, Jack. So it shows it's quality over quantity in the judges' eyes.
And I think they like the variety too.
Right.
How Imai Kalani just threw that tail high reverse right at the end, and here he goes up and running again.
Wave 2 for Imai. Slicing through the snapper walls with his Channel Islands board, floats through this section, glides nicely. A little release there, talking about variety, and one more snap to finish for Imai.
Yeah, that's hard to do on your forehand when the waves get smaller, like becoming vertical, and then also trying to make it look stylish. He did really well.
Just under the 16-minute mark, and we'll be waiting for score for Imai as well as Evan Geiselman and Jarvis Earl. Hey, since we're waiting for the scores, we might as well take a left, actually. Jarvis, what's going on?
Oh, my God.
I think that's the second time he's taken a left at snapper. Pretty unorthodox.
Yeah, I wouldn't put that in the game plan.
You know, but that was out of the Italo Ferreira game plan.
Yeah.
You know, it's a right-hand point. We'll go left and get a 9.
Yeah,
okay.
Something.
All right, well, now let's take a Bonzoy brew break. While we're waiting for these scores, we'll come back with those scores and a lot more. Conclusion of this heat. Let's zoom down from outer space to this beautiful piece of the planet, the Gold Coast, Coolangatta specifically, Jack, and we zoom in on Snapper Rocks.
Oh yeah, and what a beautiful view that is.
Bugs, this works all by way of the sand replenishment, a man-enhanced wave, as we can see coming out of the tweeds.
Yeah, well, the sand comes along with the Fingal side there and the pumping jet, Letitia Spit, and the pumping jet, it pumps it under, it comes out at Froggy Beach, and then it just comes around the corner like a little heart valve. Just every little wave just brings a little bit more sand, and then it's groomed down the points as we go from Snapper to Rainbow Bay to Greenmount, heading towards Kira. And that's how you end up with that super bank.
That's it.
And a super bank it is, and that's the site of the start of the Challenger Series here at the Boost Mobile Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM. And some scores still locking in right now for Hiroto Ohara as well as Jarvis Earl. Evan Geiselman in the lead. Let's get some replays right now. These are Boost Mobile replays, Bugs, starting with Hiroto.
Yeah, Hiroto needs to get going on this one. And the Japanese champion, he's got a much better wave on his belt, looking down the line. Doesn't nail the finish, though. Important ride there.
Here's Imai. This was a 4.57, I believe, Jack.
Yeah, he's pretty consistent with those things.
Yeah, actually, I'm sorry. That was a 3.83. Going to break, we had it at 4.57. In any rate, Imai Klein-DeVault currently in second place.
Pretty similar scores anyway. But yeah, like I said, very consistent with those things. And the thing I'm loving the most is that he just kind of busts them out of nowhere. They're kind of unknown, and he just throws them, which is really cool, an element of surprise. But yeah, the way we saw before with Hiroto, I mean, he's kind of falling out of rhythm. His first 2 heats, he's been in such good rhythm. And this one, he's kind of fallen behind the pace. That last wave is kind of, hopefully that's not like a changing of the heat for him. Hopefully he can find another wave and get himself into a nice little rhythm. But yeah, he's got to do it soon, because the boys are kind of, Imai Kalani and Evan are kind of, right now, have got a really, really strong base.
Hey, Stace Galbraith, you're out and about. What are you up to?
I'm at the Boost Mobile activation Kipes with none other than Sally Fitzgibbons. Sal, how are you?
Stace, my day got a little better. I've just been signing posters and hats and foam fingers and everything you can win on this spinny wheel, so it's been a bit of fun. As you can tell, I'm a bit psyched on life and lost my voice a little, so running around with the Groms will do that.
Having too good of a time on the Gold Coast.
Oh, the Gold Coast is beautiful. It's an iconic wave, and Boost being an iconic brand, as I said to Chris on the mic, it's just it's a perfect match, and we're just stoked to be back here. Who isn't? Back at Snapper, and I think I've lived, like 20 years of events here, and it never gets old.
Certainly not under conditions like this. You're going to be here till 11 signing some posters and giving out some freebies. You can also scan the QR code down here, Sal, and win one of your boards, I see.
How many times have you scanned it, Stace? I'll be looking through the logs and making sure you don't win it, but there's going to be a lucky winner, and stoked to be able to pass that on.
Awesome, Sal. Thanks for your time. She's down here till 11. Thank you.
All right. Sally Fitzgibbons. Hey, big day at the office. Had to take out her heat this morning, and then now doing some sponsorship obligations with the good folks over at Boost. Well, we got some Boost Mobile replays to get through right now, Bugs. Imai.
Yeah, Imai with a short, sharp ride there. And here we see Jarvis, and Jack Jarvis needs to get one of these down the line and to really let him cut loose.
Yeah, I agree. He's finding this end turn really easy. He's just got to try and put something before it, because he's got that on lock. It's the same with Imai Kalani. They just need to do something before that.
Yeah, well, Jarvis, we're still waiting for that score yet to break out of that 3-point zone. That's not going to get you through at this level. It's not a high-scoring heat, though, so everyone's within reach. You know every one of these guys capable of an excellent ride.
Yeah, that's it. I think it's kind of, there might be one big set coming through, and you just want to make sure that you're in position for it and also have priority.
Priority now sitting with Hiroto Ohara out there in the red jersey. And there you can see his placement kind of in the middle of the pack. Imai decided to paddle way up the point. Still waiting for that score for Imai. We need a score from Evan, and we need a score for Jarvis to set the situation here. Bugs, Jarvis Earl is our reigning World Junior champ, but he also finished off #2 in the regional rankings here in Australia. So he's almost like he double qualified for the Challenger Series.
Like, Jarvis really came from nowhere. I mean, first of all, he won the World Junior, then he went to Taiwan and won a QS 3000, and then continued on through this year's regional qualifying, and yeah, finished #2. So yeah, he double qualified. I'm not sure which one he used with the seeding, you know.
At 18 years of age, I mean, that's a lot of recognition, but also a lot of pressure. Jack, you're a 2-time World Junior champ. What's it like when you have that kind of pressure at a young age? I'm going to get back to that just because we got Imai doing his thing right here. Nice paced approach down the line and a nice release there.
Man, that's so funny because I was just about to say that. He was in third priority before that, and I saw him paddling up the point, just trying to create a little bit of distance. And there's 2 takeoffs right now because of the tide and the swell. and it's relatively close to the rock and kind of down in front of Little Marlin. He scooped this up right near the rock up at Snapper, and no one was around him. And man, did he just tee off on this wave.
Got the cheat code right there.
He has.
Imai Kalani with third priority snuck that one off the rest of his competitors right under their nose, Rabbit.
Yeah, well, that's a great move, as Jack pointed out, because he was so far up the point that by the time he reaches those other two guys, they've got to decide, is there enough left in this wave to actually trigger my priority? No, there wasn't. So it was that's a really good advantage.
Yeah, I totally agree. And I've kind of seen people been doing that. A lot of people in third or fourth are just kind of trying to create space because there's waves in either spot. So, man, that was really well done to find that wave by Imai Kalani.
So really, for those other guys, the only time you'd even think about doing that would be more of a defensive move.
Yeah.
But Imai has already got 3 great moves under his belt.
Exactly, and he's sitting in the, he's winning the heat so far. He's already got a 6.5 and a 5.63, so he's just looking to better that, and I think he will.
Waiting for the last number, and it turns in at a 5.63, so he duplicated his score, did not change the situation. Let's check out our Harvey Norman recap of this heat, Jack, and it started off with Evan Geiselman on a long one.
Yeah, this was a leg burner, but he just looked so energetic straight from the start, and you can just see just throwing it so vertical, keeping the pace, keeping the motion, and then he's just in a really good rhythm with his backside snaps, and then Imai Kalani.
Yeah, Bugs, Imai with the wow factor.
He sure has got the wow factor. You don't really appreciate what he's doing till you slow it down.
Yeah.
Because it's just so next level. This guy, if he actually gets the best waves, I just think he'd be so hard to beat.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah, Imai, I mean, to your point, Bugs, is that it's not like he's on the best waves, but he is able to earn the best scores in this heat.
That's right, and well, Evan's still hanging into second place. We're down to the 5-minute mark. He came out the blocks there, the 6.07 and the 6. Not a real safe barrier, but Jarvis only just recently got above that 4-point mark. He doesn't need a massive score, Jack.
Yeah, he doesn't, but it's still close to that excellent range. Like, he definitely needs a good wave. He needs to put himself on a good wave. He can't keep picking up these ones where he's doing 1 or 2 turns. As you can see, like you definitely need something with a little bit more substance, a bigger wave, and they are starting to build a little bit of a bridge between third and fourth.
Imai's at it again on this replay. This was a 6.27 to increase his lead, Bugs.
Yeah, this one he really looks slick on this one. He just makes it look too easy.
And he's just so consistent. I don't even think has he fell off?
No.
So his strike rate's at 100% right now. That's awesome. And he's been throwing like really progressive maneuvers too. So he's got a good rhythm right now.
And you've got to be feeling he's also surfing so well within himself.
Yeah.
I mean, this wave and his style, it's definitely a well-paired combination.
Yeah. Imai thrust upon the championship tour with a 11th place finish in the 2021 Challenger Series. We had a double qualifier that year, so he got into the 2022 Championship Tour as a rookie, was a victim of the mid-season cut. Came close to requalifying last year, number 15 at the end of the year on the Challenger Series, but it looks like he's got a great start in 2023 so far with his surfing.
Yeah, definitely. There was... yeah, he fell victim to the cut, like he said, but he was, I don't think it was from his surfing or lack of. I mean, he still had some incredible heats and incredible showings. As they're looking for something, it looks like something's popping up. Who's on it?
And he's on it again. Why not? Imai. You're in fourth priority and you still get the wave. Sometimes it just works out for you, doesn't it?
But it's not like he's getting bad waves. It just feels like he's kind of surfing his own heat. No one's even like looking at him.
It's happening again, and gets not the finish this time, so likely not to change the situation, but...
And that's his first fall, I think. Because his legs are probably so tired, man. He's probably got lactic acid buildup right there.
Yeah, Imai doing Maui proud, the Valley Isle, his first surfer to qualify for the championship tour since Dusty Payne, so it was a long time before we see a Maui surfer on the big stage. Here's a replay, Bugs.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a smooth ride. As we were saying, he's surfing within himself, and this wave of letters comes into this section here and he goes to work on it. I don't think it's going to go in his top 2, Jack.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, no, and it will not. It's a 4.33, but Imai stays in the lead. Evan Geiselman is still in an advancing position as we near the GWM 2-minute warning. Jarvis Earl needs a big number, 7.27. Hiroto Ohara, with priority, needs to go excellent. He needs an 8.6, Jack.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, it feels like he's been waiting, what, 10, 15 minutes, and I'm hoping he's not waiting for something that doesn't come. I think he was just a little bit out of rhythm at the start, and he made some errors, and hopefully he doesn't fall victim to that. But hopefully there's a little flurry with 1:30 to go, and both Jarvis and Hiroto get another shot.
Yeah, Bugs, we're at 90 seconds. It's a little after 11 local time here. We got another hour or so of the tide rising as well.
Yeah, well, as you were saying this morning, we were getting low, closer coefficients, so we're not getting extreme tides. You know, we can get 2-meter tides here, and that would really cruel it. But the mid-moon lower coefficient does sort of ease that situation, but it is tide affected, Jack.
Yeah, definitely. And I think as the tide gets a little bit lower, it'll kind of sort itself out, and it'll push its way up to behind the rock, hopefully.
Yeah, we got a midday high tide, then after that we'll have a draining tide throughout the competition day through the afternoon. Again, we're going to go through this whole round of 32 for the men and get into the round of 16 for the women to end the day. Hiroto Ohara, at this point, has to just hope that Snapper gives him a gift.
Yeah, Hiroto just seemed out of sorts today, I would say. It wasn't his best heat. But, you know, you just want everyone to have a go, don't you,
Yeah.
really?
Yeah, it is unfortunate when the ocean kind of doesn't work for you, but that's what happens. It's competitive surfing. You're working with Mother Nature. That happens.
Well, I think we will get one more ride here.
Jarvis going left.
It's a left.
He needs a 7.27. That's not going to be it. So we're going to see Jarvis Earl exiting competition, as well as Hiroto Ohara. Imai Kalani Duvall on your screen. He's going to move on into the round of 16, along with the East Coaster, Evan Geiselman. There's Evan.
Yeah, so for Imai and Evan, this progression, it helps them.
A lot, yeah.
Nothing like getting that early season momentum going.
There's the numbers. And we're going to sign off for a quick break. We're going to step away. We'll be right back with heat number 2 of the round of 32 here at the Boost Mobile Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM.
I absolutely love the Gold Coast. It's world-class waves, but more than that, it's just the people, the great restaurants, the overall culture of the place. We went to the Coolangatta airport, we got into a little fixed wing plane, and we had the pleasure of checking out all the different banks, all the different headlands. It's an absolute gem.
Napa from the air is like nothing else we've ever seen. I can just see the sand set up. It's literally one of the most mechanical, best ways without being a wave pool. Kind of like a natural little amphitheatre the way Snapper Rocks is set up.
It's got to be Kira. The waves here are some of the best in the world. Siblings is taking up, one of the most famous landmarks on the Gold Coast. And when the waves are firing, it's probably the best seat in the house.
Wave-rich region with a long surf history. You can get the wave of your life. It keeps me coming back over and over again. I absolutely love it here.
You can clearly see why they call the Gold Coast Australia's favorite playground. Incredible cuisine, beautiful landscapes, and of course, the waves, world class. This is heat number 2 of round the 32. Out in the water, Lucas Silveira, Jacob Wilcox, Aiden Masonkamp, and Kikas Federico Moraes. I'm Kaipo, along with Jack Freestone and Rabbit Bartholomew, talking you through the action here. I like this heat, Jack.
Yeah, this is a hard heat. There are some veterans on here, and this is a hard one to predict because all these guys are just so consistent, and they'll always have pocket 6s, pocket 7s. So this is a good heat to watch.
Starting off here, this is Lucas Silveira, the 2015 World Junior Champ out of Brazil, Bugs.
Yeah, Lucas is a solid surfer, another Brazilian surfer that perhaps not as well known as the big three, but certainly an amazing surfer.
Yeah, he's been on the QS a while. He's always kind of right around that qualification mark. He's always pretty close. And you've got Jacob Wilcox in this heat, who we just saw stand up and pull off, and Frederico, who's former World Tour surfer, very capable of some incredible surfing here, and Aiden Massenkamp, who the lone South African, who he's been in a good rhythm.
Yeah, Masonkamp on your screen has had actually an 8 and a 7.17 for his first heat win. Then he won another heat in the round of 64. 7.5 and a 5.13. So the South African has been very, very consistent. He's wearing the white jersey. White jersey from the last heat took out a win. Imai Kalandevault is with Stace.
Thanks, Kaipo. I don't really know what to say here other than Imai, I love your surfing.
No, thanks, Stace. It's super fun out there. I just had a really slow first round heat, so I was kind of just hoping I'd get chances to surf and just surf well, and I'm glad that I found some ways.
And obviously you're feeling pretty comfortable showcasing your surfing at a venue like this.
Yeah, I mean, a perfect right point. Don't have many of these at home, especially with sand, so it's a pretty new experience for me. It's my second trip ever here, so still kind of figuring it out, but I love this place.
There's definitely one or two, they just don't have sand.
Yeah.
What's it going to take to get back on the World Tour, Imai?
Yeah, just surfing smart heats and taking it heat by heat, event by event. Last year falling off and then coming super close to getting back on was a stinger, but it was all just like a pretty good learning experience, I think, and had some time off these last few months to really just work on some things, and yeah, looking forward to the year.
Equipment being one of those things.
Yeah, exactly. Jumped to Channel Islands, and the team's really sick. The board's feeling really good. I'm starting to figure things out, so stoked.
Well done. We'll see you up in the next couple of days.
Yeah, look at that board. Looks like it's a Channel Islands made out of that Spine Tech kind of hybrid construction on that board, EPS core with some carbon fiber inlays there. There we go. And so some unique equipment. I'm sure it's a light board. I'm sure there's a lot of spring to it, Jack.
Yeah, definitely. Definitely showcased in his last heat. He looked like he was just on fire on that thing.
And you could see, I mean, sometimes you can feel, just watching a surfer, Bugs, when it's the right board for the conditions, you can just see it glide effortlessly.
Oh, yeah, I mean, and that was a great illustration of that. And, you know, really amazing insights there from him. As far as, you know, last year he said it was nearly making it was a stinger. You know, there would at the end of the season he would have gone away and unpacked all that, as we see a start here by Jacob.
Yeah. Will Cox needs to make his way down the line before opening up, and now he's going to have a chance to swing on the backhand. Loads up off the bottom, swings off the top. Let's see the finish.
Nice.
Lip glide finish.
Yeah, that's tricky because he was in fourth priority, I think, and he just created some space and found a bomb.
Surfed his way all the way down to the civilians there. Bugs.
Yeah, well, in his heat yesterday, Jacob Wilcox went wide with intent. And under priority, once again, he's got just a beauty as it came down to the inside, wide. Little Marley rocks take off Jack, and then, you know, he went to town on this. Look at that, he makes sure he gets down the line. Then he goes into his repertoire.
Yeah, and that timing that backhand surfers have, he's definitely got that. And he just finished strong. As soon as he got his speed, you can just see him set his line, and he knew exactly what he was going to do.
Yeah, this was a wave before here. This was a 5.5 for Jacob Wilcox.
Yeah, this is the wave that got him down into that zone, and this is not a pretty good little starter for him. So he's just gone bang, bang, and wow, this is slick surfing.
Wow.
Yeah, he put that thing vertical.
That was he stung that.
So we're waiting for the score for Jacob Wilcox. I got a question for you, Bugs. Why is it Little Molly?
Great question. Great question. Look, I don't know.
It's just always been called that.
Yeah, it has always been called that. I mean, Wayne Dean and I used to go back, and the late great Wayne Dean, and we used to discuss the Marley and the spelling of it, whether it was like Marley in Hawaii, M-A-I-L-E, or it was M-A-L-I, and gosh, we debated this for, and sometimes it's completely covered by rocks, and there's no Little Marley.
There is no Little Marley.
Covered by sand completely. Other times it's actually in the middle of the ride.
Right.
Oh yeah. When there's a deficiency of sand, this comes into play.
Yep.
Right, Jack? I mean, many times we've had to go, whoa.
I've lost many fins on those rocks.
Really? Wow.
Yeah.
So just low sand years that comes into play, and you just ride right up on them.
Yep. Yeah, the sand is like constantly shifting. So like Bug said, he said sometimes you don't see it, or sometimes you're running over it.
You know, the dynamic about this place is we get about 500,000 to 700,000 cubic meters of sand moving through here naturally.
Wow.
Right? That's how much sand is moving north. Where it comes from, please don't ask me. Where it goes, I have no clue. But it happens.
Jacob Wilcox just got a 6.1, so the surfer from Western Australia out in the lead and using a really good strategy as far as where he decided to sit on the bank, Jack.
Yeah, and I think it was maybe unintentionally, he just put himself there, but that's kind of been the recipe. If you don't have priority, hunt, try and find some waves. He got a wave straight before that, which was the 5.5, and then on his way back out, he just lucked into that bomb where he was in such good rhythm, got his speed up, he threw a couple really good turns, and as he's paddling back out, he's got a total of almost 12 points. So you got to be stoked with that start.
Yeah, I mean, 11.62 wave total, and his fellow competitors, Aiden Masonkamp and Federico Moraes, have yet to catch a wave. And 10 minutes have already elapsed, Bugs.
And that's a different start for Aiden. Aiden has come firing out of the blocks his first 2 rounds of this event, and this time it's a slower start, but, you know, when he picks the right wave, he is capable of an excellent score. The guy is ripping. Jacko, you know, I mean, it's amazing, like, you know, this place, you've also seen it like in a 36-hour period, all the sand's gone.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, it blows your mind some days.
Yeah, it definitely does. I mean, it shifts, it feels like overnight.
And looking towards the top of Snapper behind the rocks, and Froggy's Beach there. You could see the faint little frog way up in the background.
Yeah, and again, I'm not even sure that beach had a name, but that green rock back there, it's shaped like a frog. we call it Froggy's.
Yeah.
And now it is, you know, maybe it's on the map as Froggy's Beach.
Yeah. Someone just painted that rock is painted as a frog, which is.
We have no idea who did that.
I have no idea.
But it gets fresh coats.
Yeah.
And now it's a tradition. Lucas Silveira opened up with a 4-point ride. Can't find the open face on his second ride. Aiden Mason-Camp now getting busy. Surfer from Cape Town. Nice snap for Aiden and caught a little bit behind there, and that's all he's going to get.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that was the same wave, just a bit further down the line.
Yeah, I'm not too sure what he did at the start of that too.
I think it was a cut-off wave, and one surfer finished, Lucas finished, and I think I just saw a glimpse of Aiden taking off.
Sharing is caring, right?
A lot of sharing goes on over here in the free surfs, that's for sure. Here we go, replay, Lucas Silveira.
Yeah, I think he knew Aiden was taking off, so.
Oh, there you go.
There we go, yeah.
And it's got that little ridge in between it.
Yeah.
And, you know, you can see the guy has got some speed underfoot.
Yeah, he definitely looks like he's knows how to surf a point break, that's for sure.
Back to live action and waiting for scores for Aiden Mason-Camp as well as Lucas Silveira, and looks like Jacob Wilcox got another wave as well. But it's just going to be a short ride for Wilcox, short ride for Silveira, so those two numbers aren't going to really come into play. The important number is going to be for Aiden Mason-Camp. There's Lucas Silveira. Conditions always changing, tides always changing. For more on that, I'm going to go down to the beach with Stace Galbraith.
Thanks, Kype. Here with an Oakberry conditions update. That tide's coming into a high tide at around about 12 o'clock. You can see Lucas Silveira start up the point here, and he actually selected not too bad of a wave. He was just a little bit caught behind. We've seen him adjust his position now back to that little Marley bank with the rest of his competitors. It's going to be interesting to see how the rest of this men's round navigate this lineup.
Hey, Stace, how do you spell Marley?
M-A-R-L-E-Y.
Wow. Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Bugs Malone, can you confirm that for me? Because that was a mad on the spot call there.
Yeah, well, that's the Rastafarian. I mean, there's a few different spellings. I mean, they're all sound. I love the Marley one, and then there's the Miley one. And then, well, you look at Little Marley Cafe, it's M-A-L-I. I mean,
well, that's correct. But, Bugs, you'll remember the first ever team that went over to the North Stradbroke Island event, the B team for Snapper Rocks, was called Little Marley. I know you don't need to be told this, but the spelling on that trophy is M-A-R-L-E-Y, so I'm going to go with that.
Yeah, no, that's a good call. And I know those guys, and they lived up to that name.
All right, well, we're learning so much here.
Stace is a walking encyclopedia for surf knowledge.
It is. And that's why it's great to have him part of our broadcast team. He brings a lot of that.
It was actually the Snapper B team, and they beat the A team. You know, it was a classic event.
Doesn't sound like that's supposed to happen.
Oh, they were the rebels.
But just remember, the B team is almost just as good as the A team.
I know.
Especially with the Snapper Rocks Surf Club.
Yeah, it was classic.
Well, just a great history here and a great wave, a world-class wave. If you haven't visited, and you're a surfer, you need to put it on your list. Okay, here we go. Jacob Wilcox, he's in the lead right now. Wants to improve upon his scoreline. Needs to do better than a 5.5. Getting tricky there with a little disco spin in the middle of the wave. Looking down the line. This one splits into two, but gets a finish.
And Jack, you know, with Jacob, I mean, gosh, he's come so close to making it. You know, he's surfing, you know, those slabs in WA. I mean, he'd really fit the CT well, wouldn't he?
Oh, I agree. I think he's... And I think it's going to make it that much better when he does crack. I feel like for Jacob, it's just a matter of when, not if.
Yeah.
And when he does, it's going to be so much more satisfying because, I think once he gets on the tour, he's not going nowhere.
Yeah, he came close last year. It's number 13 at the end of the year on the Challenger Series. Jacob Wilcox here. And he's really is a great surfer. And he's been getting, you know, on the championship tour, Jack, he's been getting wild card since 2013.
I mean, and
he's had a taste of it.
Yeah,
you know?
but he's doing good things with them. Right?
Yeah.
He's had, I think he might even had like two fifths.
Yeah,
he had
sure
bells he's
Margaret's.
always. The only thing with Margaret's is he's always coming up against the best guys. He's always coming against the number one seeds basically, but he still has awesome showings. And the interesting thing about Jacob is he gets better as the wave gets bigger.
I like that. Well, we're going to take a Bonzoy brew break right now, and we'll be back for the conclusion for this second heat of the round of 32. Stick around.
Going to the air, a lofty forehand reverse. And another perfectly placed turn for Sally.
Morgan Sibling still hammering away on the back end. Jams it under the pocket.
Champion, and now you're number 2 in the world.
Yeah, you traveling, it's handy to have Boost Mobile. $3 a day in over 40 countries for that connectivity. Yeah, we are at the Boost Mobile Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM. And when we went to break, we were setting the situation, and Federico Moraes has entered the chat.
Yeah, in a good way too. I had to kind of like double check the monitor. My heart skipped a beat because I traveled with Federico for a long time. And Aiden too. Aiden got on the board. This was a really, really good wave. Just look at this, connecting the dots just so fluidly. Whoa.
Yeah, so we're waiting for the score for Aiden Mason-Camp. This happened during the break. We're just catching up on some Boost Mobile replays right now. Long one for the South African.
Wow. I didn't see the wave this long. And then you go, oh, and you got the finish. Oh, he liked that.
He likes it.
That was a good wave.
This is the ride of the heat so far, Jack. I mean, this is a bombing set wave.
And look at that.
Yeah. This is great surfing. Down the line surfing, hitting every mark. And this wave just doing it for him. But he is performing. What a great silhouette shot.
Yeah, he's done it again, Bugs. We're going to call him Aiden Dial-A-Bomb Mason-Camp right now.
Oh, we sure are.
And this happened too. Watch this, Kikas.
Yeah, this is what I traveled with Federico for years, and I only seen him do a handful of airs. And first wave, he waited, what, almost 20 minutes for this. And he's always had this in his repertoire. He just never does it. Go, Federico.
Nice air reverse. Earned him a 6-point ride, Federico Moraes. currently in second place, but a vulnerable second place because we're waiting for the score from Aiden Mason-Camp, and that score is going to change the situation. Meanwhile, Lucas Silveira, the powerhouse out of Brazil. Some nice rail work to start off here. Smooth surfing. Upcoming section, hammers the finish.
Oh, nice. It's funny, Bugs, you said before dial-a-bomb. So when I was competing with these guys, Federico, Lucas, Aiden, they're all dial-a-bomb guys.
Yeah.
They're always going to be on the best waves. And it's funny that 3 of them are in the same heat. And they're all trading off right now. There's a flurry.
God, it sure is.
Quick surfing from Mason-Camp. Got a 7 on the previous wave. He's in the lead. Wants to add to that. That finish would have been handy.
Yeah, I was thinking that wave was going to go a bit higher than 7. I guess they're, you know, when you get a situation like that, Jack, the only thing I can think of is that they're saying it was kind of like the same kind of manoeuvre.
Yeah.
And it was what the wave offered him, really.
Exactly. It was a down-the-line wave, so he's kind of forced to do that kind of surfing. Whereas Lucas kind of got some open sections. He's kind of able to get rail to rail. And then he knew he had to throw something here, which I love. That was an awesome layback. Not just your casual layback, he threw the fins.
So it puts them all into the frame, and this wave here, this is a short, scintillating ride. If he'd nailed this last turn, it would have been amazing.
Yeah, and I think he had to. I think he knew he had to throw a little bit of flair.
Yeah. Right, he is in first place, and all the scores are in except that last one. I don't know. He might have banked could he have banked a 5?
I'm not too sure, but this is, like you said before, Bugs, this is a close heat because everyone is just one score away from just changing the whole structure.
So last score for Aiden Mason-Camp is not going to factor in. He's going to remain in the league. Jacob Wilcox with priority in second place. Lucas Silveira needing a 6.53, and Federico Moraes, he has less of a requirement. Federico just needing a 5.61. So like you said, Jack, it's a really, really tight heat. Anyone is up for, any place is up for grabs at this moment.
Well, you look at their first waves, they're right there, but it's their second scores that's the difference. It's why I think Federico's lagging. It just took him so long to get going, Jack.
Yeah.
Also, Aiden now took him a while to get going, but he's in the lead.
Yeah, this heat has kind of just switched into the battle of the backups, which is just their second wave because they've all got one really good wave. So this next 5 minutes is going to be very entertaining. Hopefully there's a flurry like there just was before.
You'd still rather be in Jacob's spot as far as having priority right now, but that second spot is not safe. He came out of the gates, he got those 2 reasonably good scores, but now he's been challenged.
That is true, and this is a pivotal movement right here, like a pivotal position, because Jacob's in a really good spot, as in he has priority. So meaning that the next good wave, he has the right of way to take off on anyone.
Yeah, in a way, Jacob Wilcox does have heat control. He's in an advancing position, and he has priority. The clock's kind of on his side right now. We're under the 5-minute mark as well, Bugs.
And then Jack's point, but he's against the 3 dialer bombs.
Yeah.
And they're going to try and sell him on something.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, it's going to be an interesting last 5 minutes.
Yeah, the Gold Coast flight cam right here showing the position of all the surfers out there. Jacob Wilcox with priority in between Aiden Mason-Camp, who's in last priority, and Federico Moraes, you notice, in second priority is right next to Jacob.
Now,
hey, that is a competitor. Yeah, I think that's Lucas way up the top.
Luca is taking that route that we saw in some previous heats, going super deep.
Yeah.
Ah, there he is.
This is kind of what Imai Kalani did in the last heat. He just kind of got a lot of space.
Wow, Lucas Silveira with third priority, getting tricky right here. And let's see if this pays off for the Brazilian. Here he goes.
Second wave of the set.
Right next to the rock. Look at him. He's going to have to deal with a big section. And it goes incomplete. So this is a perfect time for us to check out our Harvey Norman recap of this heat. It's been an exciting one, starting, Jack, with Jacob Wilcox on the backhand.
He found momentum straight away. He was just straight into this. He clicked 2 back-to-back waves, like as he was paddling out within the first 5 minutes. And then Aiden with the best wave. Don't you think, Bugs?
Oh yeah, this is the best wave for sure. Such a well-ridden wave. Score was held back just because perhaps there wasn't the variety, but to me it was, you know, well and truly a 7+ ride. He went all the way, plus he got the length of ride and finished it pretty strongly. I guess that part through there didn't get a lot of point scoring potential, Jack, but yeah.
Finished on his feet, and he liked it. But yeah, this was awesome. Yeah, I love this. The veteran right there, showing he still got it.
Pride of Cash Price. Federico Moraes just needs a 5.61 to get into second place and advancing position. He's got second priority right now, and he wants to sneak away from Jacob Wilcox, who has first priority, who can really control this final couple of minutes.
You know, Aiden's in a pretty good spot too, and I think Aiden might have paddled over to join Lucas. It's just or is he just sitting there on his own?
Yeah, this is always a daunting feeling when you're in these really close heats where one set can kind of dictate the whole heat, the whole structure of the heat. So you just, if you're in Aiden and Jacob's spot, you're just playing, please go flat, please go flat, please go flat, please go flat, don't break.
It's amazing, you know, that 2 minutes seems like it takes about an hour.
Yeah, that's what it feels like. Time slows down.
Silvera needs something big right now, and he's not going to get it out of that wave.
Yeah, it kind of seems like all the competitors are a little bit scattered.
Yeah, you got to feel for Federico. I mean, he's really had one ride in a 30-minute heat, and that, you know, that always sucks.
Yeah, it doesn't feel good. But the good thing is he's sitting there with second priority with 1:30 to go. Who knows what could happen? Hopefully a little set comes through.
I love your optimism, Jack.
Right?
Well, he needs a 2 or 3 wave set to get kind of Jacob off of him. And we'll see if that happens right now. We're down to just a minute running on the clock.
Yeah, and as you can see, I think Jacob's sitting pretty close to Federico, which is the right call because you want to take that next good wave.
Yeah, it seems like it's falling Jacob's way as we end up in the last 60 seconds of the heat, paddling out, just sort of shadowing Federico. Ooh, another surfer here. Lucas
Silvera needs near a 7-point ride at this point.
He needs to go big. He's found a good wave though. Still going.
Big finish required.
Wow. He's trying to convince himself, I feel.
Ooh,
Wilcox just finishing off there.
Okay. This is interesting. Is there another wave?
Okay, so these are going to be some important scores. Did Jacob Wilcox improve his situation and heighten the requirement for Lucas Silvera? Did Lucas Silvera surf well enough for that 6.53? It was a long wave, Jack.
It was, and my gut feeling is no. I think he definitely needed something explosive in there. The wave just kind of let him down. I don't know. What do you think, Bugs?
Well, in the scale of the heat, you know, you got to. Can you compare it to 8 and 7?
Exactly.
I don't see it.
Yeah, and it would have to be near that as far as performance. We're going to take another look at it, though. Here we go with Lucas, Jack.
Yeah, this was interesting that Aiden even let him go. I guess there was still time on the clock, so he wasn't too sure. But the wave just kind of let him down. It was pretty flat, and he got a few little sections that stood up, but he needed to add something, an air at the end, something explosive. But when you get to there, man, your legs are sore. Oh, so just even trying to do that last turn hurts.
Here's Jacob's wave, Bugs.
Yeah, Jacob just looking to wrap up second place, maybe move to first. Whoa, yeah. Short, sharp ride by Jacob. Checks the time, goes, yep, 10 seconds, I'm out of here.
He just needed to improve upon a 5.5 to distance himself further from the fellow competitors. So we're waiting for all those numbers.
and he only needs a 5.8 to go to first.
Yeah.
So it's going to be right there, I think, too.
Lucas didn't get the number, so we know already that Aiden as well as Jacob Wilcox will be advancing out of this heat. It's just in what order at this point. So some formalities happening right now, Bugs.
Yeah, I know. It seems like Jacob's got a good chance of stealing first place.
Federico Moraes, he is going to be exiting competition along with Lucas Silveira.
Yeah, disappointing campaign for Federico. We wouldn't be happy going out there and really just getting one ride, Jack. I mean,
yeah,
that's it's not in his game plan.
Right now it's just a battle on who's going to get the interview at this point, because both Wilcox and Mason Camp are going to advance out of this heat into the round.
No one knows
of
what.
16.
Okay, so yeah, Jacob did.
Jacob gets the interview.
He won it.
There you go.
Yep, he bet it. 6.1. I don't think they know either.
There's the numbers. Jacob Wilcox as well as Aiden Mason-Camp moving on into the round of 16. We're going to move on to a commercial break. We'll be back. Ronnie, Richie, special guest for you. You want to stick around. Come on right back.
The Boost Mobile Gold Coast Pro presented by GWM is brought to you by Major Events Gold Coast, strategic partner of the Boost Mobile Gold Coast Pro presented by GWM. By Bond University, not for profit and not to conform. Bond University exists for you. By Oakberry, fuel yourself with the official acai of WSL Australia. By Cooper's Brewery, official beer of WSL Australia. And by BioGlan, official vitamin partner of the WSL Australia.
Well, welcome back to the show here on the Harvey Norman host set. We're joined by a very special guest, Ronnie Blake with Richie Lovett. Also joining us, Mark Occhilupo, the 99 world champ.
Yeah. Hi, Rich.
A legend in these parts. And good to see you heading out there for a little family sesh this morning with your boys and managing to get a pretty good score on the board as well.
I did get a good wave, but I woke the kids up. I actually sat in the VIP area and watched, and I was surprised when I saw the swallow turn a bit more east, and it was better. And I was like, oh, I've got to go surfing. I wake the kids up, and we all had a nice surf. But it's good to see, you know, on the Gold Coast, these east swells linger, you know, because we're the most kind of eastern point of Australia. Well, Byron is, but it's only an hour away. So we're a real magnet, hey, Rich, to that east swell. And here, 90% of the times, if the swell goes east, it'll linger for, like, so long. So
yeah, a bit more
lucky.
energy
and
out
there's
there
more
too.
energy, actually, too. So it's been great. I've been watching all the heat. It's been so good.
Oh, the women in the round of 32, they were surfing so well this morning. Some great scores laid down and some rising stars really stepping up.
Absolutely. Good to see the Aussies. A lot of Aussie girls done well this morning, right?
Yeah, they were looking sharp.
Yeah.
It's such a strong international field, much the same on the men's side as we get set for another heat here in the round of 32 for the men. And this is going to be a good one. Mikey Madonna from just down the road at Lennox Head out there in the red. George Pitta from Manly Beach. Rich is going to be able to tell us a lot about him. He's in the blue jersey. Reef Hazelwood, who is from up there on the Sunshine Coast originally, spends a lot of time down this way. He's out there in the white. And Jet Schilling, who saved his place in this draw with a strong finish in the round of 64. He's out there in the green, but I'm a big fan of all four of these surfers, Ock.
I am too. What about you, Rich? I just want to see, I want to see power surfing, I want to see innovation, and I want to see them link a perfect wave together from, start to finish. I mean, it's tricky today, right? Because off the rock, it's not really the go, I don't think, because there's ribs in it, and it's hard to surf. It bends out to sea a little too, and then you've got the closeout section, and it's just not big enough for it to be going right through from there. So I'd be going wide. What do you think, Rich?
Yeah, no, I think you can see now everyone's positioned themselves way down the point on that little crease in the sand, that little corner. And definitely as this tide continues to rise, we're going to see a high tide really soon. But have a look at this. This is, wow, surfer in white. Reef Hazelwood just, wow, throwing that backhand final turn right up on the roof of this one. This is Jet Schilling. An exciting surfer coming out of that San Clemente mob. Really fast, really precise on the backhand. Does he get the finishing turn? Yes, he does. So some strong opening rides, and this is the Manly boy, George Pitter. Just a beautiful snap to start things off, streaking down the line here. Gets a bit of open face to work with. A little bit caught up on that second turn. And then just arcing and weaving all the way through to the inside.
Jet getting another quick ride here, Rock. And one thing I've noticed about Jet is how much he's filled out. He's really grown, a lot more muscle on his frame these days, and as a result starting to do some much bigger turns.
Yeah, he is for sure. He's kind of a bit like Evan Geiselman. I think they surf pretty similar. And Mikey McDonough right there just doesn't get around that, so he looks out the back and see what else is coming. But good to see Reef on a different, he's always on a clear board. He's on a pink board today, I think, or is it, what colour is it? But I think he got a big score, and there it is, it's 6.33, is it? But Mikey McDonough gets the best score, so
yeah,
did we yet to see that?
We're dialing that one up. 23 and a half minutes to go here. Jet Schilling, couple of rides for him. He's out in front at the moment. Mikey, though, in second spot. Doesn't need a whole lot to get himself into the #1 position. Bit of a breeze kicking up at the moment, expecting we're going to have some weather here. Here's the 7.33 on.
Wow, nice layback. Let's see if he can mix it up here, and he does. He doesn't do a layback. Third turn off the lip. Just complete. That wasn't... It was a good section. Mikey surfed it, about 80% for him, but the first turn was big, and a 7.33, is I guess a reasonable score for that.
Oh, for someone like Mikey who grew up on a point break, is he thinking show variety as he's heading down the line, or is this just an innate feel? Is he just reacting to what's in front of him at that point?
I think he's just reacting, and knowing that, you do got to mix it up, like that layback turn. A lot of people use that, so I think one per wave is enough. Sometimes you see it done very repetitively, but what do you think, Rich?
Yeah, I liked it. That three-punch combination has just been faring so well with the judges, and it wasn't three little jabs either. It was a jab, it was a right hook and an uppercut. He mixed it up a little bit, put some variety into it, and he's put himself in a really good position. I see Mikey and George, they're very similar in their approach. Maybe George a little bit faster, a bit more free and loose off the lip, whereas Mikey tends to settle into the carving turns a little bit more.
Yeah, for sure, I agree with you. As Reef's just taken off there on a smaller wave, but the colour of the board is different. But, when it comes to, let's see just what happens here. I don't think a whole lot's going to happen. The wave bends in weird ways when it's that small there. But, George is more like more risk, but then, and Mikey's more powerful, but I enjoy both types, but that flashy, I watched, George qualify and thought he'd go, quite well in the Challenger Series because he's really fast, electric, and really kind of on edge kind of surfing from him.
Here's a replay of what Reef was able to do. A couple of nice turns to kick this off, but it is a small ride, Reef.
Yeah, little insider, and one of the two goofy footers in this heat. Reef started well. And looking to back up that 6.33. That's only going to be a minor score, that one. And perhaps just thinking, you know, inconsistency. I just want to get that second score on the board. And he will move up into the second place at this stage, but you'd have to think there's some big scores to come. Here we go, live action with Jet.
Sitting super deep, right up there next to the rock. He's going to get out of this one, make his way down the line. And Mikey Madonna's going to swoop on the leftovers. Really nice, fully drawn out carve to kick things off. Slaps the end section as well. He was only looking to get rid of a throwaway number, so he'll add to that tally, but Jet with a nice rhythm here on the backhand. One solid hit after another. And reef upper again as well, so plenty of waves, a lot of good exchanges happening already in the early stages here of heat number 3. Before we see some replays, let's get caught up with the winner of the last exchange. Jacob Wilcox is with Stace.
Thank you, Ron. Jacob, always good to have a heat like that this early in the event.
Yeah, well, I don't really know what type of that heat was. It was just a bit of a slow one, and then I kind of just got busy at the start, kind of under their priority, and I kind of got lucky to get a few down the end, but I made one bad mistake, but I feel like it's not one of my heats unless I make one mistake. So it's just like not trying to get too down on myself when I made that mistake and just get myself back in the heat to make some good decisions.
Other than obviously surfing good, what do you look for to make a good heat?
I think it's some good decision making, hey, making sure you're on the good waves. And I wasn't really on the good waves at the start of the heat, but I managed to get one at the end that I felt was a better wave or just a bigger wave. But it's actually kind of a little bit hard to surf out there. Hey, you look at it from here and you're like, oh, there's so many good waves. But when you're out there, the wind's kind of chucking a few little weird wobbles through it and makes it a little bit more difficult to pick them. But when it's, you can know what a good one looks like, but it's not very often they come to you.
Well done, mate.
Thanks, Stace. Yeah, just a close one between Jacob Wilcox and Aidan Mason-Kemp there. They got the edge on Lucas Silveira and Frederico Moraes. And they're moving through to the round of 16 out there in the lineup at the moment. Mikey Madonna up again. His previous ride came through at a 5.33. So in a solid position now after logging that backup score.
I'm liking Jacob surfing. It seems like he's changed equipment to me. Looking fresher and spicier. And yeah, he'll be one to watch in this event.
Love that opening turn there, Rich, from Mikey.
Yeah, just a big hooking carve to start off and the layback jam to finish off. And this is Reef Hazelwood just pivoting so tightly off the top, just on that second turn, getting a bit of tail release. Almost kind of Matty Wilco-esque and how he approaches the wave at snapper.
Absolutely.
Some definite similarities that we can draw there. Reef also known for that crazy air game. But Jet Schilling, he just went to town on this thing, really started to wind up. And with each turn, just put the board higher, put it more vertical.
Yeah, I know, but he's not throwing spray. Hey, I'm such a fan of spray, but he's going quick. And he's, you know, placing the turns in the, you know, critical spots, Ronnie. But I like spray, you know. I like high spray. There's a couple of different types of spray. High spray I like watching it till it hits, you know, the water. And there's thick spray. What do you think?
Yeah, a little difficult to see with that glare on the water and the shot that we were taking in, whether there was a lot of water coming off that rail. But yeah, we'll see where the judges go with the number. But I'm with you. I like that. That's a good indicator for how on point your timing is, but also how much energy you're putting into that move, how much power you're executing that turn with.
Yeah, and loose boards don't tend to throw as much spray, you know, and so that's what happens to you. What do you reckon, Rich?
Yeah, there's a definite difference here. We'll get back to it. We're just looking at George Pitter down the line here, looking for something, wanting more out of this wave. Now it starts to go again. George slices off the top, another quick snap. So length of ride, plenty of opportunity here to do the manoeuvres. There wasn't that one big standout moment on that wave. A lot of repetition. They were good turns, but the judges aren't going to go too high on this.
No, you're right. In a heat like this, he's got to go bigger. You know, a couple of fives aren't going to cut it for sure. He's got to, you know, really, you know, just get something big in there.
Yeah, back to your point, Octo, there is a difference between placing your turn at the top of the wave and through the lip, and then there's just destroying it and really ripping through it with a lot of power and energy. We see the replay here of George just streaking down the line. This was a better turn there where he connected. Now it starts to get a bit cuppy of this wave, and he gets a lot of work done through this inside section. So 4 turns.
Maybe it's going to be bigger than I thought.
Yeah, on second review, there was some really good work done down the line. So this is an important wave for George. All these other 3 competitors, they've got a 5 or above. George started off with that 3-4-3, so he really needs something around that 6-point mark if he wants to compete.
Yeah, I think the judges just, paying closer attention to those waves that have those multiple turns and aren't sort of punctuated by just sort of 3 sort of standout moves with some space between them. It's that quick, rhythmic attack, assault on the pocket of the wave.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, all these waves are kind of similar size too, so it's hard to differentiate. Differentiate your turns. But I haven't seen a whole lot of big airs today either.
No one's really taken to the air. I guess we've still got this wind coming from around the back, so
yeah.
it does make it a little bit hard. And it's a high risk manoeuvre, and sometimes. It keeps you from going to the air. I think if you are looking to sacrifice sections down the line, it's really that end section where you want to throw it.
Yeah.
So numbers rolling through for Jet Schilling on his ride, 6.67 for the San Clemente surfer. Still got a number on the way for George as well. It's looking like it's going to be kind of similar, maybe a little lower, less than. Just a bit over a point between Jet's ride and George's, a 5.5 for the Manly boy.
Yeah, well, the judges were kind of with me, weren't they? At first, I thought it was kind of that score, and then I saw that replay and I thought no higher, but the judges have stayed with that, and one judge kind of...
Well, there was a spread from 4-8 all the way up to 6.
It's a pretty big spread. But George, yeah, he needs to get that, somehow get in the rotation, get that good wave that's extra.
Here goes Jet again. So he's in 3rd spot. He needs a 5.76 out of this one. Just has that really reliable backhand that he can call on. A lot of spark. Gets the fins free on that first turn, but didn't finish this one off. It's going to cost him.
Going to cost him. It was a good last turn. It was good thinking. Had to go big, and it was definitely possible to make that turn, but in a really short, confined little space, his nose just kind of dug.
Oh, we love our time on the Gold Coast, but you loved your time on the Gold Coast when you were younger, because it ended up luring you away from Shire life and up here. Such a fantastic destination if you're a surfer.
Yeah, Ronnie, I mean, I came up here when I was pretty young, like 19, 20. I had a girlfriend from here at that time, and I liked it so much. I did go back to Sydney, like on and off, but no longer than a year or two. And then by early 20s, I was on tour, and I mean, I was on tour since I was 16, but I based myself here. It's so easy to get anywhere from the Gold Coast. The airport's right here, and
it's really convenient.
It's just so convenient, and the water is just too nice, and it's the most consistent place. I really think I've been to a lot of places. Most consistent place for waves in the world.
For sure, yeah. Coolangatta Airport. I mean, you get off a flight, you get a ride, or you jump into a car and you are in the water 15 minutes later, maybe less.
Less if Kira's working.
Yeah,
it's under 5 minutes. Yeah, pretty lucky up here, Ronnie. I mean, I miss the Shire, I do, and still go for Cronulla Sharks. You guys enjoying the footy?
Yeah.
Good game on tonight, Brisbane against Melbourne.
Cronulla's playing my team, Manly, this weekend. The Sea Eagles, who've been...
Sorry about that.
Woeful. But we could turn it on at any point. Don't worry about that. 12 minutes remaining here. Mikey Madonna has the lead at the moment. Reef Hazelwood holding on to 2nd spot. But it's a close one with all the surfers holding good scores. We're going to take a Bonsoy brew break. Welcome back to the show. Taking in the view from the Gold Coast flight cam, which has been just gifting us incredible images throughout these opening days of competition. Just the clarity in the water here. It's hard to match it anywhere on the East Coast. You've got that beautiful white sand filled in. And yeah, it's a thing of beauty when the point's lining up.
The water's pretty clear right now, and a couple of months ago I think it was even clearer and warmer. It was about 26 degrees, would you believe it? Some days it was 27.
Yeah,
and
visibility at least about 10 metres at the moment.
Yeah, yeah.
It's incredible as we see Jet Schillinger. He's had a couple of cracks at getting back into that top two. Just throws a little bit of spark at the end of this ride, but he's after a 5.76 with just over 9 minutes to go.
Yeah, I don't know about that. Probably not, but maybe just go down wide. I mean, yesterday afternoon, how was those waves that were going so
deep
far
into
down?
Green Mountain,
yeah.
almost. And his Jet on the replay here, Rich, he's showing a lot of spark, but hasn't got him in a position to move through to the next round yet.
No, and I just think it's by sheer virtue of the wave size, it just didn't allow him to really open up. But I think he was on, might have been third priority, and Mikey and Reef just didn't even want to know about that wave because they're in building mode. They're just looking to extend their lead, and both those guys looking to replace well, Mikey a 5 and Reef a 6, and they didn't see enough points in that wave. But it looks like George is going to pick this one up.
Oh, there's a nice opening move. He's only going to have room for 2, though.
No, he had to go air then. He had to.
Well, something at least with a bit more punch on that final section, you'd think. He is after a 6.93 to get to second. As we see Mikey Madonna up now, trying to get rid of a 5.33 here. Does well to make something of that final move. Just over 8 minutes to go. Probably right there in the kind of realm of that mid-range score.
It was a big finish, big lad. He's got big turns.
Yeah, there's some authority in those opening moves.
Yeah, I love that speed turn. That first speed turn, I really like. One of my favourite turns.
And it's an important turn to have here at Snapper Rocks, isn't it? It's like, get yourself down the line, but collect points on your journey.
Yes, exactly.
You know who was really good at that? Beat Durbridge was one of the best at doing it. As you see.
Here we go, the speed turn.
Yep, whack, there it is. It was kind of like a layback speed turn down the line. Gets that final finishing turn up and over that section. And this was George. That first turn, really electric. And then the second one, Ock wanted more.
I wanted more. I wanted to see him flare that thing out, even if it wasn't a big air, just like one of those kind of Josh Kerr-ish, you know, club
flip.
sandwich, or even, you know, Sheldon Simkus kind of thing, because he had to go there. Like, that wave was not going to be the score unless he did, so bad choice of moves. You got to go for it.
Well, that's not going to do it either. So, yeah, with 6 minutes 50 on the clock, it really is a difficult situation for Jet and George when they've got to try and get back into this priority order and somehow switch the rhythm so that they're on the better waves. Difficult to do.
Well, especially at Snapper, because they all look so good, and you're like, I can get the score on this wave, and it lures you in, but actually you should not be taking them. Wait for your turn, even though there's not a whole lot of turns today when it comes to priority, but yeah.
Ock, obviously, we know that you're attracted to move to the Gold Coast. Just incredible waves, beautiful weather, but competitively you had some big moments here, and pretty cool for me rolling around in the VIP area and seeing Dean Morrison here, and obviously you had that final with him in 2003. It's, you know, and then that was a good example of the goofy-footed approach and a local regular footer doing their thing. It doesn't really seem like there's an advantage either way. Maybe it changes depending on the conditions, but either direction can get it going on, as we see Reef now chasing down some open face down the line.
Yeah, it does. I mean, there's kind of, you know, there's room for both, you know, like techniques, but, you know, in certain, you know, days like that, behind the rock days, like, definitely an advantage to be a natural footer. And, you know, I live right here and I look over the wave and I sometimes just look in the window when you can see it as a left.
Does it look better?
Yes, it looks. Oh. But, you know, like, unless you're like a Nick Vasicek where he's just rules behind the rock. And, like, this last swell we had was a lot. It was really a lot of sand back there. And, you know, like, for me to go back there, that's, you know, when it's that like that. Otherwise, I like to sit wide. You know, today I would, you know, like, the way it is now, the bank set up, you know, with that kind of a bit of a hole next to the rock, but it still breaks there. And when it's 4 foot, I would never sit there. You know, like, I've probably surfed a million times like that. And I'm not joking, I probably have, you know, over the 30, 40 years I've lived here, like, and I just won't sit there unless, you know, it's barreling behind there. So, you know, like, in heats, you know, like, do you make that decision to just shine that? Because there's been guys that have kind of got scores, and girls sitting there, you know, you got that closeout section coming up. But the true wave, you know, and it just doesn't start till, you know, you're halfway down the line on the bank at the moment.
Yeah, that's true. Well, we do have a couple of classy, goofy footers out there at the moment, up against some really strong regular footers. And it's fun to see those different approaches. 4 minutes remaining here, waiting on numbers to come through. And Reef just looking to add to his 2-wave total. His last rides are only going to come through at a 4.57 though. Still in second, but Jet Schilling is just staying so busy. Takes this one, he's going to get caught behind. Let's quickly get caught up with Kaipo, who's out and about as we see Mikey Madonna taking off. We'll get to Kaipo in just a moment. And Mikey, nice looking wall. He's been trying to get rid of this 5.33. Chasing this section down. A couple of these waves reeling off without the competitors. And I don't see that one going into Mikey's top 2. Let's check in with Kipes.
Oh, you just caught me enjoying my sparkling coconut passion fruit bonsai here in the bonsai athlete area. Let's take a look at where everything begins. All the blades are here. We've got a couple of Mayhems, a CI. This is where all the surfers get ready for their heats. Joao Shanka's getting ready for his heat. I don't know which one he's going to go with. He's got the black one or the white one. Which one do you think, Joao? Black or white one for the next heat?
I'm choosing still.
Okay.
Think it's gonna be white, black, 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 white, black.
Okay, we're gonna see what happens. Stick around.
I like that. Yeah, undecided. Obviously, both good boards, but he's going to go with the Black Beauty, or his version of it. And yeah, he's been surfing incredibly well on that equipment. Looking forward to seeing the current world #1 on the championship tour take to the lineup here. It's going to be a good heat. He's going to be up against Jadson Andre, Jackson Baker, and Nat Young. What a lineup. We've got just over 2 minutes remaining in this one. Jet Schilling, been the busiest surfer in the lineup, but still needs more. Needs a 5.76 to make the jump up in a second. George Pitter is after a 6.4.
Nothing in it.
Feels like it's right on high tide right now. Just the way it's kind of slow and the way the waves are breaking, because they're really quick. And at this size, it can do that. I reckon we're in for a good afternoon, though, because we saw, you know, all morning, you know, those easterly kind of direction, and when the tide goes out and the wind kind of blows a bit more. I don't know, though. It's kind of soft today, the wind, but...
And there's a... on standby at the moment, the first 4 heats of the women's round of 16. Steph Gilmore's in that second heat of the round.
There for sure.
And she's going to be surfing against Sierra Kerr.
Oh, yes.
Which is going to be just unbelievable.
That's an absolute ripper of a heat. And, well, all the matchups, they're going to get harder and harder, aren't they, as we go deeper into the draw. 1 minute to go here. 1 point separating first and fourth.
Rich, for George Pitter, his first time competing in a Challenger Series event as a full-time campaigner. And he's looked good through the opening rounds.
Yeah, he has looked good. I think he, you know, whether he gets through this heat or not, should take some confidence away that he's brought some good surfing. You know, here we go.
Well, Jet Schilling, he's after a 5.76. He saved himself in the last round to earn his place here. Can he do it again? Nice section standing up. And he absolutely cracks the whip on that final section. Brought the tail around.
I don't know, man. Like, that wave had that score in it, and I don't know, he might get it.
Oh, I think he might. I mean, he read the opening section beautifully, finished it strong. George has an opportunity here, pacing himself. The wave now standing up. Nice carve off the top, straight into a nice hit on the pocket. And not done with it, drawing that board round. He's going to get more here. This wave's just going to keep giving down the line as the Sydney surfer finishes off and flexes. Mikey Madonna, he's got some power and tries to throw some progression as well. Wasn't really able to improve on the 5.33, but
I think they both get it. But which one got the better one? You know what I mean?
I know. I know what you're saying here, Rock. This is what a finish. Jet just absolutely destroyed that wave.
Captain Clutch.
Captain Clutch. He did this yesterday as well. On his final ride, got through his heat, but George, he got that long one, got a series of good turns done.
This is super interesting because Mikey's got a 7.33, but never really added to it. And those two surfers in third and fourth have good numbers on the way, and they had mid-range sixes. So there is a chance we could see a complete shuffle of the order here.
How did they do it? They didn't have priority, right?
Well, Jet didn't have priority. George was in first priority.
Yeah, okay. So Jet got that, and then George got this. So I don't know, like, wow.
A lot of nerve to just wait for the second wave of the heat, for the set, excuse me.
Holds his speed really well through this wave.
Yeah, good timing, huh? He didn't overcook it, didn't go too far down the line, stayed right in the pocket for these ones. Had to get these final turns in, and this finishing turn just wasn't enough. Wasn't there enough spice on that final turn?
He's got a sharp blade just slicing through that wall. But this wave for Jet Schilling was impressive. Nice start, really pushing hard through those backhand carves. But this big turn on the end of this ride has got a lot of points in it.
Yep. That was the better last turn, without a doubt. But at the start, George's was better. What do you do? Where do you go? I mean, it's going to take a while, I think.
Reef Hazelwood's super nervous at the moment. I think there's a pretty good chance he gets bumped out of the top two here. But like I said before, I don't know if Mikey Madonna's completely safe either. This is pretty interesting. They'll probably have a look at Mikey Madonna's ride, the 7.33, and make some comparisons here because that was the benchmark, but it happened so long ago.
It did.
Yeah,
what a
nervous
finish
time.
though, Rich.
Oh, I love it. This is exactly why we come to watch because, you know, you're looking at the best up-and-coming surfers.
He's in trouble.
In the world.
He's in trouble now, Mikey Madonna. You're right, Ronnie.
Jet Schilling, 6.6, has moved into the lead. So whatever happens now, Jet's through.
For sure, George got a 6.64. In my mind, it is.
I don't know.
You don't think so?
I'm not as confident as you, but I think he's going to get a good number. He needs a 6.64, so he needs a better wave than Jet's. I think Jet's last turn warranted that number, and I'm not sure if George had a single manoeuvre on his wave that was as good as Jet's final turn.
I think back to George's 6-point ride.
We're arguing now. Let's do it. Hey, Ronnie, I agree with you the first part, but I think George is going to get the score.
I think back to George's 6-point ride, and that last score was at least a point better than it.
Well, they're not looking at the low number, though, are they? They're looking at the benchmark numbers now. They're saying to themselves, well, is George's number as good as... Is his wave better than Jet's? Because that's what he needs.
I know, but...
Was his wave better than Jet's?
He's not trying to beat Jet, though.
No,
he's trying to beat...
I know, but that's the comparison, though.
Yeah, I know. They're looking
surfed it so well.
I knew it's going to take a while because this is important. That's a big turn.
Little
Slides
slice.
off the top there. Slides off the top. I like it, and that's extended. It's a big score. I mean,
Rich,
I think it's a 7.
You said earlier on, Rich, you said earlier on that Mikey Madonna has that power, and George, as flashy as he is, it's a little lighter. The rail turns are a little lighter, and the numbers coming through 6.27. And George, he gave it everything. He can hold his head up high. It's been a really strong first effort as a full-time campaigner on the Challenger Series, but he comes up a little short there. Jet Schilling takes the victory, snatches it for a second time in as many rounds, and Mikey Madonna hangs on that second spot.
Yeah, good call, guys. I got a bit excited, but, surfing's one of those things, like, it's different. That's why there's 5 judges.
A game of comparisons, and we've got a few more heats to make those comparisons. So we're going to take a quick break here, get our breath back, and get set for another fantastic clash here in the round of 32.
The Boost Mobile Gold Coast Pro presented by GWM is brought to you by Boost Mobile, official telecommunication partner of the WSL Australia. By GWM, official automotive partner of WSL Australia. By Yeti, built for the wild. By Bonsoy, official milk of the WSL Australia. And by Rip Curl, the ultimate surfing company.
Whew! How good was that last heat? Unbelievable. And we've got more coming our way here at the Boost Mobile Gold Coast Pro presented by GWM. Heat 4 is stacked. Nat Young out there in the red. A CT surfer who just missed out on making the cut, along with Jackson Baker, who was right there with him on the same number of points. Jackson's been surfing really well this year. He's going to be out there in the blue jersey. Jadson Andre, veteran Championship Tour campaigner and qualifying series journeyman, who's just always done a great job at backing himself up at the second tier at this level. And João Chianca, the current world #1 on the Championship Tour, the Brazilian just wonder kid. He's out there in the green.
Haven't we got some characters in this heat?
Oh, man.
Jackson, and Jadson are real characters. Nat, it's pretty serious. Straight down the line, go well. Jadson, he's back, and he's looking pretty good. I didn't want to ask him on the way down. I saw him on the way down for his heat. I didn't want to ask him how his knee was, right?
Yeah, well, he's been battling to get back into to true form, but he's looking sharp. Hasn't done a whole lot of surfing in the lead up to this event, but nothing wrong with that start.
No, looked pretty good.
6.33.
Yeah, you'd be happy about that with a sore knee.
So, a couple of really solid backhands out there in this heat. Jadson, I don't think he probably gets enough credit for how strong his backhand has gotten in sort of the last 5 years. But Nat Young has just claimed all his best results with his amazing backhand vertical approach with a heap of release when he punches through the lip. But they're up against 2 very formed regular footers as well with strong carving games. So this will be fun.
This will be a fun one. We're only getting to know Joel now. What I have learned about João Chianca, he's a really nice guy. Every time I've talked to him, he's been super respectful and really nice. I've surfed with him a bit too, so I know he's a great big wave rider. And
here he goes.
And here he goes, and wow, that's a nice snap right there from Joel.
Oh,
Slides
man.
to the tail. And did actually kind of gave up some wave there to slide the tail. So, Rich, what do you think? And he kind of knows that I saw a splash of the water, his tail released on him, and there was more wave down the line.
Yeah,
Did you see that?
There was more scoring opportunity for sure, but I mean, the judges have been encouraging this style of surfing where it's just too big, attacking hits.
Cut it short, you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, just take the sections on, put everything into it. That first carve, really aggressive. And the second, got the drift. And perhaps if he had just kind of tagged it and kept the momentum running down the line, there was more points on offer, but can't deny that the two turns were really strong.
Yeah, I know. And he's still going to get a great score. You know, he slides the tail and then just goes, oh, well, I may as well go extra because I know I'm not going to make it around the next section, you know. Just kind of put some emphasis on that turn. And
look at him.
And he gets, oh, the score's not in there yet, but he's amped.
Fired up.
I mean, he's challenging for a Final 5 finish, and the way he's been surfing this first half of the Championship Tour season, it's really likely that he's going to be there at Trestles at the end of the year. But he's turned up here to Snapper Rocks. You can see the motivation. He's not here looking relaxed. He was focused pre-heat. He's out there with the motor just absolutely flying as he hammers back to the takeoff zone here.
Well, let's fast forward then, Rich. Like, how do you think he's going to go at Trestles?
Interesting.
We've already guaranteed he's going to be there.
Look, Philippe and Gabrielle, in my opinion, have that place on lockdown. Like, it's going to be hard to beat those two.
Yeah. Well, Medina's not even in the Final 5 picture just yet.
No, I know. Well, we're talking hypotheticals. So, look, I think he'll do well. You know, he's got that really aggressive style. Like, it's kind of reminds me of Neko Patarats, how energetic he is in his approach to the waves. But there's maybe a little polishing to do.
Yeah. And he's a little more focused on the event than the nightlife than Neko, maybe.
Yes.
But at the moment, we've got some movement on the outside, and having a look at this one, it is Zhao Chianca, so find some space out there without priority. Is anyone down the line having a look at this thing? Doesn't look like it. Quick sequence of turns. Jadson is down the line here. He had a great start, 6.33, a really well-placed float to finish that ride off. Got a little bit of rock and roll action as he rode out of that one. 22.5 minutes to go. We'll see some replays in a moment. But right now, let's check in with Felicity, who's caught up with the winner of the last heat.
Thanks, Ronnie. Amazing heat, Jet. That's 2 Buzzer Vita heats in a row. Tell me about it. You must be stoked.
Yeah, I'm super stoked. Stoked to make that one. That was crucial for sure. Made a lot of mistakes in that heat, but I was able to bounce back and get the score at the end, so I'm just very grateful and, yeah, super stoked.
Talk to me. There was only, I think, a point separating from first to fourth there. It came down to the last exchange. How do you keep your composure through the heat and take off on that wave and get the score when it counts?
Yeah, I don't know. I'm just trying to mature in all aspects, so it's just, I was pretty calm out there when I was in third, and I was like, okay, I could still do this. Like, it's happened before. We can do it again.
And so you told me just before you had a third last year on the Challenger Series. You must be starting to, find a little bit of momentum now. Where's your head at, and what's it going to take to get a better result or match that third?
Just being on the good waves and surfing smart heats. And, yeah, just having fun with all my friends and being positive throughout everything and having a good attitude.
And this is the first event on the Challenger Series. Did you come here earlier and spend a bit of time getting to know the wave and talk to me about your preparation?
Well, honestly, I didn't really surf it that much. It's so crowded and hard, but me and all the boys just went like 20 minutes down the road and ran a bunch of mock heats, so that got us like going, so it's pretty good.
Awesome. Well, congratulations. Amazing heat. Back to you guys.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Congratulations.
Yeah, Jet Schilling looking sharp. I mean, he's always had that impeccable technique, showing a lot of promise, but he's gone from whippet to little bulldog, and he's packed some muscle into his turns now. He's starting to really fetch some good scores as we see Jadson Andre just looking so fired up here. 6.33 on his first wave. He found a 5 after that, and he's got a number on the way. Zhao Chianca just going at 1,000,000 miles an hour here.
How's the body talk? Just so much energy.
Had a really fun conversation with one of the most stylish surfers ever, Akila Ipa, who's here doing some work coaching the young Hawaiians that are competing in the event. And No, he was talking about competing with conviction and going out there and giving it your all, and you know that extra effort that you put into each ride can really make the difference in the scores in close heats, especially when you've got 4 great surfers out there. Jadson and Zhao Chianca, just the way they've kicked off this heat, there's been so much determination on show here.
Yeah, definitely. And this is a pretty good score for Jadson here, I think, for a smaller wave. But I ran into Aquila myself, and it was really good to see him. And I kind of got their coaches mixed up, actually, between Cheyenne and Jackson Bunch. But he's, you know, yeah, I had a good talk to Aquila. It was really good. And actually, you know what, my prayers right now with Dane Kealoha. He's unwell at the moment, and to Dane and their family over there. It's bad news, so hopefully everything's okay.
19 minutes to go here, and Zhao Chianca taking the early lead. A 7 on his first wave, Rich. He's backed it up, 4.43. Jadson Andre not too far behind. Nat Young's been quiet in this one so far. With priority, we've seen that happen quite a bit in these 4-man heats. You know, if you don't get a crack at it on the opening exchange, more often than not, you're waiting for a special kind of set to reel in here.
Yeah, exactly. And once you have, you know, pulled the trigger, so to speak, and you've got your wave, you become the hunter, and then you just start looking for anything, any scoring opportunity, and that's exactly what Jadson and Zhao have been doing. And both Jackson and Nat, they need to stay in this. This is CT level heat. You know, this is
it is
big surfing. All the turns are going to be done with a lot of conviction, a lot of power, especially when that man takes off on a wave.
Full
he
CT
loves to.
heat, hey?
Yeah, it is. It's there's a lot of CT experience here.
Yeah, probably the most stacked with CT experience, this one, as we see Chianca just continue to...
He cannot help himself. I knew he was going to go that wave.
Yeah, he wants to drop the 4.43 here. He's just got, you know, a real benefit in logging a 7 on his first ride. But Jadson's the one that's really building, just with that lightning fast transition into those big backhand hits. He's dropped another big number, a 7.13 on that last ride. So
yeah,
Jackson Baker and Nat Young have a lot of work to do. A lot of work.
They really do. You know, Jadson's just seems to, you know, always come back. And, you know, if it's injuries or falling off tour, he's always ping-ponging back. We were talking about this yesterday, about Michael Rodriguez, similar. You know, these guys really tend to end up doing both tours and have done for a long time.
Yeah, Michael Rodriguez looked amazing.
He did.
In his first heat. Just really did look to be tapping back into the form that saw him onto the championship tour. It felt like he lost it a bit through those first 5 events on the CT, but comes into this one looking really confident for sure. 16.5 minutes remaining here. And yeah, looking forward to seeing what Jackson Baker and Nat Young can throw down here. Jackson, I think, with the jersey on, even though he didn't survive the cut, has probably put together some of his better performances throughout the early stages of the competitive season.
Yeah, definitely. How was Jackson? How was the wave he had at Winky Pot? That 9, I love that
Felipe,
9.
Yeah.
Against Felipe, I love that 9. And when he surfs like that, I dig it. And I want to see some of that.
Yeah, he's got great timing. You know,
throws that big high spray.
I think for Jackson, you know, as a CT campaigner last year, he ended up going back to the qualifying series and broke through really for probably the biggest win of his competitive career, getting a win at Surfest.
There's an old school roundhouse with the cheese whiz in there, Rich.
A beautiful little pirouette.
That was radical back in the day.
It was.
Not anymore, though.
Not so much now.
Kelly's roundhouse at West Oz, I mean, it's pretty sick. Didn't get a big score for it.
No. Oh, the roundhouse with the 360 on the end of it.
Yeah.
You see a lot of those in senior men's heats in board riders events. They don't really rate that highly these days in competition at this level. But Zhao Chianca is just, he's the busiest surfer in the lineup at the moment. He wants to get back out in front. Needs a 6.57 here. And, you know, he's a great conversation because he didn't survive the cut last year, and, you know, fast forward to the Championship Tour 2023, after rallying through the back half of last year on the Challenger Series. And he's had a CT victory, featured in a couple of finals series, and is on top of the world.
He's on top of the world. I wouldn't have picked it. I mean, I really wouldn't have. You know, in Portugal, you know, I definitely thought he could have won that event, you know. And Pipe, you know, he's going to go good, but wow, it's radical.
Yeah, and then Molly Picklum, who didn't make the cut on the women's side. She's sitting #1 on the Championship Tour now, wearing that yellow jersey. So,
then I wouldn't have picked that either.
No.
I mean, if you're a betting man and bet that was going to happen, they'd give you good odds. I'm calling a couple 100 to 1. I mean, maybe not that high, but anyway.
Yeah, here we go. 14 minutes remaining in this heat, and it's just been the Zhao Chianca, Jadson Andre extravaganza out here. Nat Young and Jackson Baker, we've barely seen them.
Yeah, I wonder, you know, like if the cream's going to rise to the top, you know, over these next few events. It's going to be exciting.
Yeah, it's something that we spoke about, you know, is there a chance at this venue, that, you know, a new campaigner on the Challenger Series can fight their way past all this experience, and these surfers who've been on the Championship Tour, been pushed off, and some that are still on at the moment. Can they get past those individuals, or is this one going to be taken out by one of those top dogs?
Yeah, it's a good question. I mean, the waves, the way they are, you know, it's a real chess match, and you've got to be smart. So that's going to take that out of it a bit. You know, if it was more consistent and bigger, you know, I would think, you know, to be a CT guy. But when it's smaller and inconsistent, I kind of still think it might be a CT guy.
But it can level the field up a little bit, can't it?
It can. But if it was somewhere in the middle, you know, like, yeah, what do you think, Rich? Anyway.
I've actually just been banking that I think someone new's going to win it.
Okay.
I don't think we're going to see a CT surfer win this event. I just think the playing field's been leveled out so much that there really is no advantage. If anything, I feel like the advantage has been taken away from some of the CT surfers.
Well, let's go back to when you guys were surfing on the CT together. Rich, you know, you're at Bells Beach. It's you know, a 2-foot day. The contest has to run. They move it to Rincon. You're surfing against Mark Occhilupo. Do you fancy
you're rubbing your hands together.
I'm rubbing my hands together because if you flip the script on that and it's 6-foot bowl, then I'm kind of scratching my head going, what am I going to do?
But yeah, I guess that does speak to, you know, the opportunity that lays before these newcomers to the Challenger Series. You know, they fought their way through their regional ranks, and sometimes in really tricky, smaller conditions. They're primed, they're ready to go for this. They're coming off,
it's true,
you know, some reps in smaller waves. And if it doesn't get much bigger than this, I'm with you, Rich. I think there's a good chance one of the new young guns could break through. But Jadson Andre at the moment holding down the lead. And this wave not looking all that great. He's going to kick out of this one. But Nat Young's going to get started. He's got a good-looking wall here. Already unloading some of that backhand dynamite on the outside section and looking to load up once again, just looking for the extras and juicing it for everything it's got, that wave. 11 minutes to go here.
Yeah, Jadson used his priority, and that wave was no good. But and Nat used his priority and was a bit better, but still, you know, with a fair bit of time left, I don't know about those decisions.
Well, let's have...
Yeah, sorry, Ron, I was just going to say, well, I wonder what Nat got done first up and just tags it off the lip. And that second one, that was the better turn. And third, just getting some nice work done. So he's definitely putting himself in a position where he's in the heat now.
It's a keeper. For
yeah,
sure,
I like the first turn. Solid. Nat pushes it so far round that board.
I like that snap. You know, it's different. Like, he really kind of pushes out with his back foot more than most people. A lot more. And sends a lot of spray.
From the knee to the ankle lock, he's got pretty similar legs to you. A lot of calf muscle strength and always has that extra push on the tail.
Nat's actually really front foot dominant the way he surfs, but when he does that turn, he does a real big extension on the back foot.
Yep.
And really, you know, over-emphasises how far the board goes out through the lip.
And it's different looking. I know what you mean. He's definitely a front foot surfer, but that snap out of the back, you know, from the weight exchange from back to front, front to back is great, and it works for him.
Really adds that flair to each of those backhand hits. Just waiting on that number to come through for the Californian. We're going to take a quick break. We'll update you on the situation in just a moment.
The Boost Mobile Gold Coast Pro presented by GWM is brought to you by Major Events Gold Coast, strategic partner of the Boost Mobile Gold Coast Pro presented by GWM. By Bond University, not for profit and not to conform. Bond University exists for you. By Oakberry, fuel yourself with the official acai of WSL Australia. By Cooper's Brewery, official beer of WSL Australia. And by BioGlan, official vitamin partner of the WSL Australia.
Well, the Gold Coast, 52 kilometres of stunning coastline. It's been attracting surfers from all over the world for years. And in 2016, it was awarded World Surfing Reserve status, making it officially the 8th World Surfing Reserve. And of that 52-kilometre stretch, 51 Ks of it is the Superbank. And you're right, the longest waves of your life when it's all coming together. But today it's a neat little stretch, not huge conditions, but super clean. And as a result, the surfers are, I think, for the first time, really finding the opportunities to truly open up. We've seen some solid turns laid down today.
Yeah, absolutely. The waves are better. And you're not too far wrong. If they keep on pumping sand the way they're going, maybe that will stretch all the way down to Surfers Paradise or up to Surfers Paradise, as we can see in the distance. Joe Chianca here, he's going fast and, he's on the lip line. He just wants to get to where something big can happen, but all those lip line floaters probably won't go into his score. Like he did on that first wave, I thought he would have been better to do that on this bigger wave and just launch with something crazy big, because he was never going to make that wave.
Rich, Joe Chianca's like an F1 car in wet weather with the wrong tyres on. But it kind of works in his favour, because all that release that he has is incredible. Sometimes he does hold that line beautifully through his calves, but he's just so alive.
No, so much energy and almost right on the borderline of being out of control. But he keeps it all, compact and he makes the turns. But it sort of reminds me of Italo a little bit, the energy and the output and just how busy he is, and he's staying in these heats.
Yeah, he shows great energy when the waves get a little bit smaller, and when the waves are big and clean, he can hold those rail lines and really clean it up. Much like Medina sort of learnt to do as he got more time on the championship tour schedule. He really did become a great rail surfer. And Joe, he's only surfed 10 CT events and he's starting to figure that out pretty quickly.
Yeah, it must have been inbuilt, that big wave savvy that he's got, because he is amazing in big waves.
Look at his big brother.
And look at his brother, you know, yeah, for sure. It's in the genes. Here's a recap.
Yeah, the Harvey Norman heat recap will give us some great moments here, some big turns laid down, Rich. Zhao Chianca and Jadson Andre just so busy.
Oh, this was the opening ride for Zhao, just a little three-punch combination, and it was super strong, but been really impressed with Jadson Andre. He's back, and he's back in a big way. Strong turns on the backhand, just precision timing. Welcome back, Jaddy.
Yeah, it doesn't look like he's wearing a brace either, so he's feeling good.
The busiest surfer in the heat, Zhao Chianca, world number 1 at the moment, here to steal some points. And that last ride just coming in at a 5.93, so they kept it relatively low just by nature of the fact that his board was always just pointing down the line. Whoa, just takes to the air on that one.
Yeah, what a treat too for the crowd on the beach, Ock. The fact that
the world number 1's here.
The world number 1's here, but also that he's surfing this heat the way he is, because just seeing him get his reps up, he's catching a lot of waves. You know, it's high anticipation stuff when he gets to his feet, because like I said before, he just generates so much speed so quickly, and he's had a lot of falls in this heat, but he's also stuck a few pretty entertaining moves.
Yeah, it's interesting that he's not wearing yellow either. They don't give him his yellow in the Challenger. He didn't bring it with him, or he forgot it?
Oh, I'm sure he's got it in his bag, for sure. He probably sleeps in it. But Jadson Andre is the surfer who's out in front at the moment. Jackson Baker and Nat Young, I mean, both have a 5-point ride, but they've got big requirements that they need to chase down in the final 3 minutes here. They needed more out of their first scoring rides.
Yeah, they really did. And it just went a bit sleepy, and it does here, you know, like the tide, because we're in the bay here, all the water coming out of the bay, it kind of holds the swell out. Just initially with those, especially those kind of first couple of hours and the last couple of hours, but as yesterday did get pretty good, I think late it'll get good again. It's just a touch slower, but the waves will get better.
Oh, here we go, Nat Young. He's after a big number. Near excellent, in fact. Needs a 7.86. Has a lot of speed. This wall, though, stretching out. And that's going to hurt his chances of turning in the number he needs. So still 4 big heats in the round of 32 for the men as we roll through the competition. And Tim Biso, looking forward to seeing him surf again.
Me too.
He was unbelievable in the earlier rounds.
Yeah, my son Jay's going, that Timmy Biso, Dad, he rips. And I'm like, he does. I've known that for a while.
Yeah.
And, you know, he's been trying for a while to qualify, right? And I think this might be the year, because he looks extra good even this year, Rich.
Yeah, absolutely. And then not too dissimilar to yourself, Ock, in stature and just the power in the bottom half of the body and everything. He's got that really fast backhand attack, and it's super powerful. He was, for me, one of the standouts for sure yesterday.
Yeah, there's some, you know, warranted hype around some of the big names in the draw here at this first Challenger Series stop. He's the form surfer at the moment. I mean, Aiden Mason-Camp's been dropping some big numbers.
Yep.
But
I don't know. You forgot about Rio Wider.
I love Rio surfing. I just expect Rio to be ripping. Timothy Biso, you know, as far as Challenger Series campaigners go, he stood up and just delivered in a big way. Here goes Nat, though, on a medium-sized ride. And he's juicing this wave with all he's got, but it just doesn't have steep enough sections on it for him. He needed a big number, 7.86. He's not going to do it with that one. Just under a minute to go. Eyes on Jackson Baker at the moment. Got the priority. Is he capable of turning in an excellent score?
For sure he is. Look, is he there, or is it Nat? Oh, it looks like it's Nat.
It's Nat way down the line.
Yeah. Gets into this one.
Ooh, hang on a second.
Nice blast there. This wave's setting up pretty nicely. Now starting to stretch out. Nat doing well to float, but
no,
it just reels off down the line.
Yeah, it was looking good there for a second, wasn't it?
It looks like Nat knows that that's not going to be enough. 7.86, big score. 15 seconds remaining here. Zhao Chianca's calling it a day. He's looking over his shoulder. Wondering if Jackson's going to get an opportunity.
He's going left. You're not allowed to go left at snapper.
Wow.
2-3-6s. Well, that's a score. Hang on a second.
Oh, if only he made that last one. Bit repetitious. But Jadson Andre just having a bit of fun on his way in after a stunning performance, a 7.13 and a 6.33. Joe Gianca is going to hang on to this second spot. Jackson Baker was just invisible out there. We didn't see him. And he was left chasing a big score. And yeah, Nat Young, his last number's coming through now. It's not going to be enough. But what a fun couple of heats. Oh, an absolute pleasure again.
Yeah, might come and have a couple tomorrow. Thanks for having me.
Mate, we'd love to see you.
Yeah, I'll come back. Thanks, everyone, for watching. You guys are doing a great job. But, you know, the Waves, the Gold Coast is in pristine form, you know, and
it's going to be a good afternoon.
It's going to be a great afternoon.
Where are you going to set up to watch it unfold?
I'm going to go to VIP, have some free food. No, I'm going to go home and watch, because at home I can see the sets coming and then I can watch it on TV, so I do a bit of both.
Love it, mate. Enjoy the afternoon. Rich, I'll see you later on. We'll stick with us. In just a moment, we're going to bring Stace Galbraith and Wayne Rabbit Bartholomew into the Harvey Norman host set to call the next couple of heats.
For me, the Gold Coast is just a special place with really warm water, really good waves. It's just a nice laid-back feel around the place as well. The Gold Coast has a variety of waves, but it's particularly famous for its point breaks. Burley being one of them, Snapper, the Alley, Kira. There's a number of really good waves here, and when there's a good swell, there's nothing quite like it. There's a lot of really good food, especially in the last few years. There's been a proliferation of good restaurants. The Tropic's one of them. Really good views and really good food as well. It's really cool to be supported by Darren, who's a local shaper. I've ridden his surfboards for a long time, a really integral part of the culture here. Burley Headland is a really sacred place. It's really important in Indigenous culture. There's a lot of history. The Gelurgal Cultural Centre is a great asset to the local community. Nice to have that little bit of land that's still sacred. It's great to have a high-class surfing event here on the Gold Coast. Snapper Rocks is a great venue for an event with some good surfing and some good waves.
Welcome back to the Boost Mobile Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM. What another cracker day here on the Gold Coast. My name is Stace Galbraith, alongside me, Wayne Rabbit Bartholomew, 78 world champ. How are you, Bugs?
Awesome, just having a great day. It's Snapper turning it on.
Absolutely it is, and we've got a cracker lineup out there for us at the moment, and I can say we've got some exciting replays to queue up for you all. We called a heat yesterday, Bugs, where Luca Macinas went missing for about 28 minutes. I don't think that was the case today. This heat got off to an absolute flyer, with just about everyone getting a little look at the action. We've got Timothy Bissot from representing France, but I believe he's from Guadeloupe. Dill Moffat, Edgard Grogia and Luca Macinas rounding this one out. It's absolute pristine conditions, Bug. It's kind of been heat on, heat off throughout the day, and it looks like this one has been heat on so far. At the top of the point there, have a look at this one. It's edge guard. Beautiful alley-oop. The transition was amazing. Beautiful finish. That's a great way to use third priority there. We'll see if anyone else rode that wave off the end of the point, but still the competitors split up at the moment, Rab. A couple up the top of the point, a couple down the bottom.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's been the flow of things, because up the top of the point still has some to offer. Every now and again a bombing set comes through, connects the whole point. But the wide bank has been in play in a huge way as well. Certainly a go-to place when you're in the lower side of the rotation of priority.
Yeah, absolutely. And I guess through the afternoon we will see the tide running out. Bugs, this is our first look at the surfer in blue, Dylan Moffat's first ride. Take it away.
Yeah, well, Dill just got caught up a little bit there, but he's streaking down the line again. He's looking for a big finish here. Will he get around this section? Yes, and he foam climbs it, but goes down, so that wave kind of petered out. But that's an opener for Dylan.
It is, and then Luca Messinas here getting off to a much quicker start than what he did yesterday.
Yeah.
He's already off to a flyer here. Lovely first turn. Check turn down the line, and a nice big finish. He'd be feeling much better about himself there. And this is a look at Dylan's second ride, Bugs.
Yeah, he gets this one down a little bit wider. So Dylan, again, don't forget Dylan yesterday was an absolute, he turned the heat in the last few seconds. So he had a slow start as well. But this wave here, it is a beauty for Edgard.
Oh, wow, he is off to a flyer. Looking forward to watching these scores come in. And this was his second wave under priority here. Beautiful alley-oop out to the flats, and then combos it up nicely. No downtime in between those manoeuvres. The judges will, they'll appreciate that. And then we've got a little look at Red here off the edge. That's Timothy Bisso, Bugs.
Yeah, well, Timothy Bisso was probably the standout surfer yesterday in the Goofy Brigade. There was a lot of good Goofy footage yesterday, but Timothy was outstanding.
Yeah, wasn't he just? And all the heats today have been super close, and this one's shaping up to be another cracker. We had sort of the tale of two heats in the last one. It was Jadson Andre and Zhao Chianka kind of running away with it. Nat Young and Jackson Baker kind of unable to find any rhythm. But so far in this heat, everyone's got a little look at the action. But we're going to throw it down to Felicity. She's with young Jadson.
Yeah, congratulations, Jadson. That was definitely the most stacked heat on paper. So much CT experience. It must feel good to get that win.
Yeah, I mean, that feels good. That's it's not every day that you surf a QS and you get full, current or former CT in the heat. So that means a lot for me. As everyone knows, I'm coming back from the knee injury and slowly improving. And to win these heats really means the world for me. I have so much respect for every single surfer in the heat. John Chianka, Baker, Nat Young, so much love and respect for them. And yeah, that was just a hit that I just kept busy and pays off, man. Could be like one of those hits that I just got a bunch of waves that the waves didn't really offer anything, and they waited and got the bombs. So that was the other way around. Glad there was, and yeah, happy, and let's go.
Obviously, you talked a little bit, you are coming back from injury. Can you talk to me a little bit about what the road to here has looked like and how your mindset is now going into this event?
Yeah, I mean, the plan was back to the water in July. We never planned to be here right now, but in the middle of the process, Miguel had an injury, and Kelly also never got to make the cut, but with the rules, he got the spot, and I fully understand that. So we're like, you know what? I think we need to try to rush this process and see if the plan is we want to be 110% for Balito and Huntington and Brazil. That's the plans. And right here, just when we're still working, we're still doing physio, we're still trying to get it 100%. And pretty much relearn again how to compete. So yeah, it's working really well. I'm surfing without any kind of pressure at the moment, and yeah, I'm happy.
Well, congratulations. I'm stoked to see you get through this one, and yeah, you're looking really good. Thanks, Stace.
Thank
Thanks, Flick. On your Jaddy, what a cracking interview. Plenty to unpack there, but the one thing that stands out to me, Bugs, is just the quality of that heat. And at only the round of 32, as Jadson mentioned, 3 guys, including himself, that have been on the tour this year. And the world number 1, Zhao Qianka. I mean, that's just an incredible lineup this early in the event.
It really was. And plus all 4 surfers with CT experience. So that is, you know, we've had heats with teenagers, we've had heats now with all CT surfers.
Luca Messina's here, Bugs, during the interview.
Yeah, well, Luca trying to get going and sitting in 4th place, and he gets around this section, starting to do some good work on this wave. Well, he'll be happy with that one.
Yeah, he's looking a lot more confident on his equipment today, and Edgard again, he's been on a roll here, Bugs.
Oh, he's come out of the gates flying, Edgard. This wave, let's see what he can come up with here, because I'll tell you what, he's going to fly.
Are you kidding me? He's on fire. Dylan Moffat, Bugs.
Yeah, Dylan really he's getting away to a quick start too. This is, I think, wave number 3 for Dylan. And trying to link these sections up down the line. And he also just, well, he goes for it, doesn't pull it off.
Just looked like his back foot slipped off the board there, which hopefully he got out of that one okay. It's not a nice feeling when the front foot stays on, the back foot comes off. But we're seeing some scores trickle in here for Edgard. I mean, we'll recap his heat so far. He started with a 6.33 on the wave face, dropped the alley-oop to combo for 7.17, and then this score coming in now with the huge air reverse. That's looking like it's going to go excellent, Bugs. We'll got a few more scores to drop in there. And he is going to be in a commanding position at 8.6. And he's comboed the field for first. And there's still some good scores in this lineup. Timothy Bissow's first wave is 7.17. He wouldn't be comboed for the lead. He'd only need an 8.61. But for the other surfers, they've got a bit of work to do here. Luca Messinas' last ride, his best, a 6.4. He now needs a 9.37 for the lead. But it's the surfer in white out of Brazil. Absolutely ripping.
But amazing, like he had a 7.17 and a 6.33 in the first 4 minutes of the heat. Now he's backed it up with an 8.6 to combo the field, well, pretty much. And this is just a performance that he's looked at the heat and gone, I have to get going early, and he certainly has.
Oh, absolutely. Getting back to that Jadson interview, it's scary for his competitors if Jadson didn't even see himself being here and only looking to come home in the back half of the year, because we know how strong Jadson has come home in the past through that Hawaiian leg. Saved himself so many times. So any heat here that Jadson can put together is just a bonus for his campaign.
But it also says a lot to the treatments he's getting, because he said we plan to come back in July. That's 2 months away. And then with Kelly getting the wild card, Jadson obviously was looking at an injury wild card, and he didn't get it. He may have been down the list even behind Ramsey, actually. But then he just went, I need to come to Snapper. And he's come here, and he has been dominating his heats, like really putting them away early.
Beware the wounded warrior. I think we're going to take a look here at Edgard Grogier's 8.6, the standout wave of this heat so far, Bugs.
Yeah, his previous wave is actually my favourite, but this one is just one huge manoeuvre and a couple of set-up moves. He actually bogs it here. This is amazing, but on one manoeuvre, look at this, Stace.
Bingo. Wow.
He got a lot of height.
That must have felt so nice to ride out of that.
You know, you see another aerial view, so this is pretty much looking down on this. So yeah, he kind of bogs it there, and this is a one manoeuvre special. And Dylan Moffat also gets that wave at the end. I think it's Dylan.
Yeah, Dylan got the wave off the edge, but yeah, beautiful air there from Edgard. Nearly got it the whole way round.
When we do the heat highlight, that 7.17 is actually my favourite ride. The way he transitioned just so seamlessly. The guy he's got some game.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, he probably didn't get the same height on the alley-oop that he did on the air reverse, but you're right, the transition and then the combo of the turns together was very well done, and it almost caught me by surprise, the fact that he threw that sequence of manoeuvres together.
Yeah.
He's having a good time today.
Yeah, he's on fire, so the pressure now really goes to Dylan Moffat, who yesterday turned the heat on his last wave. He's going to have to do some late heroics. We're still in the first half of the heat, but he hasn't got anything special on the board because Timothy Bissow To me, he is the danger man in this heat.
Yeah, I agree.
For second.
That's right. Well, I mean, he is kind of matching Edgard here on his second score, so he's still kind of in the game.
Yep.
But I agree with you on Dylan. He has not started here, and I mean, to be frank, I don't know if this wave's going to do it. It looks tiny. Maybe he's seeing something down the line. He looks, if I'm honest, he looks a little edgy on his feet today. He doesn't look as relaxed as what he's used to. And he hasn't been able to ride out of some of those more critical manoeuvres. And then even just the idea to go that wave right there was a mistake for me. I think he needs to just sit and bide his time and wait for a set wave and showcase his surfing. He's got world-class talent. But I think on a day like today, the judges have made it clear, unless you're on a good wave, you're not going to get a good score.
No, that's right. And we know when there's a really defined hollow bank going down through Little Marley, you can take off in a wave that looks like that, and it can grow it down the line. That it's a bit of a rarity today. You know, you can kind of see the full body in the wave as it approaches. That was a weird selection.
I agree. Well, lots going on in the first half, Bugs. I hope the second half is as action-packed. We're going to take a bonsai brew break, and we'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back to the Boost Mobile Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM. My name's Stace Galbraith, joined line Wayne Rabbit Bartholomew. Bugs, we're halfway through the round of 32, heat number 5, and Edgard Groggier is running away with this one. An 8.6 backed up with a 7.17. He's left the rest of the field here chasing him down. But some solid scores here for Luca Macinas and Tim Bissot. So it's certainly not all done yet by any means.
Well, Tim Bissot sitting out there with priority.
Oh, Luca Macinas with a fantastic opening manoeuvre.
Yep, he's setting this one up well. He's looking down the line. He's got to get around this section. Will there be a bit more? And this one's going to get away on him. Will it be enough to... let's see what he did there.
Yeah, that was a real shame. That was a very eye-catching first turn. At 4.47 will be the number, which is really goes to show how much the judges love that first turn. I think maybe if he was able to just punctuate the finish there rather than chase something down the line that wasn't really there, he might have been able to squeeze a little more out of that ride and just, you know, try and add to that number for Tim Bissot, who sits in 4th. But like you mentioned earlier, he is the real danger man, only chasing a 4.3 at this point.
Electing to sit on the wide bank, you see the separation. 2 guys in the wide, 2 guys out by the traditional takeoff zone. Enough of a separation where you can get that wave out there, as we see someone taking off now. Edgard.
Here he is up and riding again. We've seen carves, alley-oops, air reverses. Let's see what we've got here in this one. Goes for the slob, air reverse, unable to pull that one down. I mean, we mentioned it yesterday, we called his heat, like, he's a surfer for me that has just benefited so much from the regional series. I don't know that I saw a lot of his name when it was just kind of like a global tour of the QS, and you could just ping pong around wherever. Having this regional series has given someone like him the opportunity to just focus in at home and then travel the world on the Challenger Series. And my point is, he's clearly got all the tricks in the bag. He's on fire.
Yeah, well, Edgard on this one, this one's not going to go into his top 2, won't even go into his top 3. But the thing is, he was on the Challenger Series last year.
Yeah.
And he would have picked up a lot of insight into what he's got to do. He's gone away and done even more work, and he has come back this year. He looks like he's built for these 4-man heats.
Yeah, so much variety in his surfing, and he's just able to surf all over the point. Important wave here for Tim Bisso. Only needs a 4.3 to get up into second. Nice first setup turn and another setup carve. He's putting this wave together nicely and just tags the finish. He's happy with it, but I'm not too sure. I think he probably would have preferred to be on this wave. Looks a little bigger, Dylan Moffat, with a lovely layback carve there down the line, looking for an air. Puts one out to the flats, but just, again, unable to get the landing gear down there, Bugs.
He had to make that air because he started out with a pretty good, first manoeuvre was dynamic. His best manoeuvre of the heat so far.
By far, he definitely looked locked in on that one. We're going to get a replay here of Tim's wave. Bugs, what do you think of it?
Well, you know that he's looking for, he knows he only needs a small wave. I mean, it's a well-served wave, small, weak wave. He gets really weak there, but he does finish nicely here. Looking for a low score. He's kind of, I personally think what he's trying to do is just get into that second spot and then look for something special.
Yeah, I'd have to agree with you there, and I think that, look, he's probably done enough to just get the score.
He has, 5.07.
5.07.
So there you go. It was a clever ride when you look back at it on that. If he'd come up a bit short, you'd go opportunity lost. No, hang on. We're waiting for that score.
You might be Nostradamus there. You could still be right. We will wait and see.
I looked there and said he's there.
I think it is around about that number. It's between a 4 and a 5. I'm not completely sold on it. I think there's too much talent in this heat for him with 10 minutes on the clock to be chasing a 4 and just surfing to a 4, which is what I think he did on that wave. Tim's obviously a talented surfer. We've seen what he opened up with. And I know he's been working hard on his equipment here with Lee Stacey and the guys out at the factory there. And his equipment's looking really good on set waves. I just think he had to work pretty hard on that one to get the job done. And I think he'll get the score, but it'll only be just the score. And he will still have Dill and Luca right on his heels here.
Well, let's see how my 5.07 talks.
Oh, you could be close. He's going to get the score.
The Bugs Nostradamus, and it's a 4.7. He's got the score.
Yeah. And as we thought, I think that was the score. It's around about a 4-point ride, a couple of nice turns on a nice wave. He didn't do anything overly crazy, but that could tell. It could play to be a genius move. We have seen some heats today go really, really quiet. So time will tell there whether that was the right call or not.
Well, I mean, if he's in a situation where there is that separation, he's only got one other guy down in his zone, then it was a really clever move. I think it was because this heat started with a bit of a flurry, a pulse, back-to-back sets. It's gone quiet. I'd rather be in second place right now.
Yeah, great call, Bugs. Let's get a look at a Harvey Norman heat recap. Plenty to look at here. We're going to see a lot from the surfer in white, Edgard Grogia. Bugs, this is his 7.17.
Yeah, and the 7.17, he comes out of this. And look how the seamless transition, that's what the judges rewarded him on. And here it is, Stace. What a classic move this is. He got some deep.
This is the 8.6, a lovely opening carve.
And then he bolts it. He's going, okay, this is done. And then massive air reverse. And he goes, yeah, thank you.
So that was that happened all very quickly at the start of the heat. Bang, bang, bang. So he's kind of been sitting pretty ever since. He's sitting there with second priority, and he'll just look to kind of manage the heat from here and make sure that none of the other surfers get a look at an 8 or a 9-point ride. He'll be looking to put himself on that wave. But yeah, the interesting battle here now with just coming down to 6:40 on the clock is the battle for second place. It's Luca Messina with priority. He's chasing a 5.55. And in fourth position with third priority, which is not really what you want to hear, is this man here, Dylan Moffat. And like you mentioned earlier, Bugs, you can kind of see the double-ups when they come today, and they generally don't look like this. But Dylan could prove us wrong here. Another big air section coming up, and it's 3 from 3 with the falls, which is very uncharacteristic of Dylan.
Yeah, he's got a cut and paste fall going on here. And here's Edgard, and Edgard is just having a ball out there.
Yeah,
and that's a nothing.
He's looking locked in. He's having fun. But yeah, copy paste falls. You're probably more thinking about a bit of control alt delete with that one, Bugs. He'd want to really get something going here, and I think urgently. 5.5 minutes on the clock, or about that. That's not a lot of time on a day like today. As we know, we've seen great flurries of sets, but it hasn't been that classic consistent snap-up.
No, and it's been tidal as well. And he should be pulling these off. I mean, it's well within his wheelhouse. I think he's just got himself into a pretty kind of bad pattern, really.
Yeah, it's sometimes those heats go your way with the way the wave priority goes. You just kind of end up in that rhythm, and he's more or less been in 3rd or 4th priority the whole heat and in 3rd or 4th position, and sometimes it's so difficult to get yourself out of that flow.
He did it yesterday, though. He was way out of the picture. He went super wide, and within, I'm telling you, the last 10 seconds of the heat, he got a wave and got the scorer. Then it was a good wave. You know, he's going to need a Houdini act today, though.
Definitely. I think the number today is a pretty large one. He'd need to get the 2nd best score of the heat.
The real focus. Look at that, Lucas Messina. Luca is sitting out there with priority. Timothy Bisso in 2nd. There's the battle right now.
Yep, and your call earlier has proven to be spot on at the moment. Just get the score, get into 2nd, and see how the rest of this heat plays out. It's green with 1st priority, so he can go whatever wave he wants. But I do like what Tim's doing here, just getting in his personal space and letting him know, hey, if you don't want the wave, I will go. And just trying to create a little bit of doubt there within Luca's mind as to what to do for the back 4 minutes of this heat. It is going to be tight.
Yeah, this is a passive-aggressive move here.
How would you play it, Bugs? Are you gonna get up in his personal space? Are you going to say that kind of your total is you're locking that in and play that game, or are you going to sniff around and try and ride some more waves?
Well, I've never had a heat in with a priority, so you know it'll be a different situation. But right now, I think Timothy's in the perfect spot. He's just this side. He's trying to maybe sell Luca on a wave that's not going to get him the score, and he's in a position to go, well, I'll go.
Could only imagine how that would look without priority right now.
Yeah, well, I mean, out of here we've got a point break, so you can only go so far, but you'd probably be more over by the traditional takeoff, that's for sure. But Timothy's now gone inside, so he might choose to go right over and try to snavel one. He might snavel one and hope that Luca takes it off him, and it's a poor quality wave. Look at this little thing he's paddling for.
And I think you're right. The best thing that he could do here is perhaps try and lure Luca off his spot. There is that kind of no man's land there in between, off the keyhole and down the line. But Luca's looking pretty stoic there. He's not budging. Just under 3 minutes now.
Yeah, so Timothy Bisso, he punched the air on that on a 4.77, but he knew he needed a 4.3. He knew he got it.
It was an important ride.
But Luca, you know what? You wouldn't count him out. I mean, a 5.55. It's so within his grasp. I think Timothy's still pretty nervous about this whole situation.
For certain, it's the longest 2.5 minutes of Tim's life, and for Luca, it's going to feel like the fastest.
Yeah, it just evaporates when you need it to. A set coming through, you just want to see a bump on the outside, maybe 2 waves, and then hold your nerve and go that best wave.
Looks like we've got Dylan Moffat up the top of the point here.
Dylan needs a miracle.
He does, which I think he could get there.
Yeah.
You know, we saw the waves of Edgard, the 7.17 and the 8.6. They were from that zone where the wave closed out, and he finished his rides before the next surfer used their priority and took off. So there's enough distance there for Dylan to get some good scoring done. He just needs the wave to show up.
Well, Dylan was on the canvas yesterday on an 8 count, and he pulled himself out of that one and made it through that heat. And it was a last gasp. So the guy has got nerves of steel.
Nerves of Steel and the talent. What's he at now on the count, Bugs? About 6?
Yeah, they're counting this one out, but 80 seconds ago compared to yesterday, still plenty of time.
Yep, definitely.
Okay, Timothy sort of splashing the water there.
He's trying to send the waves back out to sea. Timothy is. He doesn't need another ride. It's the competitor in green and the competitor in blue that do.
Ooh. Okay, there's a wide one coming. So this could be it here. Here we go.
Still Moffat in and out of that one. There could be something behind if he's clever. Edgard off the edge. Not too much happening on this ride. He's keen just to surf. Get some more reps in. Right, this is an important ride here for Luca Messina. Set up carve. Chasing a 5.55. Little variety there with that carve. Still nothing crazy. And a layback to finish. He's pretty happy with it.
Well, we missed the first. We didn't see the takeoff, Stace. There might have been something special happening out there. From what we saw, questionable. Let's see on the replay.
I think there would need to be something a bit more on the start of that ride for the panel to really get super excited about that wave. Let's take a look here, Bugs.
Okay, so he takes off inside Timothy. Nice first, nice little snap out of the lip. Sort of slows it down there, nothing too dynamic. Again, just good surfing, good solid surfing. And I think he just gets a finish.
And that will be one of the final waves in that heat, if not the last wave ridden. He's chasing a 5.55. The judges have got plenty to digest in that area. They'll go back and they'll look at all 4 waves between Tim and Luca. And there's plenty of scores in and around that number. Tim Biso got the 4.77 for his sequence of small backhand turns. And then Luca had a bit better of a ride on the 5.07. So Luca's going to need something slightly better than that if he wants to turn this heat. And if you hear the beach announcer there, it's sounding like it is not going to be enough. We will wait for the official numbers. There it is, a 4.5. Not enough for the surfer in green. What another nail-biting heat, Bugs.
Yeah, it was a late appeal, but it came upon deaf ears in the judging panel.
Don't go anywhere. We've got another cracking heat coming up. Miguel Tudela, Ezekiel Lau, Sami Pupo and Jorgen Kuzene will be joined by the 2-time World Junior Champion and all-round good bloke, Mr. Jack Freestone. Don't go anywhere.
I'm Kelly Slater.
I committed my life to this, all of this.
There is so much pressure now. It's really do or die.
He's not coming here to participate. He's coming here to win.
Her career is at stake.
You want to perform in the big stage? This is the biggest stage you can have.
Oh my goodness.
This is sport history.
Make or Break Season 2, you can get around that on Apple TV+, but for the time being, we're at the Boost Mobile Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM. My name is Stace Galbraith, and joined in the booth, my good mate, the 2-time World Junior Champ, all-round champ, Stone, Freestone. How are you, mate?
Very good.
Happy to have
I'm
you
stoked
in
to be back.
and back between two legends. Love it.
And on the end, who could, none other than Wayne Rabbit Bartholomew. Bugs, how are you, mate?
Oh, it's just awesome. This heat is unbelievable. This is the gnarliest heat of the day for sure.
This is another heat similar to the one earlier in the day with the amount of talent in the heat, like 6 of round of 32. This could easily be a semi-final or a final.
Oh, easy. I mean, you've got two of the probably the most informed surfers with Zeke and Sam. And Miguel and Horgan are also in a really good rhythm, so it's kind of like anyone's heat.
And this is a perfect battle between two guys who've been there. They've been on the tour, off the tour, particularly Zeke. He's kind of done it all in his career. And then two guys, Miguel and Jorgen, who have kind of, they've had their wild card opportunities, but they've never been full-time members of the tour. So for Miguel and Jorgen, it's like, this is the heat they need to really smash out of the park.
Yeah, we were talking about it earlier. This is a really important round. And when you get heats like this, it makes it a little bit more nerve-wracking. Miguel Together up and riding.
Surfer from Peru, up and riding now. We know how handy he is in a long left-hand point and a huge left-hand barrel. He's pretty handy on the backhand too, but unable to get the landing gear down on that one. But it's good to see him that loose to start, Jack.
Yeah, that was really awesome. He was... I like the commitment to try and go, put some excitement, put something like a stamp on that last turn. I think he didn't really have that much at the start, but he was trying. What do you think, Bugs?
Yeah, I mean, I think the wave just got a bit weak on him, and he starts this wave. He's setting up pretty well. He looks like he's going to get something on the board here. He'll walk away reasonably empty-handed because they will really dock him for that. But, I'm hearing that he had an phenomenal regional series. Like someone mentioned that he might have won all the events.
He went undefeated. So in the column that says defeated by, it just says none.
That's really cool.
He went out of body.
That's something to have on the resume for sure.
Didn't drop a heat in his region, which is amazing. It's a strong region.
Well, a gnarly region. I mean, this is South America.
Yeah, and heaps of events, much like Australia and the Australasia region. They're fortunate enough to get a lot of events up and off the ground. Obviously, the last couple of years has been challenging for multiple reasons, but it's nice as a competitor when you get your opportunities to showcase your surfing, and he certainly did that. Didn't drop a heat all year. But Jack, get back to me on that first ride. I know you like to start your heat with some sort of a score on the board. How does it feel when you get to the end of a wave like that? Are you kind of kicking yourself that you fell off, or are you kind of taking some information out of that as you paddle back out?
Well, it was kind of 50-50. He didn't really have the best start, so he's definitely like, oh, okay, I've got to put an X factor on this to try and get something. I'm going to manufacture a score out of nothing. That's what he was kind of trying to do. Even if he made it, might have been a mid-score. So I don't think he's kicking himself too much. He just really wanted to probably get on the board. I've noticed with Miguel, because I've been linking up with him, his heats in the booth, he's been in a really good rhythm of getting off, probably one of the first people to ride a wave in a heat. And I think that's what he was trying to do. He's trying to stick to that rhythm of getting a good wave at the start. But yeah, I don't think he's too upset with that.
Time will tell. We're going to get down to the winner of the last heat, Mr. Edgard Groggier, on fire, Flick.
Absolutely on fire out there. 8.6 and a 7.17. You ran away with that heat. It must feel good.
Oh gosh, feels so good to make my hit, with my performance. I'm confident with my board, and thanks God to make two good waves, two big waves, and yeah, I'm confident, and I'm so happy to this hit, and let's go to the next round.
So a result like this, you must draw a lot of confidence from that. Looking into the next round, how are you feeling?
Yeah, of course. My first hit, and yesterday, I feel so scared, like the first hit. And today I'm feeling more relaxed, more confidence to this hit, and got a good waves and a good turn, so in the airs. And yeah, of course, I'm feel good, and that's it. Let's go.
And do you want to say, it's early in the morning back home, but do you want to say a few words in Portuguese?
Yes. Bom, eu estou muito feliz. Primeira bateria, como falei ontem, fiquei um pouco mais nervoso. Ano passado eu não fiz um bom resultado aqui, apesar que é uma boa direita que encaixa com o meu surf. E estou feliz de ter quebrado isso e ter feito boas ondas e ter mandado boas manobras. E, bom, estou feliz. Muito feliz com a galera do Brasil que está torcendo aqui e a galera que está em casa assistindo, que deve ser tarde da noite aí. Agradeço todo mundo, minha família, meu treinador, meus patrocinadores principalmente, a The One, Marcelo e toda a equipe aí que me faz, chegar até aqui. E é isso.
Awesome. Thank you so much and good luck in the next round. You're absolutely smashing it.
Epic stuff. Thanks, Flick. What a character. I just got word through on a text there that Edgard grew up under the tutelage, Jack, of Luis Pinga Campos, who you know pretty well. And Pinga's an amazing identifier of talent there over in Brazil. He's worked with Jadson, Italo. I saw him helping out Zhao.
Yeah,
he's honestly worked with everyone. So no surprises there. Edgard, plenty of talent. So Pinga got a sharp eye over there, Jack.
Yeah, he's a good man to have in your corner, that's for sure.
We'll see a couple of small scores trickling in for this heat. Jorgan getting the best of it there, 5.33. Zeke Lau with a 4.17 and the 3-point ride of Miguel that we spoke about earlier. Jack, Bugs and I have been talking about the bank all day, kind of splitting up. With the tide running out, how do you see it faring out there?
Kind of similar to yesterday and how it's kind of gone the last few days. I think it'll slowly start to shift towards a rock. Still, I just, having a glimpse at it just before I walked in the booth, it was kind of like still down in front of Little Mali, M-A-L-I. No, I'm just kidding.
Kaibo nearly got me there, beauty.
Yeah, no, I think that's still the predominant peak. And you can kind of see waves starting to trickle in up the point. I think as the tide goes out, everyone's going to slowly start pushing themselves up there.
Bugs, what do you make of that wave? Looks pretty fun.
Well, it looks really fun. You'd love to be on it.
You called it though yesterday, Bugs. You start to see that disturbance next to the rock. It's a good indicator, but we'll get back to that in a minute. Jorgan up and riding here. Whoa, fantastic opening carve. Unfortunately, was just unable to keep the fins and rail engaged there. He had an incredible start yesterday. He had 15 points in about 5 minutes. So this is going to be a different heat for him here today to put this one together. And a little deeper up the point, looks like Sammy Pupo. He's deep on this one. He'll need to get around it. He tried his absolute hardest, but unfortunately got caught behind there. You'd have to be thinking, Jack, someone of Sammy's talent. Is there a ramp in that?
I think so, but he had his eyes down the line, and I think that was the right thing to do as Miguel taken off straight up.
Bit of a foam dome here for Miguel, but sometimes these waves can clean up down the line, but not on this occasion. Jack, Bugs has been talking about today that the double-ups, they're not really there. Like, unless the wave starts with the energy, it hasn't really been that magic run down the line.
Yeah.
For anyone listening up, coming in heats later on, you got any tips out how to pick them out?
Oh, it kind of always seems like you're waiting for the sets of the scorers. That's pretty obvious. These little waves, unless you're doing something pretty spectacular, you're not really getting over that mid-score of a 6, even though Jorgen just put that together really well.
So that was the 5.33, and this is the 4.17, Jack.
Yeah, so, okay, a little bit of a bobble there from Zeke, even though he made it look really good. But still just connecting the dots really well for a big dude. And it didn't really give him much off the end, so. I think that was just a feet in the wax kind of wave. I don't think he's too upset. I mean, no one's really dropped any scores of significance just yet. Horgan with that 5.3. So if you're Miguel and Zeke and San, you can kind of take a sigh of relief. What do you think, Bugs?
Yeah, I think the first 10 minutes, the first third of this heat, only one surfer has got a backup wave.
Yeah.
That's what I'm thinking.
And it was the same surfer yesterday who had the best start in his heat. So I guess, pound for pound, he has got himself off to the best start here. It's for on paper, we've probably been expecting a bit more. But these are the heats where, as simple as it is, you just need to take care of what's in front of you.
Exactly.
And we're all expecting 18 points here for these surfers, but not the case so far.
Exactly. I guess, in hindsight, looking at things, a 5.33, that's actually a pretty good start. Showing how slow the conditions have kind of been today. And, every heat is going in different rhythms. So some heat you're going to get pulses and some heat might slow down. And you never know. But if you're getting the best of the exchange, you're happy.
I know you hated priority as a competitor.
I really did. Because priority means decisions. Hard decisions.
Hard decisions. Especially when you've got a surfer like Zeke Lau breathing down your neck, who's a pretty fearsome competitor. Up and riding here. This is a replay of Miguel's wave.
I think he found another wave. Oh, there were two nice turns.
There we go. So the judges don't need you to go a long way down the point to get a decent score. That was a 5.43.
Yeah.
Pretty good effort for the amount of wave he put in there.
Well, you could not do that on your forehand. I mean, we saw Jet Schilling doing it yesterday, and then there's another example of it, like 2 quick-fire manoeuvres in a very compressed space. A goofy footer can pull out a mid-5 range score like that.
You're absolutely right, Bugs. We've seen that all day. While there's a bit of a lull in the action, we are going to take a Bonsai brew break, but don't go anywhere. The start was slow, but it's due to come home strong. We'll see you in a second.
The Boost Mobile Gold Coast Pro presented by GWM is brought to you by Major Events Gold Coast, strategic partner of the Boost Mobile Gold Coast Pro presented by GWM. By Bond University, not for profit and not to conform. Bond University exists for you. By Oakberry, fuel yourself with the official acai of WSL Australia. By Cooper's Brewery, official beer of WSL Australia. And by BioGland, official vitamin partner of the WSL Australia.
Welcome back to the Boost Mobile Gold Coast Pro presented by GWM. Stace Galbraith alongside Jack Freestone and Bugs Rabbit Bartholomew. Lads, a little bit sleepy at the start of this one, but as we've seen today, the sets and the flow of the ocean has come, in flurries. So we're excited to see how this one plays out at the end. We've got Miguel Tudela out in the lead at the moment. He's getting chased by a hungry pack of surfers. Jorgen here, Bugs, what do you make of it?
Yeah, well, Jorgen has put himself in the frame right here to get through this. He's just got those 2 finishing manoeuvres here. Kind of doesn't come out of that so clean.
Sammy behind Jack.
Yeah, man, it's just so crazy how fast he is. Look at this, and you're just kind of expecting fireworks almost every turn, kind of holding your breath. But he is just so fluid with his movements, and it's crazy how light-footed he can be and shuffle back between power surfing and, really light surf. That was awesome. Oh, he just teed off. So he's definitely on his way to an excellent score, that's for sure. And some lactic acid build-up.
Yeah, what are you doing at this point? How's the...
Yeah, as you can see, he fell off. But I think the damage was done.
And another ride here, Bugs.
Yep, Zeke. I mean...
Jorgen,
wow. This one here, this is a more powerful ride for Jorgen. Yeah, he's happy with that one. A short, sharp ride. Not like the semi-poopo one, but a short, sharp one.
And Miguel behind, like you said, Bugs, is the efficiency for the backhanders to get the turns in nice and quick is definitely on display here with Miguel. There's some lightning fast surfing, so we'll look to get you all a full replay. But yeah, great call there, Jack. Sam, well on his way to an excellent score. We're just waiting for one more number to lock in. We knew he wouldn't be sitting on just a 2 for that long. An 8-point ride.
Yeah.
What a way to put yourself back into the heat. And we're still owed a few scores here for the surfer in green. He's got a couple of, I would say, probably mid-ranges. They've all been sort of varying degrees of the same thing. Good rides, but just nothing as quite standout as what I thought Samuel did on his wave. So we'll wait for those scores to come in. And then we're also owed a score from Miguel Tudela. So it's the big Hawaiian, Zeke Lau, sitting with priority out the back. The good thing for Zeke is he's got a 4.17 on the board, but he'd be really looking to join the party with an excellent wave like Sam. But we'll get another look at that wave here. Break this down for us, Jack. You talk about Sam was looking down the line on his last wave, and he's done that here.
Yeah, and he's just found the speed to just get around these sections. And that's all he's looking for is open face, because his rail game is super strong. And then he's also just got that element to just, he's got so much variety of repertoire.
Can you break down the variety and where your weight's positioned, a snap versus a carve?
Okay, well, he's leaning toward, well, more towards his back foot with a snap, and he's kind of rolling over his front side, like right there as he falls off when he's doing the carves. But he also has that ability to just, you know, mix in an air reverse whenever he wants to, basically. And that's kind of what you're always waiting for. You're waiting for that like excitement factor that he can bring.
Having that variety is something that you need on the World Tour. It can also kind of be a curse, though, in conditions like this.
It can.
How do you break that down when you're on the wave?
I mean, you just, it's as simple and as hard as you surf what's in front of you. You know, his last wave, you know where his mind's at is just find open face, because, I mean, it's a point break. And especially when you've got such a strong rail game, traditional surfing is always going to score you well. So don't go to that X factor if you don't need to. Miguel up and riding.
We just saw a great score locked in there for Jorgen, a 7-point ride, his best. And now Miguel looking to join the party. This wave had that awkward split in at Bugs. Probably one you'd want to steer clear from. And Sammy Pupo now looking to back up that 8-point ride. We saw Tim Bissell in the last heat just quickly back up his 7, well, as quick as he could. Oh, beautiful air reverse there. But, wow, must feel nice to just be able to pull that out on lock. And then the big Hawaiian behind Zeke Lau. Oh, out on the open face, another layback. And another thanks for coming.
Whoa, he liked that one.
And down the end, wow, we weren't wrong about the flurry at the end. Jorgen looking to build, beautiful carving down the line, snap, and a big float to finish. He wants more action. He's just going to try and hold his speed to the end there.
Legs are sore and he likes it.
He gets the finish. Wow, what a flurry, Bugs.
Yeah, that was an amazing exchange there. All 4 surfers, Miguel not getting much out of his, but the other 3, they're all keepers. You know, you look at Sammy Pupo, who's only looking to better a 2, way beyond that. So he's going to shoot back in the lead. But then Jorgen, that was, you know, an incredible ride. And then Zeke Lau, his best wave by far.
So this wave inconsequential, but Bugs, I want to know, how good do you have to be at breaking down your own surfing as well as watching the competitors? Because there's no doubt Sammy Pupo here saw those rides behind.
Yeah, but Sammy Pupo's got a luxurious position where he's got the 8-point ride, just like Timmy Bissell. Timmy is just looking for that backup. So that's not going to concern him. But this is a scorching ride by Zeke Lau, Jack.
Yeah, it really is. These next few turns, this layback in transition, it's really hard because you got to keep your board facing down the wave, and then oh my goodness, yeah, that was I think that's the best turn of the heat. And then Jorgen, I think he just snuck this down the end too. He might have had priority after all those, but
yeah, man, love this turn.
Oh. Yeah, there's going to be some good scores coming through.
This is the best looking wave of the heat.
Yeah, I agree. And he connected the dots, so it's going to be interesting where and he liked it too.
Lots of different surfing to break down there. Like Sammy's 8, Zeke's strong wave, and then Jorgen's last wave there. Like all such different rides. I think the judges are going to have a really interesting time breaking it all down. I think at the end of the day, when you come up to a place like this, you're looking for the basics, which are hard to perform, but they're there. It's the speed, the power, and especially the flow.
I agree. And the thing with Jorgen too is why he's so happy is because actually on his previous wave, I think he got a 7. Or was that, has he still got a score to come in?
Yeah, he still has a score to come in, so you're dead right. He's continuing to build.
Yeah, so he's sitting in a really happy position right now.
And that 7 was a short, compressed ride. Nothing like the Sammy Pupo ride.
No. Yeah. So we're eagerly awaiting here the score from Zeke Lau, and then this will build that whole heat, and then we'll be waiting for the next ride of Jorgen, which again, is going to be very, very interesting. Zeke at the current moment needs an 8.16 for second. I think there's every chance he could do that in one wave.
Yeah, that's still without Jorgen's last wave too.
Correct. Zeke up and riding now. He'd be looking at better the 4.17 here at minimum. He's a small wave, but he's absolutely ripping it on that Fluoro Tokoro. And for such a big fella, he's so light on his feet. I love that style of surfing from Zeke when he can find the open face and really turn his shoulders.
Oh, no.
A bit of a fall there, but I think the damage was done. There's lots and lots and lots of scores to catch up on here. And I made the point earlier, boys, about being able to self-adjudicate. And the reason why I bring that up is because the judges won't get these scores out for a good another couple of minutes. There's every chance. Like, we're going to finish this heat with scores remaining.
Yep,
so how important is it, boys, to understand not only your own surfing, but, you know, to be able to keep an eye on your competitors as they come past you, to give yourself a situation?
Yeah, well, first of all, with Zeke knows he needs another wave, so he went to work quickly. And this is a small wave, but by gee, he puts it together well on this one. Hey, guys?
Oh, my goodness. Like they said, big fellow, but he's surfing these small waves incredibly. And I think that will factor in definitely that fall. You hope it won't. It's hard. You definitely always want to finish on your feet.
8.23, last ride for Zeke Lau. But now, as you mentioned, Jack, we are still waiting for a score from Jorgen, which we think will be enough to turn back the heat again.
Yes.
Interestingly enough, Sammy Pupo still in first position. So it is a battle between green and blue at the minute. We are waiting for a score from Green Bugs.
And importantly now, Zeke needs a 5.74 to go into first right now.
Great call.
And he's waiting for that last score.
Which definitely could.
So Sammy Pupo's under challenge suddenly. He was cruising.
And there we go, pocket 7.
Talk about first. It's Jorgen who's gone to first with 7.07 on his last ride. Woo. And now it's a 5.74 for Zeke to overtake Sammy, which would be for the second position in this heat. Obviously, we're taking 2 out of the 4 surfers in this heat. And, oh, my God, Paul Miguel.
Oh, my God, I'm sweating just watching this. I couldn't imagine being in this heat.
Well, you've been in heats like this.
I have been in heat. I've been in a lot of heats.
What's it like to sweat in a wetsuit?
Oh, it's not that much fun.
It's definitely a pretty sweaty heat out there. If you're Zeke, Jack, and this score comes in for your last ride and you don't get it, where are you going? Because at the moment he's got to make a decision.
Exactly. Well, he's in 4th priority, right? So I think obviously Sammy and Jorgen are probably going to sit there, and I think Miguel too. They're all going to wait for this next set. So if he doesn't get the 5.7, he's only surfing for a 5.7, which he could easily get up the point if you just create some space.
So you can see, does he stay there or does he go the same distance the other way?
Oh man, it's 50-50 right now. It's either or, really. There's been waves up the point. It's a tricky decision.
4.5 on the clock.
He's down there right now. You could just easily stay there, but the thing is
you can
the
see
next
Sammy
set, they're moving straight down to try and cover him. But they
looks like the scores come through. It's a 5.07, so not enough. So Sammy now is just looking to close that gap between Sammy and Zeke. Zeke's kind of biting the bullet here, and he's going to have to get up and try and make Sammy make a decision to go away so that he can get the priority back off him. But Zeke now in a very tricky position, 4th priority in 3rd position.
What
you have to be Houdini, Bugs.
What are you doing, Bugs?
Well, look, they're all pretty bunched.
Ooh.
They're all bunched. They're all on the move, except for Miguel Tudelo.
Yeah.
And he just sits there on his own. You know, I thought he'd just about be combo, but yeah, he needs an 8.5. But look at the other 3. They're just they're just cruising up the point.
Zeke's just going, I'm invisible, don't see me, I'm just going over here.
Oh, this is such a hard position, especially when you're in 4th priority too. You just want to create space. Everyone, please don't follow me. Hoping to get something.
I want to see 4 waves. I'd love to see one more exchange.
They
deserve it.
Surf this one out.
Here we go.
Okay.
Making a decision.
Oh,
very clever entry to the wave there from Zeke. He gets out of the way. Jorgen, nice first turn. Interestingly enough, it was not Sammy who went the wave, but Jorgen.
Okay, so there's one cell.
Yeah, so he's got 3 minutes to do that another 2 times.
So he's gone back to 3rd priority though, Zeke, because he sacrificed that one. but it's probably Sammy that he's got to sell onto a wave.
It was always Sammy. Funnily enough to me, it was the surfer in third priority that took the wave off the surfer in fourth.
Yeah.
Sammy actually let that wave go.
Yeah.
So Sammy did not see 5.74 in that wave. Otherwise, 100% he goes.
Yeah,
he wasn't
agreed.
interested in that
That's
wave.
it, right there.
And very clever there from Zeke. I really like that play there. He didn't get in his wave, but he just made sure that he went the wave.
Yeah.
It's a brave call from Sammy, man. This wave had points in it for sure.
Definitely, and especially where Zeke was taking, he was like an extra 10 feet deep.
Yeah.
So his timing and rhythm might have been completely different to Hawguns.
Fascinating heat to break down here. Stoked to be sharing it with you boys, and wow, what a day we've had, and it's only going to get better as we move into some women's heats into the afternoon, but at the moment we've got a cracker on our hands. This is insane.
This is kind of what you expect, though. When you look at this heat and see these names, this is what you hope for, right?
Red first priority here, and he will elect to use it. Miguel Tudela chasing an 8.54. Just a bit hung on his first two turns there. And again on the 30s, and you can see the frustration.
That was a bit of a mistake.
So now we get to the pointy end of the heat, which is what Zeke, this is sort of the best possible scenario for Zeke.
Yeah.
He only has to do the sell one more time.
Yeah.
He just needs to be careful that he doesn't sell it too hard like he did the last time and actually ride the wave, because then he will lose his
priority.
second
yeah,
priority.
Exactly. Yeah, and it's hard because the guy he's trying to sell it to is just that one spot above him. So... Oh my goodness, will there be another wave? Will there be another set? Who knows?
Jack, early in your career, I know you used to just despise sitting on people. You'd rather just let the surfing do the talking.
Yep.
But at some stage in every surfer's career, they realise that this is all just part of the game.
Yeah, it is. It's an unfortunate part of the game, but it's a game that everyone must play.
As we say, Miguel's last ride here, Bugs.
Yeah, I mean, it's a bit of a throw at the stumps, because I kind of think he was getting this ride to maybe get a 6 and then move down and get a miracle finish. I don't think he was ever going to get the 8.5. He knew that. But, you know, he's such a smart competitor.
I see something. I see some movement.
Yeah, it's a wide one. It's... or is it a mirage?
Oh, wow. I don't know.
Please don't be a mirage. It's the real deal.
No, there's a ridge in
it's
it.
wide.
There's a
this
ridge
might swing to Miguel.
Yeah, this is the Miguel wave.
Zeke's going to pull it unhindered. He'll need to go to the air.
Miguel off the end.
Zeke rides out and Miguel off the end. We'll get you some replays from the land angle as Miguel here. Wow, he's going down the line really nicely. Some beautiful setup turns. Great variety there with the carve to bring it back to the pocket. Oh, there's a money turn. Backs it up with another carve out of the top. Wow, he's on fire.
Wow, Bugs, you almost called it.
Bugs, you 100. Oh, wow.
Oh, and dodged the free surfer off the end.
Holy moly, Bugs, you 100% called that. If he had done any more work on that prior ride, he needs a lot less, but even still, 8.54. This is a massive decision for the judges here. That is well within the ballpark. We'll get you some replays. We do expect to see a replay of Zeke Lau as well. He did have the aerial manoeuvre there off the drone shot, which isn't always the most favourable angles for airs, is it, Jack?
Yeah, well, that ridge in that wave completely separated the other three surfers from it.
We're going to get a Harvey Norman heat recap here of the final exchange, and what a cracker it was, Bugs.
Oh, what a crack of a heat. This heat is unbelievable.
So 2 surfers on this wave.
Oh, he still made it.
Yeah, I don't know that's going to be enough there for Zeke, but what about this wave, Jack?
Yeah, this was intense because he snuck this way off the end. And it was just kind of the gift that kept giving. He just kept getting sections, and as he was progressing down the line, it just kept getting better. His surfing kept getting better and better. These last few turns.
Wow, he's put the wave together amazingly
and then
here.
the finish turn. Oh, my goodness. This is going to be a hard wave. Oh, that last turn.
That was a winning turn.
That was a winning turn. And he liked it too.
He liked it. You guys liked it. The judges, not so much. A 7.27 there for Miguel. What a heartbreaker, but some fantastic surfing nonetheless. What an absolute cracker. Gentlemen, thanks so much for your time. It was great to hang out. And there we go.
Guys.
There's the final scores there. An absolute nail-biter. Everyone getting a slice of the pie there. Don't go anywhere. Another cracking heat coming up. Ronnie Blakey and Richie Lovett will take you through it.
me, the Gold Coast is just a special place with really warm water, really good waves. It's just a nice laid-back feel around the place as well. The Gold Coast has a variety of waves, but it's particularly famous for its point breaks. Burley being one of them, Snapper, the Alley, Kira. There's a number of really good waves here, and when there's a good swell, there's nothing quite like it. There's a lot of really good food, especially in the last few years. There's been a proliferation of good restaurants, and the Tropic's one of them. Really good views and really good food as well. It's really cool to be supported by Darren, who's a local shaper. I've ridden his surfboards for a long time, a really integral part of the culture here. Burley Headland is a really sacred place. It's really important in Indigenous culture. There's a lot of history. The Jalurgal Cultural Centre is a great asset to the local community. Nice to have that little bit of land that's still sacred. It's great to have a high-class surfing event here on the Gold Coast. Snapper Rocks is a great venue for an event. There's some good surfing and some good waves.
Thanks for joining us once again as we move through the round of 32. For the men here at the Boost Mobile Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM, we've seen an increase in the energy in the lineup. The surfers starting to turn the volume up. We've seen some big moves laid down, some good scores dropping. Ronnie Blakey here on the Harvey Norman host set with Richie Lovett.
Hey, Ron.
And Rich, looking forward to another big clash here. A great lineup of names once again, with the form surfer of the event out there once again.
Yeah, absolutely. Rio Aida, he had an unbelievable heat yesterday, dropping a couple of excellent scores. And then have a look at the names behind here. Michael Rodriguez, Morgan Siblick and Keanu Singh. So some CT experience there amongst all these competitors. This is going to shape up to be an amazing heat.
Yeah, everyone's had their moments on the championship tour. Rio's still there, the other three wanting to get back. Rio getting started early once again. Waida hammering down the line, big float. As we watch this replay unfold, let's see what kind of work he gets done at the end of this ride. Guessing that he's got a big finish on this one.
Yeah, streaking down the line here. Rio just slams that section. There's more to give though. Gets that final closeout section as well, and a little flick of the head for the claim. And this is our surfer in white, Morgan Siblick. So had an incredible year, incredible rookie year on the tour. And found his way back onto the Challenger Series by way of the cut. And then this is Michael Rodriguez, been doing some amazing surfing the last few days. Streaking down the line. Just caught a little bit behind. This wave just stretching way out in front of him. Good signs though. Plenty of sets. Frequencies starting to go a little bit north. Plenty of opportunity for all our contestants. And well, Rio Aida just starting with a 7.0, a fantastic way to open up. So he is really starting to feel some mojo out here at Snapper Rocks. He calls it one of his, if not his absolute favourite wave in the world. And you can see why. Just that perfect timing, compact style. The Indonesian.
Seen some people sort of throw their names into the hat with some big performances here in the round of 32, but through the earlier rounds, Aiden Mason-Camp looked very strong, still alive in the draw, moving already through to that round of 16. But as far as form, regular footers, I think two of the best we've seen so far in this contest out there in the water at the moment in Rio and Michael. Rio just again starting with a bang. Michael Rodriguez just a 3. Morgan taking a 4, only posting up a 2. And Keanu Singh hanging on to priority at the moment, waiting for his first opportunity. Keanu, he's looking to get back onto the CT. Just one of only a few surfers left in the mix that have had a victory on the championship tour. His came in 2016 in France. Wouldn't he love a shot at another one? Just on 24 minutes to go here, and we're going to hear from the winner of the last heat with Felicity.
Thanks, Ron. Yeah, look, that was a really slow start to that heat, but then things really got interesting towards the end. Talk me through it.
Yeah, the two guys had eights, so I was like, I had a 7, and then I was like, okay, maybe I need another 7 or 8, and I got that wave. I was like, oh, that's probably minimum a 7, so I was like, oh, I might jump into the lead. But yeah, the guys were needing like pretty small scores, like 6, and yeah, you know, my heart was about to stop at the end. they had priority, and 2 minutes left. You know, there's 2 waves coming, and 2 waves came, but like it was pretty much close out. So yeah, I got lucky that the wave was just closing out.
Talk to me about your mindset. Obviously, you had the 2 sevens, but knowing that Sammy had an 8 and Zeke had a 8 out there, how do you stay chill, stay in the zone, and try and make the right decisions under pressure?
It's really hard sometimes when you know you're against 2 guys that scored really well. I like to be the one with the biggest score, you know. I don't like to be the guy, you know, with the like small scores. I don't say 7, it's small, but like compared to 8, it's like a point different. So yeah, it's stressful, but like I was also very, very cold in the water, so I was like shaking, you know, waiting for waves, waiting for the scores. I was like, oh, I want to see it to end now and be first. So I'm here. It means I won, and I'm really happy. I'm really focused this year. I want to make sure I get some points before I'm going back home. And yeah, I'm fighting against my knee because I have a tear tendon. But it's all good. Life is good, and I'm fighting against the pain. And yeah.
Well, you're doing really well. Go get warm. Thanks for your time.
Thank you, Felicity. As we cut back to live action now, Michael Rodriguez up and getting a couple of big turns in before Keanu Singh used his priority to finish off this one, and he finished it off with a bang.
Slams that door shut right on the end section. Great move from Keanu Singh, a ton of experience, almost taking a bit of an advisory role for some of the younger Hawaiians, passing on a lot of his competitive knowledge.
Oh, he's got a head full of it. He's always been wise beyond his years. Has a lot of inspirational quotes that he calls on. But Michael Rodriguez, again, just looking real sparky. Even at the championship tour level, this guy had big numbers competing here at Snapper Rocks.
Yeah, it's really good to be able to compare these 2 rides, actually. Big finish there from Keanu, very similar, but Michael Rodriguez got a couple of really good turns done earlier on that wave. Didn't interfere, so no priority judgment there. Keanu, farther now. So some additional responsibilities to deal with as a travelling professional surfer. Sometimes it can work in your favour, help you focus, give you a reason. He's always competed with a lot of heart. One of the most compact surfers on the tour. Very neat, efficient style. And really top bloke to boot.
Waiting on the numbers to roll through from the last ride, where Michael Rodriguez enjoyed the first half. And Keanu Singh, he finished it off in style. But Rio Waida, he had a wave that went from the top to the bottom. As we see now, Morgan chasing down the open face. And Morgan, a great year on the Challenger Series last season. And only just finished outside the top 10 in 12th spot. And that's how he automatically qualified for the Challenger Series this year. He featured in the top 20. So getting the call up once again, but he hasn't had a fantastic start to this heat, and that's going to be another throwaway score for him. Yet to see the numbers come through for Keanu Singh and Michael Rodriguez on that last ride. But we'll take a bonsai brew break and update you on the situation right after this. Welcome back to the show. 17 and a half minutes remaining in heat number 7, the round of 32. And from this round on, it's head-to-head competition. So this has really been one of the more challenging, I think, components of a Challenger Series event, especially for those that have come from the Championship Tour, just adjusting again to competing and working out a strategy to survive these opening rounds. Quite difficult when there's a bit of inconsistency in the number of set waves that are rolling through here.
Yeah, well, it just basically means you have to take those opportunities, and you really do need to convert when they come to you. And it looks like Michael Rodriguez, he's going to get another opportunity here. Great looking wave. Powering down the line. Quick snap. Wow, that was so fast. Drives around this section, up and over the foam. And the wave stretches out in front of him.
Obviously, heat wins are harder to come by on the Championship Tour, but, you know, Michael has just surfed this event so far. Looking a lot more confident, looking a lot more aggressive than he has through the Championship Tour events that kicked off the season. Yeah, and you've got to kind of ask yourself the question, where's it been? Where's that fire been?
Yeah.
'Cause you can't warm up on the CT anymore. You have to go all out from the very first event. As we see Morgan now just trying to kind of activate in this heat now. He's had a quiet start to this one. That's going to be his best ride. But really, the pace being set by Michael Rodriguez on the previous wave is going to kind of diminish what the judges see there.
Yeah, it is, isn't it? When you're up on a decent scoring ride, and then, you know, you really surf it well. If you take off and that wave's a bit smaller, no matter what you do, there's an automatic comparison to that bigger ride. And Michael Rodriguez was on an absolute heater on this thing. But let's see what Morgan got done. Quick snap to start things off. That's a better wrap. I like that one. Draw it all the way around, back into the foam. Gets it up high again. So for a little wave, geez, he got some good work done. Really connected with those final 4 turns.
He was throwing jabs, though, and Michael Rodriguez was, you know, really swinging some big punches on the lip then. Rodriguez gets himself a 6.27, so a couple of mid-range sixes, has him out in front now. Morgan with the score on the way. 15 minutes remaining here. Rio and Keanu are seeing they're poised. They've got a good score each. They're not surrendering their position of power with priority on the outside. We've got a good heat on our hands here,
We do have a good heat on our hands. And I just want to note, too, that one ride that Michael Rodriguez took off on and got those 3 hits, he bagged that 6.47. Keanu took off, did his 3 turns and got a 6.5. So almost a 13-point wave.
Well, Morgan did okay out of his last ride. We knew it was going to be his best. He got a 5.9, so not too far off the pace in chasing down Michael Rodriguez. But, you know, bigger waves for Morgan will be the key to dropping big numbers. He's got such big power turns. You know, for a compact little nugget, he can really draw out a clean rail carb, as we see Rodriguez up again here and just moving with incredible speed.
Oh, well, this is that two surfer combination where Michael Rodriguez got the 6.47 and then Keanu Asing got the 6.5. So really good comparison there. Very similar in their approach. To say Keanu's opening manoeuvre was a little bit better and strong finish. Michael Rodriguez just milking everything out of it before he had to give way to Keanu there. But just interesting how you can utilise 2 different areas of the bank to get a score.
Yeah, Stace Galbraith really recognising and highlighting the talent of Michael Rodriguez in the lead up to this event, saying that, you know, he felt that he had a great chance, but he needed to reconnect with his true form. It's something he's done. He hasn't been committed in his turns throughout the Championship Tour season so far. He had some moments down at Winky, at Bells, but this has been a lot more like the Michael Rodriguez that we saw explode onto the Championship Tour back in the day with a quarterfinal finish in a rookie performance here at Snapper Rocks.
Yeah, well, we're about to see Michael take off again. Take it away, Ron.
Yeah, he's been busy out here in this lineup and just freed up without ever really getting to the top end of that priority order as he throws the reverse. Doesn't make this one stick, but looking super sharp. Morgan Siblick chasing him down the line. He's already moved up in the second spot. Again, it's, you know, it's smart that they're catching these waves, but with the numbers that Rio Waida and Keanu Asinga hanging on to, they're going to make a strike for those top 2 positions at some point.
Well, the danger of scrapping around like Morgan is right now is that if a 2 or a 3-wave set comes, and you know, if Keanu and Rio take off and there's a third better one, these guys are going to be out of position. It's time to settle down and just start working that priority a little bit better. Still 12 minutes to go. You want to really look for a decent score towards the end of the heat here.
12 minutes remaining. Numbers on the way for Morgan Siblick. Let's check in with Kaipo.
Whoa, hey, you just caught me at the legendary Rainbow Bay Life Saving Club, and you know what? It's almost that time, you guys. I'm a big fan of Coopers. I'm going to show you how to drink your Coopers. First, you want to start off with the Premium Light. Then you move on to the orange tin. Then we progress to the blue tin, and finally finish off with the greenie. That's my favorite. Cheers, boys.
See you in 40 minutes, Kaipo.
Yeah.
Our next break, but no, there's not a better place to sit and watch a lineup and tip one back. It's so beautiful up there, the view. 11 minutes to go. And it's just after 2 o'clock on a Thursday afternoon here. And we're seeing some really aspiring surfers go after a big finish here. But, you know, it is a stacked schedule on the Challenger Series. And success in this event doesn't always guarantee that you're going to go on to get the job done. We had Sheldon Simkus get runner-up to Callum Robson in this contest last year. He failed to make the top 10 on the Challenger Series, so missed out on a place on the Championship Tour. And another result worth bringing up is Rio's. He fell out of the draw really early last year. Then he went down to the Sydney Surf Pro, got a victory, went over to South Africa, Bolito, won again, went back-to-back, and pretty much stitched up his place in the top 10 after the first 3 contests. But he had a shocker here. So for all those surfers who fell out of the mix already, whether it be in an average performance or just lacking the opportunities out here in slower conditions, stay in the game.
Yeah, absolutely.
Still got plenty of time to recover.
Yeah, there's still a chance, but of course only 6 events on the tour this year. We unfortunately missed that final event at Haleiwa, but nonetheless, it's still a jam-packed tour.
It's also going to be great to watch it all go down at Saquarema. It's going to be huge. You know, they're going to attract huge crowds. Pressure will be on, but magic moments for surfers to really stand up in that final contest. And Rich, you know how much things can change at the end of a campaign on the Challenger Series or the qualifying series for you. You waited till the last event at Haleiwa to get a victory and earn your place on the Championship Tour.
Yeah, I had really bad FOMO. I did not want to miss out on making the tour when a couple of my tour buddies, Nathan Webster and Jake Patterson, had already qualified. So yeah, I was up against it. Had to win the event. There was no other result. And became pretty clear. That's when I shaved my head, got rid of all the distractions, and it was a pretty special moment to get a win in Hawaii, that's for sure. And then, yeah, enjoyed a...
And it was a big commitment doing the qualifying series back then, because you had to travel for 3 months before each event on a boat to get there, and travel by horse and carriage to each of the contest sites.
Oh, mate, it wasn't that long ago, but yeah, it was a little different the way we did it back then, but we certainly had a lot of fun, and yeah, it's amazing what you can do when there's a very clear and definite pathway and only one.
Yeah, and yeah, we know that we're going to see that this year like we do every year.
Oh, there's always a
standing up.
crazy finish where someone comes from behind, or a couple of surfers come from behind and steal spots from other people, and it's the excitement of this game, and we love it.
Yeah, we've seen some awesome ones over the years. I mean, you know, you only have to reflect on what went down at the Rip Curl WSL finals last year to see what someone can do when their determination and their motivation clicks in. Stephanie Gilmore obviously going from 5th spot on the rankings to claim an 8th world title last year, but we're really focused on the Challenger Series this season, and we've got 2 great events to kick it off. Snapper Rocks has delivered and will continue, it looks like, to deliver fun waves throughout the window. Then we're down to North Narrabeen for the Sydney Surf Pro.
Yeah, that's going to be unreal, down to my hometown, and the Northern Beaches is a complete surf hub, you know, surf mad there. Really getting into the lifestyle, and then over to Bolido in South Africa. Great wave. They've got potential for that. If they get swell there, that wave can really turn on. And then, of course, the circus that is the US Open of surfing. And then Irisira, that sort of bells-like wave, that long point break, right-hander. And then, of course, the crowds are going to be just flocking to Sakarima. Possibly the most surf-crazed crowds you'll see in the world.
Yeah, looking forward to it. It's going to be fun. It's going to be an intense race too on both the men's and women's side. We've seen a massive lift in the performance from those that didn't make the grade last year, who are back to give it another go. We've seen newcomers that enter the conversation, and we've got some wily old veterans in the mix as well. Surfers like Keanu Singh, who is out there at the moment just waiting for another opportunity. Has a 6.5. Sitting out there with second priority, waiting to make his move. Michael Rodriguez sitting deep on the point here at Snapper. He's up once again. Been super busy. This is wave number 7, and he's trying to get rid of a 6.27. Likes the feel of it.
It's connected, doesn't he? Here we go. This is Keanu.
Yeah, he doesn't need a whole lot at the moment to get ahead of Morgan Siblick, and just a couple more turns should do it for him. Has a bit of a down-the-line kind of flow happening through this ride. The wave was sort of reeling off. Rio Aida, well, he was in 3rd spot. Needed a little less than Keanu to get to 2nd place. And with a 7, he doesn't need a whole lot to get himself up into the lead. Just looking really sharp, taking his time with this one. Stands back on the tail of the board, waits for this wave to do its thing again on the inside. Drives up into the pocket. Just great explosive surfing through the bowl, and a lot of variation on display there.
He's not even tired. Those thighs so big, so strong.
Yeah, I bumped into John Gannon, who used to travel and train Taj Burrow. He's been doing some work with Rio. He's down here to watch his heat unfold. And he just said, man, this guy's legs are so strong, and you've seen it. Rich, in even his post-heat interviews, just full quadzilla.
Super strong in the thighs, and so's this man. Michael Rodriguez belting the lip, that final section, getting the full tail drift as he comes down. This is Keanu's wave. Started off as a bit of a frothy monster, but then he drives down the line here. Just watch the nose of his board. It always sort of is pointing down the line, so that's always a good indication of how acute the turn is and how much sort of critical on-rail nature there is, and looking contrast. Rio Waida just streaking down the line here, but he's getting some more direction to his surfboard, changing the course, really mixing up the variety of turns. So again, you know, picking off an absolute gem here, and he's just in such good rhythm with the waves at Snapper Rocks. Gets a little bonus section, jumps on the low road, and all the way down the line here. Great wave for Rio. He's going to be miles out in front after this one.
Yeah, I mean, he was on a much better wave than Keanu. Keanu had one that was really reeling down the line. Morgan Siblick getting in on the combo as well, but just got a little tangled up in trying to piece those last couple of turns together. The surfer from Merriweather, who really, you know, only had a kind of a brief slump, but unfortunately you just can't trip up in those first 5 events anymore. You don't have time to save yourself. His Challenger Series run was, you know, commendable. It was solid. It almost got him back into the top 10, just falling short at the final event last year. But Morgan's surfing is still there. I think he was trying to, you know, really back up a remarkable rookie season, and maybe started to think a bit too much in heats. He just seemed to be in real attack mode and be enjoying himself in that first run of contest we saw him in 2021.
He got the keys to the candy store really early, and he went in there and he gobbled it all up, and he just had the biggest smile on his face. But he had this really happy-go-lucky attitude, like this is just all a treat to be here. And then you could see as he was starting to settle in, he became a little bit more serious, and the actual weight of what he was doing, I felt like started to get on his shoulders, and perhaps just putting a little bit too much pressure on himself. Like you said, the surfing was definitely there, or has been there. I felt like there was a little slump last year, but he's back in form again. And, you know, he's dying to get back on the championship tour and give it a good red-hot crack.
We're waiting on numbers to come through. The judges are taking their time with this last exchange. We had Michael Rodriguez in a short amount of space, probably throw one of the most high-quality turns of this heat down. But then we actually saw Rio Aida, you know, dice a wave up from start to finish. Didn't have a turn as big as Michael's on his, but he did do a lot of work and surf with plenty of flow. Keanu also getting a long running wave, which provided an opportunity to let go of a number of turns, but don't think he would have been too happy with what he was able to open up on there. He turned in a 4.5 a sing, so he jumped up into second place. Yeah, Morgan took a fall on his for just a 4.23, so he still needs more. We're having another look at Michael Rodriguez's wave. Just hammering down the line.
Yeah, he's really switched on, is he? That was such a beautiful hack. And another slash off the top here. And again, so this is a wave where he really got some work done down the line. Throws a little progressive tail slide towards the end. And what is it with Michael Rodriguez? Just, you know, he comes alive in these Challenger Series events, and it must be a mental thing because the surfing is there.
Here we go. Morgan Siblick here. Just trying to hang on for the finish here. But it wasn't super clean, and even though he rode out of it, there won't be a lot of points in it. 30 seconds to go here. Rio's still got a number on the way. And I think the surfers are going to have to start guessing what their requirements might be here in the final stages, but it feels like Rio's easily going to turn the number and he needs to climb up into the top two here.
Yeah, Rio's going to go from fourth to first, no doubt about it. Here he is again.
Loading up. This wave breaking away, and he just gets a little hung up, but he does have a previous ride to get locked in. So he probably won't need that one. But Michael Rodriguez also waiting on a score to drop for that last ride, his seventh wave that we watched just moments ago. Had that big, beautiful slice. Even though you want to see a surfer take off and rip into that first turn quickly, I kind of, on the other side of that, I like it when someone just races down the line and has all that speed to really burn into that first move.
And there it is. Rio Aida dropping a 6.27, goes to the top of the order. Comfortably in first place there. Looks like Michael Rodriguez. He might hold down second place, but still a couple of scores to come in. Morgan Siblick, he's got that air. We're still waiting on that score. Initial feelings are that it just wasn't quite enough.
No.
Great heat from Rio, though. Just really good heat management, just picking the eyes out of the sets, making sure he's on the quality waves. Seems to be his formula through this event. So far, it's working.
Yeah. Morgan's requirement grew with, you know, Michael threading together a couple of waves, and we did need to wait for Rio's second score to drop. So the requirement's pretty big now for Morgan. It's a 6.84. Keanu was seeing that at a 6.24. And you just didn't see much happening for them in the later stages of that heat, so I don't think they're getting there.
No, I think how it appears on your screen now is how it's going to finish up. It's Morgan Siblick, the Aussie. He'll be wanting to bounce back. He's had good memories down at Narrabeen's, performed well down there.
Yeah, that's where he got one of his big heat wins over John Florence back in 2021. Numbers coming through for Michael Rodriguez, and they have seen him back up into the #1 position, a 7.03. And, you know, he really did deserve the victory in that heat. Just surfed with a bit more aggression, pushing hard, and have a look at him.
Caralho, a onda foi boa sim? Boa pra caralho.
He's buzzing. And definitely established himself as one of the surfers to beat here in 2023. The Boost Mobile Gold Coast Pro presented by GWM. He's having an absolute ball. So still got some minor scores to lock in, but for us, the result seems like it's pretty solid. As we dive into the Harvey Norman heat recap, plenty of moments here for the Brazilian.
Yeah, just really quality surfing here from Michael Rodriguez. Watch this turn here, lays into it. That's one of the biggest, hardest gaps we've seen of the entire event so far. And he got some great snaps down the line, just releasing the tail for a little slide. Just looks so connected and on. Board looks amazing. That Biola shape.
They're powering on through to that next round. Not a whole lot in the heat score totals between Michael and Rio, but you know, very worthy surfers to be moving on through to that round of 16. We're going to take a quick break. More to come in just a moment. Welcome back to the show. Let's take a trip and zone in on this beautiful part of the Australian East Coast, just over the Queensland border. And yeah, Snapper Rocks, just the ultimate place to kick off the Challenger Series season. And it's fortunately had a beautiful run of swell. It's filled in the sandbar sensationally. But there is the Tweed River bypass pumping sand under that river and unloading it just to the end of Snapper Rocks. But it's the flow from behind the rock there at Froggy's that really sees it push around. And all day we've just seen that sort of sandy colour to the water out there, and when we know it's still filling in.
Yeah, it's unbelievable the way they can just manufacture just one of the most perfect setup sand bottom point breaks you'll ever see. It really is a treat, and on any given day there are hundreds of surfers surfing this wave, but only 4 at the moment.
Yeah, it's nice to see it like this, and there'll probably be even less as we move from this heat into the round of 16 for the women. But it is a great lineup in this one. We've got Matthias Hurdy. We just saw him up, and just a 3-point ride for him on that opening ride. Leo Casal, the Brazilian, impressive, the young goofy footer, overcoming some really tough opponents to earn his place here in this round. He's in the white, Crosby Colapinto. Big moment to save his place in the contest earlier on. He's in the blue, and Jackson Bunch, just an incredible talent from Hawaii. He's having his first real run at the Challenger Series this year. And he also looked good in the earlier rounds, but here's Matthias on the replay.
Yeah, Matthias streaking down the line here. Got this one from way behind the rock. Up and over that foamy section. Big roundhouse cutback with the rebound. Just gets caught in the foam a little bit and then just hits the eject button. Then he got this one down the line. So 2 quick waves here. Opening slash. Another surfer with a lot of energy. We know he has a big air game. And again, just that sort of foam climbing manoeuvre. Judges never really dine out on that one.
Yeah, Mateus, a couple of pretty solid runs on the Challenger Series already. 2021 finished 19th, had a 3rd place finish. 2022 got to 22nd place, had a quarterfinal last year. But we know that his surfing is just tailor-made for the championship tour. He's already had a semi-final finish. That was in Mexico. Lost out to Jack Robinson, who went on to win the event. That was in 2021, as Leo Casal finishes off one here on the inside.
Yeah, not a bad wave to start for Leo. Nothing too out of the box, too extraordinary, too progressive. Just some good, solid foundation surfing on the backhand. The judges will be fairly conservative with this score, just knowing the calibre of surfer that they have in the lineup here. Crosby Colapinto yesterday saved himself with some last-minute heroics, really throwing caution to the wind, a high-risk manoeuvre.
Yeah, the calibre of surfer, but also the quality of waves that are potentially going to roll our way through this next 25 minutes.
Yeah, as we've the tide's starting to run out now, and you can see our competitors really heading right up to the top of the point. This is Leo, this final turn, gets a good hit, lots of spray.
He spent a lot of time out here and obviously feels right at home. He's had some strong results as a junior, as a Grom, competing in different events around the Gold Coast. And he looks sharp in the earlier rounds, but Leo doesn't put up a monster number to kick things off, but it's the biggest number at the moment, 4.5. Just on 24 minutes to go. Let's hear from Michael Rodriguez. He's with Felicity.
Yeah, Emrod, an amazing heat out there. You came up against Rio, who's been in form. It must feel good to get the win.
Yeah, for sure. He always pushed the level, and it's just super hard to compete against him because him is just, you know, he can be busy on the heat and he can be waiting for the wave. So it's pretty hard to compete against him. I'm just so happy to finally beat him in the heat.
You started the heat with a couple of sixes and things got really exciting there at the end. A lot of good waves came through and you managed to get a 7 and jump to the lead. Talk to me, how do you stay calm when so much time is ticking down in the heat?
Actually, I wasn't calm. I was super nervous, and yeah, I was just in the ocean trying to figure out how to do a 6 and 7. So I was having fun, no priority all the time, and try to catch waves and put my surf. I don't know, I'm feeling confident about my board, about myself. So yeah, I'm just trying to have fun out there and try to compete good.
And the waves are absolutely pumping. Talk to me, how good is it to surf Snapper with only 3 other people out?
How can I say? It's just a perfect day here, and I really love this place. I felt like at home, and it's been just super amazing. I was here in the last swell, and I got a lot of waves, so we have been enjoying a lot this place, and I really love to be here.
Thanks so much for your time, and good luck in the next round.
Thank you, Felicity. Yeah, I mean, he really looks like he is happy to be here. And at different stages throughout the first 5 events on the championship tour, it almost felt like he didn't want to be there. But he's shown today that, you know, his surfing belongs on the CT. High quality, super fast, and you know, really starting to build some confidence again, which is great to see.
It is great to see. The riddle that Emrod needs to work out is how does he take this mindset and these performances that he's delivering here on the Challenger Series and convert it over to the Championship Tour, because there is a difference. It's noticeable. You know, we haven't seen that pace and that confidence, the conviction in the turns that he's delivering. It just hasn't been there.
Well, here we go. Leo Casal, he kicked off with a 4.5, and he's one of those surfers who might be benefiting from just being free to roam this lineup, looking for opportunities there.
Yeah, another reasonable wave there for Leo Casal. You know, again, I'm just waiting for that big, aggressive standout moment on the wave, and perhaps he's just working on the theory of just getting a couple of mid-range scores under his belt, and then he's going to switch to that selective process of picking a better wave, and he can really open up. But certainly yesterday he was one of the standout competitors, really put a good heat together.
Well, he has no choice but to kind of scrap around on the inside at the moment. Fourth in, the only surfer just with no priority out there, really. It's neutral between the other competitors at the moment. Or between Crosby, Colapinto and Jackson Bunch. But Leo's building. 5.83. Pretty decent number there.
Not a bad number, and really extracted everything he could out of that wave. And, well, he's doing everything he can under priority, really. And looks like we're going to get some waves marching around the corner now. Let's have another look at it. So started well. Quick snap. Keeps the speed and momentum down the line, up and over the roof of this one. Bit of a projection floater, and another one. And gets to the finish. That final turn, that felt good.
Yeah, his style reminds me of another Australian surfer who we saw competing in this event, Geordie Lawler. Kind of gets that back arm leading into those big backhand hooks. But so far, hasn't been able to break into the sixes, and that's probably because he hasn't been on waves like this. Bigger set wave here for Matthias Hurdy, and he doesn't need a whole lot to get himself into the lead. He's had some really long rides these past 2 days. This is another one. It's stretching out for a mile, and he's got so much variation on this forehand. He can throw up these walls. Taking his time with it. Loading up, thinking about the big finish here. Climbs the section and manages to bring it down. Finishes on his feet. Behind him, Crosby Colapinto. Big assault on the pocket here. Throws that tail. He's going to hang on for the finish. I mean, the wave rolled off without him. But that's a very committed turn. A lot of risk involved on a cupped out section, and he makes it stick.
Matthias and Crosby are miles down into Rainbow Bay. Well past all the recreational surfers here. And Crosby just motoring back out. So that's going to be a long paddle. There's a couple of minutes here before these guys will be back up in the takeoff zone. But some good scores here. Let's see what Crosby got done out the back. So a big swooping turn, just displacement of water. Driving down the line. Gets a little roof climbing floater there. Another big swoop around the section. Now he starts to get a little bit more vertical in the attack. The wave cupping up a little bit more. But it's that these final turns here, McRon really starts to get up high in the pocket. Bang, slams it, and then a really high-risk maneuver to finish off.
It just took that ride to a whole nother level, that final turn. I mean, he did a lot of work on it. There was some drifting of the fins, but that was a big exclamation point to finish off that ride. Matthias Hurdy also a brilliant wall. I mean, some great turns. Nothing like that one big hit we saw from Crosby, but this should still score really well.
Yeah, the legs have to be burning at this point. It's this final little section here that really starts to bowl out. And Matthias just throws it up onto the roof. Forces it down. This is Jackson Bunch. Wow, big vertical hit on the backhand. So the waves at Snapper Rock really starting to deliver here. Wow, big high tail release re-entry to finish off.
Remember when Kalani Robb first came on the scene?
Yes, I do, mate.
It's exactly what I was making some comparisons to Gabriel Medina when he was wiring. He first came on the scene. But it's a lot more like Kalani Robb. Just that, really quick transition up into the bowl of the wave.
Yeah.
Kalani is so fast.
Oh, one of the fastest to ever do it. It's that similar back arm, how he tucks it in as well. Yeah, narrow sort of stance.
Before Fanning came on the scene, all the talk was about Kalani Robb being one of the fastest surfers anyone had ever seen.
Yep.
But Jackson Bunch getting himself into the mix here, but we are expecting a big number for Matthias Hurdy, but also for Crosby Colapinto. Leo Casali did all that great work early on, just building a bit of a heat score tally. But the judges were wise to leave a lot of room in the scale because bigger waves and much bigger turns laid down by two of the favourites to go a long way up the Challenger Series ladder this year.
Yeah, well, we've been waiting a few days for Snapper to start delivering these waves around the corner, to really start producing these walls that our surfers can start ripping into. And they haven't disappointed.
I'm going to call you. Remember when you were a kid and your coach would scream at you and you get those little bits of foam in the corner of his mouth?
Yes.
You were playing footy. You've got those at the moment.
Right,
so you're obviously getting
corners,
really excited and frothing at the moment at the prospect of seeing all four of these competitors get the opportunity again to dig into some big turns. 15 minutes to go. We are waiting for numbers to come through. They're going to be right up there in the excellent range. We'll take a Bonsai Brew break. Back with an update on the situation in just a moment.
Brought to you by Major Events Gold Coast, strategic partner of the Boost Mobile Gold Coast Pro presented by GWM. By Bond University, not for profit and not to conform. Bond University exists for you. By Oakberry, fuel yourself with the official acai of WSL Australia. By Cooper's Brewery, official beer of WSL Australia. And by BioGland, official vitamin partner of the WSL Australia.
Welcome back to the show, and what a show it is. You can definitely sense there's been an increase in the energy out there in the lineup, starting to see some big numbers drop. Mateus Hurdy put together a 6.53, but the big number is going to go the way of Crosby Colapinto. Let's have another look at it here, Rich.
Yeah, great wave here for Crosby. Opens up with a huge gap. Little lip line tap here, big projection floater down the line. This wave just stretched out in front of him and just was begging for points. And Crosby just staying relatively conservative to this point, but just really engaged on the face, getting some great rail work done. And now's where he starts to just get a little bit more vertical with the attack. And these final turns, that one in particular was really high risk. Completely lost the tail of the board out, grabbed onto the rail, shoved it back under his feet, and have a look at the score, 8.83.
Yeah, we're expecting the level to continue to rise as we move closer to finals day. We said at the start of the event, you know, Challenger Series contests, you know, you want the surfing to get to a championship tour level because, you know, at the end of it all, that's the goal for the competitors, to graduate and actually be able to win heats, not just to get there and get bumped off again. And Crosby Colapinto's put together a ride there that would look right at home on the CT.
Yeah, and you know, the last couple of years, Crosby's surfing has come in leaps and bounds. He's obviously put in some incredible performances in Hawaii, really teaming up with brother Griff and feeding off his energy and what he's doing on the championship tour. and he's really got some big turns. He's a big lad, and he really reminds me, again, I keep saying it, it's a Geordie Smith style of surfing in the way he really displaces water and the spray that comes off his board. And he's got the airs too.
Yeah, great lineup once again here. Matthias Hurdy's got that spark. He's so progressive, big airs that he can go to as well. Hasn't needed to lean into them too much in this contest so far. Yields on this occasion to Crosby, who's got priority over him. And Colapinto drifts the fins to get started here. Whipping into the bowl. This will be a nice backup number for him. And this is really where he needed to sharpen things up in smaller conditions. And he's done it there nicely. And the 2% crew from San Clemente there on the beach, making plenty of noise for him, and for good reason.
Well, he's done the total opposite of what he did yesterday and leave it to the last minute. He's backed it up with 10 minutes to go. All sorts of little secret handshakes going down here between the fellas.
Kaloa Andino doing a good impression of Will Ferrell in Anchorman when he lost his gig.
Yeah, looking for Baxter.
Just under 10 minutes to go here. And waiting on the numbers for the backup score. And while we do, let's have a look at the replay.
Fantastic backup score for Crosby. Gets the tail drift to start things off. Another slice and a beautiful little pocket hit. And then just finally getting to that finishing turn, and didn't overcook it too much, but that was a really high-risk manoeuvre to start things off. Just really riding the coping there. Always difficult to stay in control when the fins are free. You're basically just sliding on the bottom surface of your board in between your fins.
Crosby, big turns, super committed, really strong in big waves, but competitively it hasn't really been there for him the past few years. Something clicked though. He won a 5,000, a QS 5,000 in that North American region. And ever since then, he's kind of got a little bit more of a feel for how to put a heat together. And we've seen that. Doesn't lose composure. Doesn't necessarily push it and try and throw his best weapons out on every section. Just sort of stands back, sums up what's in front of him and delivers the appropriate turn for that section. 8.5 minutes to go. Let's check in with Kaipo.
Want to give you guys an update from the Bailey Ladders leaderboard. Looking forward to the end of the day when we're going to get into the women's round of 16. And I want to point out a heat to you. Sierra Kerr, the teenage phenomena, coming up against the 8-time world champ, Stephanie Gilmore. Both surfers representing Coolangatta. That is going to be one to tune in for. Who do you guys have on your pick?
Wow, that's gnarly. It looks like Sierra Kerr might have written her own name up there on the the draw. But yeah, that's going to be a really intense clash. Sierra Kerr performed really well, but she's going to have her hands full. Stephanie Gilmore, she'd just be rubbing her hands together looking at the conditions out here at the moment. This is her favourite kind of surf. As we see a replay now of the Brazilian goofy foot, Leo Casal.
Yeah, Leo just really showing us this strong backhand attack. Love the extension on that turn. Nice and compressed on the hillside rail. Gets the release. Back on the hillside rail again. Look at how tight. Transition, that pivoting motion. It's a real figure eight track that you can draw on your backhand.
Just, you know, from the set waves that we've seen in this heat though, Rich, it just feels like, you know, that waves that size aren't going to cut it for Leo. He's done some big backhand hits on his road through to this point in the competition. I think he's got to wait in line for a quality set wave, because Matthias Hurdy and Crosby, they've got a real edge with those bigger waves that they've had. Jackson Bunch is well and truly in reach, it feels like, with the 6.27. But I think we've got to count on Matthias Hurdy to replace the 4.93 at one point or another. He's just been surfing too well.
Yeah, well, Jackson's in the box seat at the moment with priority, and then Matthias sitting with second priority. So as you said, there's odds on that he'll replace that 4.93 and make the requirement even harder for both Leo and Jackson. 6 minutes on the clock. Jackson just being very, very patient. Exciting young surfer.
Oh, he's awesome. And he took out the Hawaii Tahiti Nui Regional QS. He had a victory over there. And yeah, it's just a super talent. Actually, it wasn't that long ago that he stitched it up with a win. I think it was down in Tahiti, actually, that he collected that big victory. But he's having his first real run at the Challenger Series. Super impressive in the World Junior Championships. He had a quarterfinal finish there. But a super composed competitor, really backs himself. And I think he'd still feel like he's right in this heat, and he should, because when you look at Matthias Hurdy's top scoring ride and Jackson Bunch's, there's not a whole lot in it.
No, it's still pretty close. And when you think Jackson hasn't had a lot of opportunities to really open up, but was reading up that he wanted to just work on his confidence a little bit more and just, you know, constructing heats a bit smarter was something that he's focusing on a lot.
Well, let's dive into the Harvey Norman heat recap and see how Crosby Colapinto comboed the field here. Beautiful big rail turn to start off this ride. It's a bigger set wave. He just surfed it so well, especially here. That was such a tricky section to read. And he did well to find that open face again.
Yeah, he sure did. Down the line here, just identifying that there's all this scoring potential down here. And now Crosby really starts to wind up. Just watch the spray coming off his board. Always so much power and commitment in every turn. And watch that final finishing manoeuvre. Gets the tail right up high above the wave. Brings it down. This is his backup score again. Going to that progressive tail slide. Little drift on the coping. Quick snaps. For such a tall guy, he's so efficient. Gets nice and low.
Man, that final turn on the 8.83 was a full tip of the cap to Taj Burrow. That was a TB special, that one. Big fin drift, grabbed the rail for a bit of extra control and right on out. And Taj, you know, made that that turn a trademark and used it to good effect here to claim multiple victories at the QS level and also as a championship tour event. 3.5 minutes remaining here. Jackson Bunch is out there with priority. Leaning into just the absolute, just complete surf knowledge of Akila Ipo, incredible shaper, but his dad coached many of the world's best surfers. But Akila just had a really great game plan, found some distance from the event site for Jackson just to watch the heats unfold without really buying into all that energy and hype, not giving the rival competitors the opportunity to read his body language and see where he was kind of at before paddling out for this exchange.
Yeah, it definitely works for some competitors just to stay away, get your own space. John tends to do it quite often as well. Quite elusive, only ever comes down a short time before his heat, or you never really see him too much. But yeah, you can get distracted up in the competitors area. Always a lot of noise and things going on, and really got to be focused on the lineup, especially out here at Snapper Rocks. And Akila just obviously bringing a really calm and positive energy.
I don't talk to anyone when I'm in there. That VIP area, I'm just too busy shoveling oakberry into my face.
We're almost due. I think we're straight there after this heat.
Yeah, well, it's a nice warm afternoon, and it's a refreshing treat, Rich. And you've almost reached your quota for the week.
I've still got a couple more tickets, mate.
2 minutes remaining here. Jackson Bunch waiting for his opportunity. Can he hold his nerve here? Matthias Hurdy, he'd love to get rid of this 4.93. That's got him sitting a little vulnerable at the moment in second spot. Leo Casal, he's not out of it either, but needs to really have things fall his way when you think about priority to even get a shot here. He's in fourth spot for priority. Still looking for a 5.64. Movement on the outside. Jackson Bunch about to make his move. Let's see what the 19-year-old can do. Taking his time with his first section. Hits it nicely. The wave's starting to reel off, so he gathers some speed. Takes a high line. Climbs the roof for a moment. Stringing it together pretty nicely. And there's a solid hit, but this wave's going to shut down on him, sadly. And that is unfortunately not applauding the surfing there. That was applauding the fact that wave shut down, because Colapinto is the man that Kolohe Andino's got eyes on.
Oh, he nearly got to the edge of that one.
And Matthias Hurdy, he takes off on a wave that's not going to help him improve that heat score total. And now Leo Casals out there just begging for an opportunity with 35 seconds to go to get his chance.
Griffin's safe as houses here. Excellent heat total. Crosby is safe as houses here. 16-point total. Excellent score. This all comes down to Matthias Hurdy trying to guard second place. Jackson Bunch, a 5.20 on. He's asked the question. He put in some good turns on that wave. Was there more on offer?
He gave it some punch. He really took his time at the start of that ride. He didn't want to rush it or lose speed when those steeper sections came his way. This one is coming to a close. We're not going to see another wave ridden. Leo Casal with priority. Didn't get a shot at it, so he's going to fall out of the mix here. We are still waiting on the number for Jackson Bunch. .2 is the requirement here. I mean, he gave it a couple of good hits here, Rich. He really took his time with his opening sections of the wave. I mean, that's a well-timed hit. Finds the open face here. Just gathers speed for the steeper sections down the line.
Yeah, well, he was forced to go down the line.
Oh, that was nice.
That's a good snap. I'm just wondering whether there was more opportunity if he had highlined and then really started to work those sections down.
Well, Matthias Hurdy was looking in and he saw fins flying out the back of that wave, and Jackson Bunch has held his nerve and gotten the job done here. He turns in a 6.03, and that is enough to get him ahead of the Brazilian competitor and into the next round. But it was the Crosby Colapinto show, a great performance, and no doubt we'll be seeing some of those highlights a little later on the WSL post show. But right now we're going to take a quick break before we get into the round of 16 for the women, with Nixie Ryan taking on Nikki Van Dyke, and we'll bring in Kaipo and Bugs for the call.
That's right, Make or Break Season 2 streaming right now live on Apple TV, plus 8 episodes for your consumption, documenting the 2022 Championship Tour. Welcome back to the Boost Mobile Pro Gold Coast, presented by GWM. I'm Kaipo along with Rabbit, Bartholomew, and Bugs. Now we're getting into head-to-head competition as we enter the women's round of 16.
Yeah, we're fast approaching the pointy end of the tournament. and we've got a great match to start with.
Nixie Ryan out in the red jersey versus Nikki Van Dyke in heat number 1 of this round 16. The young up-and-coming Australian surfer Nixie Ryan coming through. In her opening round, actually in the round of 32, Nixie did beat Steph Gilmore in that force surfer format. So she's had some success already in this tournament.
Yeah, well, Nixie, you know, she was born and bred at Lennox Head, so she knows these point breaks inside out. An exciting young surfer from Lee Bar, Board Riders Club.
Then we have Nikki Van Dyke, the veteran, 28 years old from Phillip Island, 7 seasons on the championship tour for Nikki Van Dyke. She took a big win in Cascais, a CT win. That was back in 2017 when the women's tour would go there to Cascais and Guincho.
Yeah, well, I mean, that was against the Hall of Famers, you know, Stephanie Gilmore and Carissa Moore, you know, Sally Fitzgibbons, Courtney Conlog.
Yeah, since then we've meshed both the men's and the women's tour. So all the stops are the same for men's and women's as we look at contemporary World Surf League competition on the championship tour. Same thing for the Challenger Series as well. Open priority right now between the two surfers. So we're going to see a little bit of gamesmanship, I feel, on the paddle at the beginning of this heat, Bugs.
Yeah, it's a bit of gamesmanship. Nikki Van Dyke looks like she's got the inside running on that point break situation. They're very close to each other. Nixie Ryan got some great wide waves in that match with Steph Gilmore in the 4-man heat.
Nixie happy to give up the inside here as we fly by on the Gold Coast flight cam. Beautiful afternoon. Tide continues to draw off of the sand, and the swell sticking in there.
Yeah, well, both the ladies went super wide straight away. No one's taking off in the traditional snapper takeoff zone. They're seeing that, you know, that last heat, Crosby Colapinto getting in super long rides down through Rainbow Bay for a massive score, combined total. Now we've got a little bit of a paddle up the point. So it could be a challenge on for the inside. Looks like Nikki just holding her opponent off.
Yeah, Nikki very aware of the positioning right now. Nixie's switching gears here, going to paddle wider and down the point. The surfer's positioning further down the point, Bugs, does that have anything to do with the sand migrating, or is it just the tide?
Well, it's a combination of everything. I mean, there is definitely a link bank from the Little Marley rocks down through Rainbow Bay, but we've seen that wide bank come into play so many times. First of all, there can be a section from the traditional outside takeoff between these two, so you mightn't be able to connect all the way. And also, you know, this just really allows you to open up, and as the swell turns a bit more east-southeast than east, this bank could come into play throughout the rest of the tournament. A bit of a slow start. Definitely no waves have been let go. There's just been nothing on offer so far, so pretty quiet first 7 minutes.
Well, Bugs, let's check in with Stace. He's with Crosby Colapinto. Crosby went excellent in that last heat.
Indeed he did, yeah, Bo.
Yeah, stoked.
How good that first one feel?
Oh, it felt amazing. I mean, just to like start on that wave. Yesterday I sat for like 20 minutes, and then starting on that wave right now was like as good as a start can get, I think.
Well, that's what you trained for.
Hell yeah. I had Tommy Witz up there, and the whole plan was to simplify, so I simplified it, and it was simple.
Good to hear the boys whistling on the beach. I'm sure you can hear it.
Oh yeah, 2% crew's getting loud for all the boys, so we got Jet and Evan and I and the crew, so we're keeping it going, keeping the vibes rolling and getting loud.
I'm sure all the boys are crowded around the TV. Do you want to say g'day?
Yeah, shout out to all the boys at home. I know everyone's probably watching at Griffin's house, so what up, boys? We simplified.
Well done, Cross.
Simplified seems to be the mantra, and opening up with an 8.83 Crosby and Colapinto.
Yeah, well, yesterday he alluded to the heat yesterday where he needed a big score at the end, and he got it. He nailed it. But today, that was pretty close to the best performance of the day.
Yeah, it's 8.83, backed it up with a lucky number, 7.77. So that was one of the bigger heat totals of the day. Went into the excellent range on the two waves. Still, no action out in the water, so we've shaved some time off the clock, and no scores as of yet between these two, Nixie Ryan and Nikki Van Dyke. A little bit of action here. Love the beach angle. Wind's still good. And with this abbreviated heat, this first exchange, the importance of this first exchange is more and more crucial in that we just turned it into a 20-minute heat.
Wow, that's a very interesting situation. Whoever gets that first wave could well and truly have an advantage. And there's something on the outside that they're both having a look at. Nikki's still holding down the inside, so still jockeying. Is a good sized wave now. No. So here we go, restart.
Wow. Gee. Well, that's interesting. And the new heat's not started now that we started this restart, which I was not aware of. That we had restarts into play in this round. So there you go, new clock.
Well, how is that situation where Nikki, the first wave that comes through between between the two heats?
That's odds. I mean,
and Nikki definitely wanted that wave. Now, did she give up inside? Amazingly, her opponent didn't capitalise on Nikki going for that wave and didn't take the inside. So it's status quo.
So I guess the presumption is if you do not say there's no restarts, then restarts are in play, because I did not see that a note to that this morning, as we're trying to get through 4 heats for the women in this round of 16. So new clock on the board. We'll see how that plays into the daylight factor when we hit to heat number 4 of today's competition.
Yeah, it does. It adds 10 minutes to the days. You never know, there could be more restarts as the day goes on, but there was nothing on offer. I mean, usually the head judge goes, look, you know, waves were let go. There was contestable waves, scoreable waves, and we're not having a restart, you know, when the restart's in play.
What a difference a heat makes, Bugs, because just last heat we saw big numbers and beautiful waves being surfed, and all of a sudden someone needs to put another coin in the wave machine right now.
Yeah, and this is what, you know, really is a coach killer, because what happens is that you get ready, and based on what you saw last heat, it was unbelievable. The place was just pumping.
Right. Looks like a whole different day right now.
Yeah, it does.
So with the new clock at 28 minutes, now opportunity to both Nixie Ryan and Nikki Van Dyke. We'll see who's going to get first score. Nixie looks interested there. No, that wave's not going to break.
And the only way, one single wave came through, and it came through in the 30 seconds between the end of the first 10 minutes and then the start of the new 30-minute heat.
Well, patience is a virtue, and you want to be virtuitous right now at the start of this heat.
Yeah, well, at different times of the day, you do get lulls from time to time. It's not complete mechanical. Even the best brakes in the world can do it. I remember talking to Pat O'Connell, and he was saying how at J Bay, someone was going, "Oh man, this wave's unbelievable." And he said, "I've been here several years, and every time I have a heat, it's at the ebb of the tide, and
Yeah.
it goes flat."
Yeah, I mean, it is. Well, this is the Challenger Series for 2023, and this is how it works. The goal for the men to be in the top 10, the goal for the women to be in the top 5. Those spots will qualify for the 2024 Championship Tour. There's 6 events in the Challenger Series in 2023. Your best 4 results will count towards your ratings on the leaderboard. Each event features 80 men and 48 women.
Now, what makes this round really important is that, okay, you know, in the men's with the bigger field and more spread out, this round here, the round of 16, is pretty much a keeper.
Yeah.
You can definitely keep this and count this towards your 4 results. I believe in the women's that I've worked out over the last couple of years, the average has been just a little better than 5th.
Yeah.
So you've got to get through this round, unless, of course, you offset that with a win.
True. So you lose in this round, you get an equal 9th, and you get 3,320 points. You make this round, you get into the quarterfinals. A quarterfinals result is an equal 5th. That result will net you $4,745 points. I'm sorry, not dollars. But so there is a big points difference between getting in and out of this round. Nixie Ryan with that first wave, and we're going to wait for the first score to set up this heat. Priority now to Nikki Van Dyke.
Yeah, well, what happens now is that Nikki can sit wherever she wants. I think she's sitting where she wants to anyway, because she had pole position, she had the inside. That's going to be a pretty low-scoring ride for Nixie Ryan. But, you know, being a young surfer, they don't like sitting around too long. They want to surf.
And this is just going to get things started. I don't know if there's going to be a keeper at the end of this heat.
No, I would say not. If it is, then we're talking about a very low-scoring heat.
This is true.
2.67 is exactly what it was worth. And you know, no disadvantage. She's back in the lineup. She's a little bit wider. We have seen sometimes that separation between the two. That can be a ridge, and the surfer on the inside cannot get to that super wide section. I saw it in a couple of the men's heats where they were critical last rides, and sometimes they turn the heat.
Well, it's a perfect time for us to froth to a Bon Soy brew break. We'll take a break, but we'll be right back with more from the women's round of 16 here at the Boost Mobile Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM. I absolutely love the Gold Coast. It's world-class waves, but more than that, it's just the people, the great restaurants, the overall culture of the place. We went to the Coolangatta Airport. We got into a little fixed wing plane, and we had the pleasure of checking out all the different banks, all the different headlands. It's an absolute gem.
Napa from the air is like nothing else we've ever seen. I can just see the sand set up. It's literally one of the most mechanical, best waves without being a wave pool. Kind of like a natural little amphitheatre the way Snapper Rocks is set up.
It's got to be Kira. The waves here are some of the best in the world. Siblings is taking up, one of the most famous landmarks on the Gold Coast. And when the waves are firing, it's probably the best seat in the house.
Wave-rich region with a long surf history. You can get the wave of your life. It keeps me coming back over and over again. I absolutely love it here. The beautiful Gold Coast, 52 kilometers of stunning coastline, and displayed here on the Gold Coast flight cam, flying high above our contest venue.
Yeah, well, there we are. Snapper Rock's the gateway to the Gold Coast, the gateway to Queensland, and of course the beginning of the World Surf Reserve. The World Surfing Reserve stretches between Snapper Rocks and Burleigh Heads and all the point breaks in between. And of course, as I was saying earlier, the only city in the world that's got a surf management plan, and that encompasses all the way from Snapper Rocks all the way up to South Stratty. A lot of good surf breaks in between there.
I would encourage other places in the world, other countries, everywhere, to pump sand. It seems to work pretty well as far as shoring up coastlines, as well as providing great surf breaks.
Well, I did have a little equation. It was called sand plus surf equals success. And there's an economic factor to that as well. Everyone comes to town when it's pumping. They buy a sandwich. They support the local businesses.
Hey, I mean, on a good day over here at the Superbank, you got about 1,000 hungry customers for sure.
1,000 per hour.
1,000 per hour. It's strange to see just 2 out in the lineups, actually, Bugs.
Yeah, that's right. It's a good sight, actually. It reminds me of when I was a kid.
Just to think back on those days. But it is a popular break for good reason. It is really one of the marvels of the surf world. You get one of these waves and it will change your entire day, your week, who knows, maybe even your year. It's pretty incredible. It is incredible.
And talking of kids, we've got in the next seat, we've got two Snapper kids. And that's going to be something to talk about. But first of all, we've got Nikki Van Dyke.
Here we go. Nikki Van Dyke looking down the line. This is going to be the first meaningful wave in the clash with Nixie Ryan and Van Dyke. Puts it together. She had a 1.5 up and out so far in her scoreline. She is going to take the lead right now off of Nixie Ryan. Priority to Nixie Ryan.
We know Nixie has put down some good scores throughout the tournament so far to reach this stage. And this is the best wave of the heat so far. Streaking down the line, Nikki. She is a veteran of the tour. She knows how to put a wave together. Probably could have finished a little stronger, but it'll be by far the best wave. I think she was looking for a little bit more, maybe to get around that section.
Yeah, because that was just a gliding finish for Nikki Van Dyke. Awaiting the score. That will set the situation here. 18 minutes and 15 seconds are counting down the clock. Our Gold Coast flight cam hovering up above this pristine condition and the beautiful headland of Greenmount you can see in the distance there.
And I think all the, the local conservation groups have done a good job in protecting our headlands, even though, obviously there's a lot of development on the Gold Coast, but the headlands, you can see down a bit further, there's Kira.
Yeah, the famous Kira groin. Nixie answering back. Nice slash for Ryan. Gets the finish. The answer back. 2.84 will give her the lead because Nikki Van Dyke, her second ride, a 4-point ride.
Yeah, well, that way for Nixie, for a priority use, I'm not sure. It starts out okay. She gets that first good turn in. Then she kind of struggles with this wave, I feel. That's a pretty small spray off the back. It could be thereabouts close to Nikki's ride.
Van Dyke weaving down the line. Slashes off the top, comes around this section. Looking for a little bit more down the line. Gets it all the way around there with a cutty. Bonus section opens up on the inside for Van Dyke. Float to finish. So back and forth now between the two competitors. Nikki Van Dyke and Nixie Ryan will be waiting for scores for each of the surfers to set the situation.
Yeah, it seems like Nikki Van Dyke's got in the better rhythm. Nixie, that wave that she took then, I don't think it was a good idea. I think she should have probably waited. And Nikki got the wave behind. That was by far, that was the strongest wave of the heat so far, because she gets down the line, as we see here, kind of just a set-up move there, but it's this next carve that really is the first solid maneuver of the heat right here. Just carves it back, and she needs a finish. There's a pretty strong move there by Nikki Van Dyke, Kaipo.
Yeah, great management of down the line speed, finding some open space to get that full wrap cut back before a little bonus section on the insides. Judges still deliberating on the numbers for each of our surfers.
But I think what's going to happen here is that, you know, Nikki's going to get a stronger score. That becomes the 4, becomes the backup, and that's the rhythm she's going to get herself in. And I think Nixie will find herself fairly well in arrears here.
Score drops for Nixie Ryan. It's a 3.67. Scores coming through for Nikki Van Dyke. It is a 4.5 advantage to Nikki Van Dyke. Nixie Ryan needing a 4.83 to take the lead off of Nikki Van Dyke.
Okay, well, not too much damage done. So if you stand alone, those two, the first exchange, it was a 4 versus a 3.67. Nothing lost there too much. And then Nikki gets a 4.5. So an incremental improvement, but not a massive improvement. And now, of course, Nixie Ryan's the one who with priority.
Van Dyke finds this under priority.
Yeah, we talked about this wide bank.
And just the wave kind of runs off down the line.
Wasn't exactly like the Crosby Colapinto wave, was it?
No, it was not.
It was lacking in a bit of power.
Yeah, so that will not change the situation. It won't add nor take away from Nikki's position at the moment. She still has the lead over Nixie Ryan. Ryan in the red jersey with priority. Ryan needing, again, that 4.83 to turn the heat. We're halfway through the heat. As we can see, all of the scores and all of the waves written, highlighted are the top 2 waves for each of our surfers.
Well, it's a good thing they got the restart, because in actual fact, they've been out there 26 minutes. And Nixie is looking at this one. This could be a bit more promising. It's got a bit of a ridge in it. She might have to do some big work on the start here.
Couple of carves there. The wave's going to end with a 3-turn performance for Nixie Ryan.
Yeah, so she had to squeeze those 3 turns in because that ridge separated the sections.
So we'll be waiting for that number as we analyze one more time on this Boost Mobile replay.
Yeah, nice carve back there by Nixie. Another setup move, nothing major yet. A better finish though. A bit of tail drift to finish that turn. And she just gets the board above the lip line. Yeah, it's a pretty innovative move to finish there. I think that's where her points will come from.
She's going to turn the heat.
So
6-point ride.
And therefore, I think Nikki's being sort of penalised for having pretty conservative finishes. She's going to have to open up here.
Bigger wave for Van Dyke in just 2 turns, however.
And the second turn, again, not dynamic enough.
So Nixie Ryan with the advantage and that 6-point ride on her last score. There's Nixie on the paddle back out, hearing from our on-site commentators the situation. We're waiting for it. Nikki's score. Nikki needs a 5.18 to turn the heat into her favor. We're at 12 minutes on the countdown. Let's take a look at Van Dijk's last wave.
Yeah, she sets up well. This first turn, that's pretty dynamic. And the second turn, yeah, it just gets caught up a bit, but not a bad two-turn combo.
Yeah, I thought the first turn,
yeah, that was a good one.
Was a good turn, and most of that number for Nikki Van Dijk will be leveraged off of that first turn. Nixie Ryan uses priority here. She goes caught behind here and handed it over to Nikki Van Dijk.
Yeah, well, Nikki Van Dijk needs a 5.18 out of that one, but this could be an opportunistic situation for Nikki.
Roll in here, kicks out, wants to keep priority. This is going to be a paddle battle.
Yeah, I think she's got the advantage.
And up to the priority judge, up in the judge's tower. Nikki's not going to wait for a decision. She goes. Carve to start. Make it 2. Foamy face to deal with. Gets knocked off.
Yeah, it's that situation trying to squeeze 2 into 1 there. And sometimes better off as we see some movement on the outside. Nixie Ryan's going to have a good look at this one, Kaibo.
Here we go. Good looking wave here for Nixie. Slash off the top, opening up now. Nixie Ryan, little warble to contend with. Speeds down the line. Matching the speed with the wave. Long wall. Nixie gets a long carve on her way to a good score. Wave's going to give her a little bit more space here. Nice connection for Nixie Ryan. And by far the best wave in this heat. Nixie is going to increase her advantage over Nikki Van Dijk.
Yeah, well, Nikki got a 5 on that last effort, the one before, when she got the 2 turns in. But things are going to change right up here because this first turn is a solid carve down the face. She has to go around Nikki there, but you know what? Ideally, she took the high line. And she's just streaking down until she can go to work on this wave. So a couple of great carves there, and then she gets this bonus section. She gets a bit of a frothy part of the wave, but she starts to really loosen up now. And the legs are burning, so she's out of there.
Yeah, I'm expecting a big number on that last wave for Nixie Ryan. Nikki Van Dijk is still owed the score. Likely not going to be a score that turns the heat.
I mean, Nikki's really capable of some big moves herself. She's going to have to produce them.
She sure is, because a 7-point ride just dropped for Nixie Ryan. And Nikki Van Dijk now needs to go excellent. Van Dijk needing an 8-point ride. There's all of the judges. One judge went as high as a 7.5. Throughout that 7.5 and that 6.5, the average of the remaining scores, a flat 7.
Yeah, she'd be happy to have that one. Not so happy with the paddle back, but when you're rewarded with a decent number, it makes the long journey back to snapper that much nicer. Having that 6-point backup's a bit, it's a comfort zone.
Yeah. And it's a long paddle as well after a wave of that length.
Yeah, well, you know, one fortunate thing is that there's not a big south swell current running, because she's a long way down there. So look at that. Still so far to get back to snapper. But there's no current today. That's a bit of a bonus. The swells, I would say it's been kind of south to southeast and then moving more east-southeast today as it migrates to the east.
Are we expecting more easterly direction tomorrow, Bugs? I'd like you to look into the crystal ball for me.
Oh, I believe it will. I mean, it generally goes that way. It'll go more easterly, I'd say Friday and Saturday.
All right. Well, let's check out our Harvey Norman recap and how Nixie Ryan took it so far. Here we go. She opened up with a 6-point ride. Little tail throw to finish. Nikki Van Dyke answered back, Bugs.
Yeah, there's a 5-point ride, just 2 maneuvers. If that one had been a bit more dynamic, I reckon she would have got a 6+.
This one made all the difference right here. This was that 7-point ride.
Well, she got the judges' attention with that first carve, then streaks down the line, connects to all the sections together, and another great carve turn. And she starts to go as the legs start to burn. There's still more in this one. These next 2 maneuvers, just polish it off. And that's it. She bails out of that one before she gets the green mount, goes, that's enough. And she's up again.
The insider in and out. No harm, no foul for Nixie Ryan. Surfing under the priority of Nikki Van Dyke. Again, Van Dyke needs that 8-point ride. You can see it in the needs column to take the lead off of Nixie Ryan. Wow, look at this clash coming up. Sierra Kerr is preparing herself to surf against the GOAT, Steph Gilmore.
Well, you know, I was thinking, like in men's they would say David and Goliath, right? I've been trying to come up with an equal to the women's. I was thinking maybe, I don't know, Joan of Arc versus Serena Williams. You know, that Joan of Arc was a teenage warrior that led the armies in France.
That is going to be a clash coming up. Both surfers well adapt to snapper rocks, and on the toes right here, needs to make some sections. Nikki Van Dyke's been battling, still working down the line. High line through this section. Now the wave slows up just a little bit. She can attack the lip. Carve, back up in there. More down the line speed. Dodging the free surfers out in the lineup. Finally bailing out of that wave.
Well, that was Nikki's best ride for sure. So she's got herself well and truly into this now. There's 5 minutes to go. A massive paddle back. Well, it looks like Nikki is well down the point as well. She has a look over her shoulder to see where her opponent is, and her opponent seems to be just inside of her. So even further down, no, that's a long paddle back for Nikki Van Dyke. Incredible. What a long ride this is, Kaibo.
Yeah, it was a long ride, but there was a lot of downtime right here working.
Yeah.
Trying to find the open face.
Yeah, no maneuvers yet. And now she goes to work. That's a great start. So this wave, it's a grower. There's no doubt about it. And she comes off, you know, her legs are burning though. She comes off the bottom here. This is a good turn. Carves down the face. And another one. That's her best turn. Okay, so she was answered. So this heat has well and truly come alive. Well, Nixie Ryan is, well, she gets caught up a little bit there. She needs to really get going again. So she's looking good on this wave. Bit of a rooster tail there. And she hits that frothy section again, and not finished yet. Yep. Now she's looking to better a 6. And there's the exchange right there. Look at these two surfers. They're already the big distance between them. They're both surfing. What a great exchange. This is Nikki Van Dyke putting everything into this wave. As you said, it took a while for her to get going, but they've finished around about a football field in distance apart, and both were long rides. Now, did Nixie, if she got better than a 6, then Nikki Van Dyke's going to need something.
Well, yeah, Nikki got a 5.6 for that effort, and a lot of it was probably because of that downtime.
Yeah.
Still waiting for the last score of Nixie Ryan. Nixie's still in the lead, regardless of what that number comes in. But will she build upon her lead is the question as we await the judges' scores and we check out our 8-time world champ, Steph Gilmore.
Yeah, look at that. They're smiling.
And the next gen.
This is classic because seriously, like these are both Snapper Rock Surf Riders Club members, and Steph's like a mentor figure, and a hero to Sierra Kerr, and of course this will be a classic heat.
It's a classic tale of the master and the apprentice, if you would.
That's what we have coming up, and that's a heat that I've been anticipating all day because we got the Queen of Snapper heading out there, and then we got the next gen in the way of Sierra Kerr.
And of course, you know, Stephanie has represented the club so many times, and now it is Sierra Kerr who, you know, along with Kobe Enright, who takes all the representative honours.
Yeah.
In the, you know, things like the Australian Board Riders Battle.
Well, Nixie Ryan's going to like the sound of this. A 7.1 for her last wave. Nixie with a 7-point rod and a 7.1 has really put a lot of pressure on Nikki Van Dyke. 8.5 is what Van Dyke needs. And to add to that, Nixie Ryan has heat control. She also has priority.
Yeah, this is a massive advantage for Nixie Ryan. You know, she's been outstanding throughout the tournament. As you said yesterday, she had a win against Stephanie Gilmore. Today, another, pretty much a heavyweight showdown as far as Nikki Van Dyke, one of the tour veterans, a championship tour winner. So definitely of the pedigree.
Down to just a minute, under a minute, and right now Nixie Ryan's just going to play a smart heat. She has an opportunity to play defense right now. She's got a big lead. She can take any opportunity away from Nikki Van Dyke. Here we go. She's going to let her go. And she must have looked down the line and saw there wasn't much on this wave.
Yeah,
smaller wave.
Well, it also doesn't have a bottom. You know, it didn't have that like draw off the bank, so to speak. Nikki's looking for a miracle with 20 seconds to go. See Nixie coming down the point. You know, you can never trust it. It's a snapper going into rainbow, and she'll go this wave just to hold her opponent off. Because look, Nikki Van Dyke having a look at that wave. So there was a bit of defense.
Yeah. That's going to be it. Nixie Ryan, our first quarter finalist here at the Boost Mobile Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM. Well-surfed heat. A lot of drama involved in that heat as well with the restart, a little shuffling, and then Nixie Ryan was able to get a couple of really good waves, a 7 and a 7.1. This wave's after the horn, will not count. We'll take a break. You're going to want to stick around, though, because when we return, Sierra Kerr versus Steph Gilmore out in the water.
me, the Gold Coast is just a special place with really warm water, really good waves. It's just a nice laid-back feel around the place as well. The Gold Coast has a variety of waves, but it's particularly famous for its point breaks. Burley being one of them, Snapper, the Alley, Kira. There's a number of really good waves here, and when there's a good swell, there's nothing quite like it. There's a lot of really good food, especially in the last few years. There's been a proliferation of good restaurants, and the Tropic's one of them. Really good views and really good food as well. It's really cool to be supported by Darren, who's a local shaper. I've ridden his surfboards for a long time, a really integral part of the culture. Burley Headland is a really sacred place. It's really important in Indigenous culture. There's a lot of history. The Jalurgal Cultural Centre is a great asset to the local community. Nice to have that little bit of land that's still sacred. It's great to have a high-class surfing event here on the Gold Coast. Snapper Rocks is a great venue for an event. There's some good surfing and some good waves.
We are back at the Boost Mobile Gold Coast Pro presented by GWM. I promised you a great heat, and here it is. Sierra Kerr versus Stephanie Gilmore, both surfers representing Snapper Rocks, but it's the next gen, the new gen, the 16-year-old Sierra Kerr, who's been a phenomena up against the GOAT of women's surfing, Steph Gilmore, 8-time world champ. Here's the opener right here, Steph Gilmore. Goes down there, they're right against the rock. That hand over priority to Sierra Kerr, and this is what Sierra did, Bugs.
Yeah, well, Sierra just took advantage of that situation. Steph with a heavy drop there. It was unbelievable. And Sierra, this will be her opener. So she's got one. There'll be no restart on this one.
Nope. Dad Josh likes that, and the 5.5, so early advantage on the opening exchange to Sierra Kerr.
Yeah, that was amazing. Like, we haven't seen any sort of airdrops on the outside. And Steph definitely took one on that takeoff.
Well, both of the women started up right up against the rock, in contrast to the other heat that we saw to begin this round where the surfers were sitting wider.
Well, of course, these two local surfers.
There you go, right?
Exactly. They're always going to start up either behind the rock or right on the surge rock, and no doubt about it. Now they'll come down.
Our Gold Coast flight cam has been giving us beautiful scenics from high up above. There we go. Steph Gilmore. I mean, what can we say about Steph? 33 CT event wins, 8 times a world champion, 16 seasons on the championship tour. Currently, number 6 on the championship tour leaderboard, just outside that final 5 conversation. But we know from history, all Steph Gilmore needs is a chance to be in that final 5, because she went from 5 to her 8th world title just last year.
Well, you know, and just like last year, she had a bit of a rough start to the championship tour this year, and came into Australia, you know, needing results. She got a 3rd at Bells, and she just, you know, those last 2 results have boosted her right up there. She just, as you said, she obviously looking to make that final 5.
Yeah, isn't that, and that's what true, like, multiple world champs are made out of, Bugs, right? The surfers that when they need the result, they get the result. And Steph Gilmore's done that over and over again in her career.
Yeah, well, she did it in fine style. Steph's in excellent form, this Australian leg.
Now, in contrast, she has an opponent that is less than half her age in the 16-year-old Sierra Kerr, who's part of the new generation, the part of the aerial generation right now in women's surfing. Innovation, energy, dynamic maneuvers all fall into the category of this surfer, a second-generation professional surfer, by the way.
Well, that's right. You know, Josh Kerr, you know, from this very town, is a champion surfer in his own right, and super the innovative surfer.
Gilmore down the line speed here and has to duck through.
And of course, Sierra, you know, she is part of that leading edge of Generation Next.
Right. And there's so many surfers to talk about in that next generation. of surfers. I mean, coming to mind, Katie Simmers.
Oh, yeah.
You know, we have surfers like Betty Lou Sakura Johnson also. A number of that next generation that we're seeing a pivotal moment in women's professional surfing. It seems like, you know, the standards, the Carissa Moores, the Tyler Wrights, and the Steph Gilmores have been around for a long, long time, dominating that top spot.
Well, those three surfers themselves have won every world title for the last 15 years.
Here we go with Steph Gilmore under priority. Just wants to get a good number on the board. She hasn't broken a 1 as of yet, so getting a little roll right there. Will be, as we wait for that score, let's check in for our first quarter finalists here at the Boost Mobile Gold Coast Pro. Nixie Ryan is with Stace.
Thanks, Kipes. Nixie into the quarters. Must feel good.
Yeah, I'm so stoked to get a couple of waves in that last heat and happy to be through to the quarters.
Slow start, strong finish.
Yeah, the waves were super slow at start. I don't think one broke for like 10 minutes, so they restarted the heat. But yeah, we got a good last 10 minutes of the heat, so yeah, it was good to get a few waves.
Moving on to the quarterfinals, what do you think it's going to take to really go deep into this draw?
I think just like being on the best waves and obviously surfing your best, but yeah, I'm just going to have fun, and I'm just grateful that I made the quarters and can surf another heat out here.
Absolutely. Thanks for your time and well done.
All right, well, Nixie is into the quarterfinals as we'll get into our bracketed division at that point. And 3.5 just checked in for Steph Gilmore. And I got a ringing on our Boost Mobile phone. The Boost Mobile Stay Connected call. Who's there? It's Betty Lou Sakura Johnson. Hi. So good, they named you 4 times.
Hi, guys.
Good to see you, Betty Lou. Sakura, I'm going to get straight to it. We didn't have a chance to catch up with you for an interview at Margaret River when you made the cut. What was the feeling like? What happened when you found out the news that we're going to see you in the back half of the tour and on tour next year?
I actually was surfing the box when they had announced that I had made the cut. So I found out when I had came in, and we had a couple friends that was by the parking lot, and they screamed that I made the cut. And yeah, I just was like, there's no way. And like, I needed to see proof of myself. And then I went and checked on my phone later, and it was true.
And Betty Lou, earlier that day, I mean, it was a day of high emotions and lots of balls in the air, so to speak, and lots of different situations happening. But earlier that day, it seems like you were a bit downcast, and you might have thought that things weren't going to work out for you.
Yeah, it's really tough. You know, other girls are trying to do their best and make their heats as well, and you want them to do good, but it's really hard to watch because it's not in your hands in my case scenario. So yeah, I wasn't really happy with my performance through that last heat that I had at Margaret. So yeah, I was just crossing the fingers and hoping for the best.
Check this out, Sakura. We got Sierra Kerr up and riding, and she is nailing this long wall at snapper. She's got 1 more to go. Goes into a layback, doesn't finish that final maneuver, but got a lot of turns in for some scoring potential. A little smaller wave here with Steph Gilmore. And Gilmore gets the finish there. We'll be waiting for those numbers. Sakura, Steph Gilmore, probably you shared the same sponsor, probably a mentor to you. Tell me about your relationship with Stephanie Gilmore.
She's an awesome mentor. Been so thankful that she's became a friend of mine now, and yeah, it's been awesome hanging out with her. And she's the GOAT of women surfing, and she has so much graceful. She's so good.
Yeah, I mean, just the way that she surfs, we're checking it out on the replay, even on a smaller wave, it's power and precision, but mixed with a bit of femininity in her surfing. That's what I really set Steph Gilmore apart. Bugs, right here is a replay of Sierra Kerr, though. She teed off.
Oh, she sure did. This way, Sierra is absolutely tearing this one up. She's just attacking the lip. She doesn't finish this last turn, but she banks some pretty good points before that. Yeah, so, you know, she's got a lot of innovative moves, Sierra. And, you know, she's part of this new generation coming through that, you know, Betty Lou is one of the leaders of. So this is an exciting time in women's surfing.
Yeah, sure is. And just watching this in slow motion, you can really appreciate the commitment of each of those turns by Sierra Kerr. Didn't get the finish, but she did a lot of work before that. Sakura, you still there?
Yes.
Oh, there you are. Hey, I want to talk about this new generation.
Yeah.
You're part of this. I mean, it's yourself, Katie Simmers. I see Sierra Kerr coming up. Talk to me a little bit about the next gen, the teenagers that are coming up in women's professional surfing.
Oh my goodness, it's huge for women's surfing, and I think it's so rad that I get to be a part of, and there's such a handful of us, and I know that we're not afraid and we're going to attack sections, we're going to go for it, and we're going to just, I guess, and yeah, it's super exciting, and we're all going to push each other.
Yeah, and it's evident. I mean, I see the movement, and the movement's just starting. Do you get motivation off of seeing performances, you know, like from a Sierra Kerr or from a Katie Simmers?
Of course. I mean, they're my friends now, and we are all around from the world, and to see Sierra here doing the Challenger is amazing. I'm like one of her fans of surfing. She does amazing. I love to take notes off of her, and yes, Katie as well. She won the Portugal event, and that was very inspirational for me. And that was like proving like, hey, like if she can do it, I could do it too.
And speaking about doing it, you know how hard it is on the Challenger. You won the Challenger in 2022 to get back on tour. Talk to me about some of, you know, how hard is it with such a big field of talented surfers on the Challenger Series?
Oh, it's very hard. You have to really stay consistent and continue your energy throughout the whole year per event. And yeah, all the girls are strong competitors, and they are very smart, and they all surf really good. That's why we're all there to qualify for the tour.
Yeah, and looking forward to the tour. Hey, we got some numbers in. Let's just get that to the viewers. A 6.83 combined with a 5.5. Sierra Kerr right now has a big lead over Steph Gilmore. Gilmore needs to go excellent if she wants to do it in one wave, Bugs, an 8.83.
Well, we're actually still waiting for a score for Steph to come in. I'm not sure where that sits at the moment. It might be a bit less required when this score comes in.
Yeah, well, it'll boot that fractional number that's in the score line right now. As we wait for that score, I want to get your thoughts on next stop on the championship tour, Sakura. You're heading to the Surf Ranch.
Yes, the Surf Ranch. I'm super excited to go there. I haven't been there in the last 4 years, so to have a contest there, I'd be really psyched to get going.
Yeah, it's a man-made miracle, isn't it?
It sure is. It's a man-made perfection.
And this is it's a modern enhanced wave that we're watching right here that Bugs like to refer to when we talk about snapper rocks. You had a semifinal finish here last year. What was your experience here?
Yes, oh my goodness. It's honestly a dream come true to surf at Snapper with only a couple girls out. And to have man-on-man heats is very awesome because you learn so much from those heats. And yeah, to make it to the semifinals, I was really stoked to get that start. And that was like the whole set for the rest of the year on the Challenger Series.
Awesome. Well, thank you for your time, Sakura. Good luck over there at the Surf Ranch for the next stop of the championship tour. Thanks for dialing in on Boost Mobile for us, and have a great day.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for having me, and cheers on for the girls for a good battle.
All right.
Classic.
We're going to kick it to a Bonsoy brew break right now, but we'll be back with the conclusion of this clash. Sierra Kerr right now with the advantage over the GOAT, Stephanie Gilmore. More when we return.
The Boost Mobile Gold Coast Pro presented by GWM is brought to you by Boost Mobile, official telecommunication partner of the WSL Australia. By GWM, official automotive partner of WSL Australia. By Yeti, built for the wild. By Bonsoy, official milk of the WSL Australia. And by Rip Curl, the ultimate surfing company.
It's the clash of the ages. This is heat number 2 of the round of 16. If you're just joining us, we got 8-time world champ Steph Gilmore up against a phenomena in the way of Sierra Kerr. We'll see Steph Gilmore over at the Surf Ranch for stop number 6 of the World Surf League Championship Tour. You can use the code RANCH10 for 10% off. We have everything from general admittance tickets to VIP treatment. That is the Surf Ranch Pro presented by 805 Beer. That's over the U.S. Memorial Day weekend, May 27th and 28th. Mark it on your calendar and get out there because it's going to be quite a show.
Looks like we've got a paddle on here, and it's Sierra Kerr.
Heat leader Sierra Kerr utilizes priority, looking down the line, building up some speed. More down the line speed. Was loading up for that one maneuver, but got a little too free on that one. So hands over priority right now. Will not change the situation. Steph Gilmore looking for an 8.03 to do it in one wave. Here we go with Gilmore. Eases through that first cutty. Drives off the bottom, off the top. Nice slash there in the pocket. Short wave for Steph Gilmore, looking to improve upon her score line. We'll see what the number comes in.
Yeah, it could have been a move there where she improves on that, 4.67, gets up, in that mid-5 range, and then that brings down that required 8, and then she regains priority.
Well, that's what veterans do, right? So it looks like she's going to make the paddle out ahead of Sierra Kerr. We'll see what the priority judge says in the judge's tower. Sierra's not going to wait. She's going to take this one wide.
Well, that's what Groms do.
Here she goes. Down the line, goes for the air, pops a little wheelie air, no problem, clears that section. Some release on that turn, back up into the lip one more time. Throwing the tail, throws the tail again. Talk about next gen.
And here comes a local runaround, and that's what her father would have said. Don't paddle back from Greenmount, run. This is how the locals surf the place. There's a lot of running, but I mean that was a special little ride for something that Steph just had a look at and went, well, I'm not that interested.
Replay here of Steph Gilmore. This was a 4.5. We're still waiting for the score. I'm sorry, Bugs.
Oh yeah, no, this hasn't come in yet.
And Sierra Kerr.
Yeah, look at this down the line. Wow, look at that innovative surfing all the way, and then the way she transitions out of that into that carve, and then really attacks the lip, tail slide. This maneuver here again. Okay, she's looking to better a 5.87. Here comes the run. So, this really tests your fitness, but it looks like there's no problem. She's running at a good pace.
Yeah, she's hearing right now that Steph Gilmore just dropped a 5.2 from our on-site announcers. Still waiting for her score to drop, so she knows the exact situation. We got 8 minutes and some change going. Here we go with Steph Gilmore. Gilmore weaving down the line. Gracefully floats over that section. Finds the open face again and attacks the lip, but a little too aggressive for Steph Gilmore. Here we go with Sierra Kerr. Dad had some words to her as she's paddling back out. Josh Kerr making it to the water's edge.
Yeah, well, they've just got a great relationship. They go surfing all over the world together. They go to Ken Dewey, they go to the Maldives.
There's Josh. And you know why he was smiling? Because he just heard that Sierra got an 8.43. 8.43 and a 6.83, 15.26. And Sierra Kerr, the 16-year-old, has the 8-time world champ in a combination, Bugs.
Yeah. I just get this sense that Steph's just sort of just going through her paces, and I think she's just enjoying the serenity of being out at her home break with one other surfer. But Sierra Kerr is just new age surfing, and here we go, the illustration, exactly what Betty Lou Sakura-Johnson was talking about. And look at the different, the variation in this wave. It's just astonishing.
That's excellent surfing. That's innovation. That's speed, power, flow. That's connecting multiple maneuvers. There was some variety in there, and that all equals to an excellent number for Sierra Kerr. We've had a lot of talk about the shift in generations and in women's professional surfing, and it seems that we are on the precipice of that.
It really does. You know, it's full cycle. At the press conference, we'll just see if there's a little break here. At the press conference, I reminded Stephanie about when she was 12 years of age surfing out at Snap Rocks with her great friend from Florida, Karina Petroni.
Right.
And they were playing around. Looked like they were having these heats all the time. And I said to Steph, you know, what's going on? And she went, I'm Lane Beachley and Karina is Lisa Anderson.
Wow.
And here we have full cycle because you know the Sierra Kerr would have been out there sometimes, you know, thinking, wow.
I'm Steph Gilmore. Or looking up to Steph, for sure, no doubt.
Yeah, so that's a pretty classic little cycle.
Well, each generation stands on the shoulders of the ones before them, and the new generation is looking pretty bright right now with Sierra Kerr and her performance. And we still got 5.5 more minutes for more stuff to happen, Bugs.
Oh, yeah. And, you know, Steph, I mean, of course, she wouldn't like to be combo, but I do. I just got this feeling that she's out there with the serenity of no one else out at Snapper at a home break where she made molded this beautiful style. Stephanie Gilmore has the classic point break style. When she was young, I used to say, there's the female Parko.
Yeah. And, you know, I mean, I talked about that flow and that power and that technique that Steph has, but also mixing in, you know, a feminine approach to that style that's very, very pleasing to watch. The flow is incredible.
Yeah, Stephanie's always had this grace on her wave.
Grace, you know, that's a good word.
You go with grace, you go back to, you think about Rel Sun.
Of course, yeah. Making the difficult look easy and just not any wasted motion. Style is not part of the criteria, but it is something that factors into your overall performance and your overall impression that you make upon the judges.
And,
well, it's ticking down right now, and you know what? I mean, with this combination, Sierra Kerr is on her way to the quarterfinals. Here she goes, aiming for something. Looking for a ramp, it looked like.
Yeah, I thought she was going to go mad on the ramp. Here goes Stephanie Gilmore, the 8-time world champion at a home break at Snapper Rocks. And streaking down the line. Now she's cutting loose. Yeah.
Well, that should get her out of the combination.
Yeah, I thought she seemed like she was surfing so within herself, but we just saw flashes of the best of all time. And this is a great heat going on now. 2 of the local board rider club members. And of course, Stephanie, our greatest ambassador, our greatest champion.
What a beautiful afternoon we have here, and we have a Boost Mobile replay of Last of Steph Gilmore.
Yeah, I've got to love that first turn, and then look at this turn. Here's the classic Steph, carves down the face, instantly regains the speed. That's flashes of brilliance.
Down to under 3 minutes.
Well, she's got herself back into the seat. We'll see what that score is. They're still deliberating over it. I'm calling it's going to be a pretty good number.
It is going to be a good number. An 8.07, and Steph Gilmore's well out of that combination. Gilmore now, 7.2 is what she needs. Here comes Sierra Kerr. Wade running away from Kerr. Finds the open face, throws it up into the lip one time. Carves through that section. Back up into lip, pokes the nose, goes down.
Whoa.
Gilmore behind her. Steph Gilmore, flowing, carving. Beautiful wave, floats off the top here. Gilmore on a comeback. Snaps one more time, bonus section in front of Steph Gilmore. And multiple maneuvers down the line. Steph Gilmore answering the challenge of Sierra Kerr. Just cruising here. Tucks it to the barrel to finish.
Oh, wow. What an amazing finish. Josh Kerr given the acclamation of the greatest of all times. And
oh, wow.
This is some kind of finish here.
Oh, wow.
Stephanie Gilmore coming alive with that 8-point ride.
Now these are 7.2, and that's going to be right there, Bugs.
It sure is. Stephanie's coming in. What an amazing turnaround in this heat.
Wow. Let's see this again.
Yeah. This is what you call poetry in motion. This turn here, right here, just carves down the face. That's a Steph Gilmore signature move. Floats over that section. Now she comes in to this section here where she starts going to town. This wave like hollowing out. So Steph is loving life right now. And she'll just pull into the barrel, just going, yeah, I'll take a 6-second barrel while I'm here.
Oh, man. Well, that's why she's the GOAT. It's being able to dig deep and come out with performances when you need them.
And Snapper loves both of these girls. Snapper loves both of them, and it just showed.
Sure, they're waiting for the judges that stay live for the numbers to start to drop for Steph Gilmore. 7.2 is what she needs. She flowed through that wave with multiple maneuvers, speed, power, and flow all on display.
And don't forget, I mean, on the wave before, Sierra Kerr was going to town and just came unstuck on the last maneuver. So she's got a score to come in as well. There was some pretty innovative, progressive surfing going on in Sierra's wave as well. That finish might have crueled her though.
Yeah, I don't know if that's going to change the situation with Sierra, but this is going to make the heat right here.
Yeah.
This is the point, and you know what? Look at it already. Steph Gilmore's going to get it. She says, "Not today, Grom. I'm still the GOAT." Steph Gilmore, 2 more judges to make it official. She's well on her way right now to that number, no problem.
You know, what gave it away was Josh Kerr just standing there clapping in respect.
Wow.
For the greatest of all time.
What a heat.
What a performance.
What a heat by both surfers. I applaud both Sierra Kerr as well as Steph Gilmore. That was truly entertaining.
And I'm applauding Snapper Rocks for you know, bringing that on, providing that platform for brilliance.
Brilliant it was. We're going to be a 9.33, I believe, once that last number gets in there. I'm just going to sign it off as a 9.33 for everybody watching at home. 9.33, 8.07. Steph Gilmore takes the win and moves into the quarterfinals.
Wow, that's got to be the highest losing combined total of the entire tournament. What a heat.
15.26 was not enough for Sierra Kerr, and this is when Steph goes, "Hey, good job, Grom," but
that was really fun.
absolutely.
You get 2 ways in like 3 minutes. It was like, hey, I'm like, what?
Oh, I was just like, please go this first one, please go this first one. And
I know, I was like, you're gonna get a score on the small one or the big one. I'm like, I don't know where to go.
Yeah, that was sick, well done.
God, they sound like you and me, Kaibo.
That was really, really good. Hey, wow, we're going to have to regather ourselves here. That was a wonderful heat. We got more on the way. We're going to take a quick break. When we return, Sophie McCulloch, Sarah Baum out in the water. Women's round of 16, heat number 3.
And another perfectly placed turn for Sally.
Morgan Sibling still hammering away on the back end.
Jams it under the pocket. Champion. And now you're number 2 in the world.
Well, Thursdays don't get much better than this. We've just seen an incredible heat go down between one of the rising stars getting the opportunity to surf here in this Challenger Series event. Sierra Kerr, 16 years of age and pushing the 8-time world champion right into those final moments there.
We're so proud of you.
That was so sick. Oh my goodness.
I'm so proud of you.
It happened to be just like 100 waves at
Oh
the end
yeah,
of the
I
heat.
know. And I was like, and then there was like 2 in that one set. I'm like, she's gonna get the score in any of the waves. I don't know which one. I'm like, the
I
bigger one
know.
might close out. So
I was like, we'll whistle and go, next one.
I didn't know. I was like, saw the next one. I'm like, it might close out because it's bigger. So maybe I'll go this one.
Well, I know, you kind of had to make that call and just go for it. I mean,
think
I
it's
probably would have done the same
something.
thing, so
Well,
whatever.
you have no guarantees on the next one.
Exactly,
So I was like,
no guarantee. She still could have got the score on that one.
Rich, can you talk for a bit? I'm getting emotional. What an awesome moment for the Kerr family there. And Dad, nothing but props and praise. Said that she actually had a tough decision to make there with her priority. I think she just surfed such a tactically brilliant heat. She was on the attack and did her best surfing in that big moment. She delivered in a big way, going excellent.
She did. That was sporting at its absolute finest. Just that moment right there, even their embrace, Steph and Sierra, once they came in from the heat, exchanging a few words. But you look, that was one of the highest heat combined totals of the day, both Steph and Sierra, and just incredible sporting moment.
Yeah, Sierra would have, you'd think, gotten through a lot of other heats after we finished this round of 16. We're on the lookout for quarterfinalists, and we're going to see a replay of what happened in the earlier rounds when Steph Gilmore came up against Nixie Ryan. So Steph will get the opportunity to serve one back on Nixie, who beat her yesterday.
Oh, wow. What a heat for Steph to really make that comeback. Just unbelievable stuff. But props to the youngster for really pushing the 8-time world champ. And now Steph, she's got a bit of venom, I reckon. And,
mate.
She can.
She clicked.
She clicked big time.
I wasn't convinced on the board at the start of the heat. I think she might be preparing herself potentially for the Surf Ranch event, the next CT comp, and just getting used to some dark arts equipment here. But, oh, man, she got it going at the end of that one.
Yeah, she really got a kick up the butt, I think. Sierra really just took it to Steph. And when Sierra dropped that 8-point ride, Steph knew that she needed to be on those bigger waves. She'd done really good surfing on the smaller to medium-sized ones, but once she got on those sets, she literally surfed a 3-minute heat there at the end.
I think you just tapped into something there, and Steph's using this event to try some new equipment in a competition situation before she goes to the pool. So I think you're onto it, Ron.
Yeah, we said earlier on in the event that the trophy's already on the mantle at Steph's place. I thought she was going to have to go get it and bring it down and hand it over to Sierra to sort of hold on to until we saw the rest of the contest play out. But at the moment, Steph Gilmore still the favourite to take this thing out and, well, proving once again that she is the surfer to beat. But right now we've got another big heat on our hands. Sophie McCulloch in the red up against Sarah Baum. This will be a good test for Sarah on the backhand up against one of the form regular footers of the contest so far. Sophie looks so strong earlier today.
She really did. And she's been on a rise the last year since coming back from injury. She's had those opportunities to compete at the CT level. She was really good down at Bells. Backed it up with some great surfing over at Margaret River. And she's really putting down some really good waves, some good turns this morning.
I actually feel like surfing rights gives Sarah a better chance against Sophie than surfing lefts. I think Sophie's got an incredible backhand too. Sarah, for me, her forehand is strong, but her backhand's much better. So I think she'll like her chances here. And even though she's South African born, Durban raised, she's been living in Oz for about 5 years now down around the Newcastle area. So she feels pretty comfortable here on the East Coast. And she's going to get things started. So a couple of waves already. Nothing big on the board for these competitors, but Felicity, you're a big fan of Sarah's approach.
Yeah, I've known Sarah for a long time, and back when she was doing the qualifying series, we were doing it at the same time, and She has always been a really strong, powerful and stylish surfer, in my opinion. I think it's been unfortunate. I think she's come close a few times. Last year she finished, I think it was 10th, and, you know, close to qualifying, but not quite. Here we're having a look at a replay of her last wave. So just 2 turns here. But she's looking strong on her backhand, and those 2 turns got her scores in that previous heat. So I think, yeah, I'm a really big fan of her surfing, and she does it with a lot of style and a lot of grace.
She's, you know, leaving no stone unturned in her preparation for this season, and it was the same way on the regional qualifying series. She actually did enough work, I think, last year to earn her place via the South African region, but she turned up and competed at Surfest once again down there at Newcastle. Got another finals finish. She's gone 2 runner-up finishes in a row. So that tells you something about the kind of talent and form she's got. But she's been training the house down, trying to add a bit more size to some of those individual turns. She's always had that style and impeccable flow, but she needed some more high-impact moves to start fetching the big numbers.
It's paying off. You can see it. Just the depth of the bottom turn and just how much rail she's sinking into the face of the wave, and it's resulting in some really powerful turns off the top, throwing a ton of spray. She's really worked on it, and it's showing.
Stace is out there working the crowd. Stace, that was an epic last heat, and plenty of locals turning out to see a battle between a rising star and the Queen.
Down here at the Bonsai activation, and I've bumped into a couple of absolute shredders, Callum Robson and Nicky Van Dyke, and a couple of frothing groms. Cal, how's your week been, mate?
Yeah, it's been pretty good. It's been sick to be down here hanging with all the groms. Snappers turned up today. It's been super fun. So, no, it's been a sick week, and I'm sure it's going to keep pumping and be a sick event.
Yeah, been a great event so far, and the board caddies have been getting right after it. Malia, who's been your favourite to caddy for?
So far it's been Reef Hazelwood.
What about you, Malia?
Probably Eitan Osborne.
Fantastic answer. And yours?
Ryan Kellyan.
Oh, what a great selection of crew. Over here to young Nicky Van Dyke. Nicky, how are you?
I'm really good, thanks. How are you?
Wasn't too long ago that you were a board caddy, I can remember.
I know, time flies, doesn't it?
How's your week been?
It's been beautiful. I think, yeah, it's one of my favourite events here at Snapper, and I feel so lucky to be able to be in this event. And yeah, it was just a bummer that I just missed my heat then. But good to be here at the Bonsai tent.
Yeah, absolutely. And what does the rest of the year look like for you?
Yeah, chasing the challenges. I'm stoked to, get the year started here in Australia and head to Sydney in a couple of days and see what the year, how it turns out, and just keen to get some good waves this year.
Look forward to it. We'll see you down here. Thanks for your time, Nicky. Thanks, Callum. Thanks, Groms. Have a good arvo.
Good on you, Stace. Loving his time down there. Bonsai, big supporters of a lot of the events in this region. Back in the WSL in a big way in Australia, and backing some of our athletes as well, as we see Sarah up. So a 4.17 on the last ride. Finds a bit more flow on this one, likes the feel of it as she kicks off down the line. Sophie McCulloch finds some space, using a priority on this one. Really is strong with that big carve, always takes it back to the bowl to set up the big combo. So a neat little exchange there, just the 2 turns for Sophie. Sarah finding a little bit more room to move. 8.5 minutes to go, scores on the way.
I love Formy's wave. I thought it was really well surfed, really well timed, free manoeuvres. I think it's going to be a really good score.
Now let's have a look at the replay here, Rich. And Sarah's a surfer we talk about a lot because you can see this kind of flow. Pretty well suited to some of those stops on the championship tour.
Yeah, no, she does. She's going to do well this year for sure. First turn just connects with that lip. Nice and precise off the top, and again the second one. See, board was just wobbling under her feet there for a second, and she just controlled it. That's that extra strength that you were talking about. And this was Sophie. It was actually the same swell line just down the bay. Sophie, just the 2-hit combination. Final turn was nice, but yeah, you'd have to say that Bormy got the better of that exchange.
Yeah, I've got to say though, as smooth and flowing as Sarah's surfing is, she needs to find extra gears. Sophie's moving at a great pace at the moment, and that's the gear that she needed. There's that bigger turn. That's a great start to this ride. If she can continue to hammer this one down the line, she's on her way to another solid score. She just dropped a 7 on a previous wave, and I don't think I've ever seen her unload on a section like that. She's going to do some great surfing, but you know, she really put it all on the line on that first move.
Yeah, it was beautiful to watch. I really like her style. You'll see when she surfs on her backhand, her back leg is so compressed as well, and it's just really nice to watch. When we see this replay here, let's look at this first turn. This is where a majority of those points are going to come from. She just absolutely belted it straight up for the second carve. And yeah, you asked her to go a bit harder and surf a few different gears, Ronnie, and she did.
Yeah, that was a great combo. Even the carve after that first hit, she pushed it, and her fins were wanting to break free of the water. So she's going to bank a big score. If her last wave was a 7, I think we can expect a bit more from this one.
Yeah, it's definitely better than the previous ride, no doubt about it. That first turn, the judges just love it when you commit so soon into the wave, but that section was just begging for it, wasn't it? And yeah, she just threw it up there.
Yeah, the numbers are looking solid. They're looking excellent. And a little different to what Sophie was able to do on her opening section. She went to that carve. It was the wave kind of led her to that move. But yeah, that was an easy decision for Sarah then. Drop to the bottom of that wave, square up and give it everything you've got. And have a look at that for just a power move. Just paddles right under the nose of Sophie there. 8.33. You know, what a great little combo of rides there that Sarah's been able to thread together.
Yeah, one after the other, and she's just getting better and better with these scores that she's putting down. So surfing a really, really well, that's really smart heat. And, you know, with still 15 minutes remaining, here we go. We're looking at another replay. It's just this first turn here. She just was so critical and straight up into that second one. And finishes so strong here as well. She's looking really good.
What I liked is that, you know, there was light and shade on that ride from Sarah. She took off. She was aggressive, really quick in transition when the wave slowed up. She didn't look desperate to get to that final section. She stood back on the tail of her board and was just patient. Just added to the flow of the wave, Rich. It was beautiful.
It was great. Very mature way to surf that wave. She knew the points were there already after those first couple of turns, and then that all-important finish. If she just got to that, completing the manoeuvre on that wave, it was always going to be a huge score.
Well, just over 14 minutes to go here. And Sarah Baum is well out in front. Sophie McCulloch needs a 9.5 at the moment. We're going to take a Bomb-Soy brew break. The sun is setting on another magic day here on the Gold Coast at Snapper Rocks for the Boost Mobile Gold Coast Pro presented by GWM. We've seen a whole lot of heats and we've seen some big performances. We're seeing a great one here from Sarah Baum, who's dropped to 7 and 8.33 and is really asking some questions of Sophie McCulloch, who needs a big number to get herself back in this heat. She needs a 9.5 if she's going to get herself into the lead with just a single ride, but she'll want to chip away at that requirement at this stage and do it in 2 rides, I'm sure.
Yeah, it's been super exciting to see Baumie shift another gear and really get super critical on those first manoeuvres on those waves. And I mean, we've still got 10 minutes left. Soph's got priority, so still a lot of time, and still a lot of time to do it in 2 waves right now.
Yeah, well, you only need about 4 minutes, according to Stephanie Gilmore, to pull yourself out of a tricky spot, combination even. So, yep, as long as there's some time on the clock and these waves keep reeling down the line here at Snapper Rocks, Sophie's a chance.
Different strategies too from both the women in this heat. Sophie opting to stay down the line on that second section, and Baumie right up next to the top of the point there.
That sand's kind of been packing in all day.
It has.
Mark Ocalupo identified that on the opening day of competition. He said there's a hole there at the moment, but with this southerly flow of this swell and the wind, as long as they're pumping sand, it's going to continue to pack in here and the conditions should improve. He was spot on.
Oh, mint conditions right now. Wave coming into the lineup. Looks like Sarah's going to have a look. No.
Lets that one go. And you're right, Rich. Even from the outset, Sophie was sitting way down the line. That's where Steph Gilmore and Sierra Kerr picked off those long running rights. Even Nixie Ryan picked off some of her better waves from down at that point.
It's the percentage option. If, you know, when the sets stretch out a little bit through that midsection, it's always got some potential down the line here.
McCulloch with a beautiful, long, drawn-out rail turn, but again, it's just going to be the 2 hits, and as a result, it's probably going to be really similar to her second score and not really help chip away at this requirement too much. It was almost identical to her first scoring ride.
Yeah, very, very similar. That finishing turn, textbook.
Maybe a little bit more in the first carve, so it might just edge ahead of her 5.83.
Yeah, I think it's going to go just higher and it'll make her requirement just slightly less, but she's going to want to do a little bit more. Here we go. We get to have a look at a replay of Soph's last wave. Beautiful first carve out of the top there and bringing it through to the inside. Just
that was
beautiful
critical.
Lip line floater.
Yeah.
But yeah, laying the board on rail and
it gave us some more speed, didn't it?
It really did.
And then this was strong. I mean, this is a surfer that's recovering from ankle surgery, and she's tested the ankle out on the end section a few times now, and it's holding strong. She actually told me that she had that surgery, and she said, you know, that they put like a lasso around the. It's a syndesmosis injury, and they put a lasso around it. It actually becomes really strong. So you're not really in danger of injuring it anymore, but it's still painful. And yeah, she said it's probably stronger than her other ankle now, but she's testing it out. She was well rewarded for that. 7.3. So she's back in the heat. She did chip away at the requirement. Took a 1.5 points off it.
Well and truly back in the heat. They loved it. They loved how much power and speed she put in that first turn, and that final one. It was bigger than the wave before, definitely. A bit more critical projection. She sort of had covered a bit more ground.
Yeah, speed's on her side at the moment. Kind of identified that after the opening exchange. I mean, Sarah raised the bar and added some real speed to her surfing. But Sophie, through those carves, is just actually generating momentum to set up those final manoeuvres. And yeah, the judges picking up on that detail.
Still a big mountain to climb, though. 8.04, an excellent ride. What's required.
She's turned almost a 7.5 points, though, with just 2 moves in a short amount of space. So that 8-point ride might be pretty attainable for Sophie McCulloch. Stephanie Gilmore was able to turn around a combination and drop 2 excellent scores. She's with Stace.
Thanks, Ron. Steph, beautiful afternoon. You forgot to get a set wave.
Yeah, that was, I don't know. Those heats are funny. It's like I feel like I did nothing, and then the last 3 minutes was just bang, bang, bang. But yeah, Sierra is an awesome surfer. She's got such a long future ahead of her of smashing everyone. So it's felt really nice just to get that one on her for now. But yeah, it was a tough one. I mean, she came out of the gates firing. I was like looking at her going, go easy on me, Grom. But yeah, no, I remember being a Grom at Snapper, being so confident, loving being out there with just, you know, someone else, like one of my heroes or something. And I just was thinking that I remembered what it felt like, and I know that's what she was feeling. And so I was like, all right, I got to fall back on some experience here and go into overdrive in the end there. And I can't do airs, but I'll try and do my very best rail surfing and see if it holds up.
It certainly did. Looking forward to the rest of your year. This event at home is a perfect warm-up for the wave pool.
It really is. Long waves, especially like I said, I had a 3-minute heat basically. If you get a long wave and then you got to paddle back out real quick and you don't get much of a rest and then straight into another wave, that's exactly what the wave pool is. So yeah, it's nice to be here, and I don't know, it's just good to keep the nerves rolling too. Like you're in these events and you feel the nerves and the emotions, and it's good to keep it familiar. So when you do show up to the CT events, it's like, oh yeah, that's cool, I got it. I've been doing this a long time, but it's good to know that I still get nervous because it means I still care about it.
Have you identified any weaknesses in the pool that you'd like to work on in the gap?
Oh, are you kidding? Like all of it. Length of ride, you know, like fitness is a huge one. The wave pool is pretty much like a snowboard event. It's all about legs. There's not much paddling going on. And then also my backhand. That's a main one. I've been working a lot on it just around here, but there's really not many long left-hand point breaks on the Gold Coast, so it's a bit of a struggle. But D-bar does all right. There's a left every now and then. So I'm riding this dark arts board, and it feels really poppy, which I see Felipe and a lot of the guys have been using them in the wave pool, and it looks like it just sits on the water really well. So I'll take it over with me and see how it feels. But yeah, I don't know. I used to be able to just park it in the barrel for a long time, but it doesn't really score anymore. So, so yeah, I got to figure out something else.
You got a couple of those boards made?
This is my first one. This is the first week I've been riding it, but I've got a couple more on the way. So I'm excited to try them out, and that's the beauty of the position I'm in my career. You know, I feel like I can really experiment, and I'm not too stressed. If, you know, things aren't working, I can always change it up, and yeah.
I've noticed you change your fins.
Yeah, I'm actually riding the Geordie Futures, and I don't know, they look cool. Fins, it's all about the colour, whatever colour they are, that's how it works basically. But yeah, I love the way Geordie surfs, so just, yeah, repping his template. Thanks, Geordie.
Thanks, Steph. Thanks for your time. Have a good afternoon.
Thank you, Stace. Yeah, so interesting to see Steph just working with some different construction there. It must be so hard for her to make that call because, I mean, on a PU construction with the typical template fin that she runs with, she gets 9-point rides, but she could probably ride an old door out there and do the same thing. But during the interview, which I absolutely loved, good job, Stace, there was a neat exchange out there, and Sophie McCulloch found a wave that offered a bit more room to get some more turns done, Flick.
Yeah, it was a really beautiful wave. It was a bigger wave. We're going to look at the replay. First of Bormy, and this was just a 2-turn combo, so probably not going to improve on her situation, but it's this wave of Sophie's just absolutely streaking down the line here, and sort of a little transitional carve, but she sees so much more ahead of her. She has a lot of speed straight up into that first section there, and another one, and just finishing so strong.
Oh, look at that shot. Magic backdrop here for the Boost Mobile Gold Coast Pro as Sophie McCulloch gets on the attack. 3 big hits to finish this ride off. Sarah Baum, she had a 5.93. Her wave didn't go into her top 2, and we're waiting on scores to roll through for Sophie McCulloch.
That wave had a really interesting pace to it. It wasn't like it was just slow enough that she could just tag it one after the other. She had to chase it down the line. She had to pick her moments where she had to back off, wash the speed off, get the turn done. And I'm trying to think whether there was anything more she really could have done on that wave, and I can't see many points that she left on it.
Well, she was going at 1,000,000 miles an hour, and I think she committed to those turns as much as she could. They were hits, but she had to keep that flow to keep arriving at the lip in time to get the next move done. But I think it's going to be a big number. I just don't know if it's going to be an 8.04. It's going to be right there.
Yeah, it was a really tricky wave to surf because it was so fast. It didn't really allow her to really go to that open face carving turn that she's so good at. She kind of just had to keep the board a little bit more horizontal just so she could make the next section. It was really good surfing on a bigger wave, but
I think they'll be going and having a look at Sarah Baum's ride because, you know, it was a really big start from Sarah on her ride and then some great turns to follow it up. Sophie was hammering down the line with a lot more momentum. So it's just how much credit she gets for those hits.
I feel like the turns were still big enough, though. They looked like they were solid turns done with a lot of intent. It wasn't like they were just speed turns. She was actually washing a bit of speed off, attacking the section, and she did it so well, maintained enough speed down the line. Okay, score in.
Yeah, a few judges said, well, 2 judges said, yeah, but the others thought that it should just come in under, and the average came through to 7.93. Not enough. And with just under a minute to go, Sophie McCulloch still in second spot, looking for a 7.41. And Sarah Baum is up again, 45 seconds to go. She really wants to try and improve on the 7.
Oh.
But that wave's not really giving her much. She tried to force in a reverse at the end, but it's not going to work. So will we see Sophie McCulloch get an opportunity on the outside with priority? Looks kind of quiet at the moment.
yeah, it's looking really quiet, but wow, that score was pretty close. 2 judges saying yes.
So close.
5 judges on the panel. The highest score that's logged, the lowest score that's logged, they're thrown out, and the 3 remaining numbers, they give us the average, 7.93. 10 seconds to go. Can't see much happening for Sophie out there at the moment. Feels like this one's going to come to a close with the goofy footer from South Africa holding on to the lead here. And she did it with some explosive backhand surfing on the outside, but both surfers putting up fantastic numbers. 15.33 for Sarah Baum, 15.23 for Sophie McCulloch, 10th of a point in it.
So close.
And a great exchange. This is a huge heat win for Sarah Baum and a big confidence builder for her as she gets herself into the quarterfinals in a Challenger Series event for just the 3rd time. We're going to take a quick break here at the Boost Mobile Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM. Our last heat of the afternoon is just around the corner with Ellie Harrison and India Robinson.
The Boost Mobile Gold Coast Pro presented by GWM is brought to you by Major Events Gold Coast, strategic partner of the Boost Mobile Gold Coast Pro presented by GWM. By Bond University, not for profit and not to conform. Bond University exists for you. By Oakberry, Fuel yourself with the official acai of WSL Australia by Cooper's Brewery, official beer of WSL Australia, and by BioGland, official vitamin partner of the WSL Australia.
We're on the lookout for quarterfinalists here this afternoon as we get through the first 4 heats of the round of 16 here at the Boost Mobile Gold Coast Pro presented by GWM. And we have just seen Sarah Baum bust through into the quarterfinals, getting a win over Sophie McCulloch. And now we'll see Ellie Harrison, the 17-year-old, up against India Robinson, who's been to the CT and wants to get back there. Ronnie sitting alongside Felicity and Rich on the Harvey Norman host set. This is going to be a fantastic way to finish off the afternoon. Ellie Harrison's been ripping the surfer from Victoria.
Yeah, Ellie's been on fire. She had a massive number this morning in her earlier heat and took off on a bomb and just absolutely tagged it. So it's going to be a really good matchup. India obviously looking to requalify for the CT, really hungry, coming back from injury.
Oh, wow.
Oh. Taking on the backwash there behind the rock. India Robinson goes down. And that's going to give Ellie the opportunity here. We're watching a replay. This one during the break. Oh, just gets a little lost on that first carve.
Oh, and that just set her behind the section there. She couldn't outrun it. This is India Robinson again. So a couple of sequential scores to start things off.
That was pretty deep on the point. You can see now they've made their way down the line to where Sophie McCulloch was sitting at the start of that heat, last heat, and picked off some pretty decent rides. But India Robinson was on the CT at the start of last year. Actually had a couple of big performances, a couple of quarterfinal finishes, but she did miss an event due to injury as well, a concussion. She's healed up pretty nicely now and ready to have another good run at the Challenger Series. Ellie Harrison, we've only seen her in one other Challenger Series event. That was the event in Sydney last year. She made a couple of heats, got a 17th place down there, but she's been building nice in the regional ranks on the QS. Also had a fantastic junior career, won the Australia Oceania Junior Series in 2022. Finished third on the regional QS this season. And yeah, dropped big numbers on her road through to this point in the competition. She's ready to go, but she has to give way to India here because she had priority. And look at the speed carried by India. Can't find the open face, unfortunately. 24.5 minutes to go. Plenty of time for these two surfers. There's been a lot of high-quality waves rolling through this afternoon. You know, that sun's just reaching that pesky kind of height on the hinterland there where it's shining right down the wall of these waves. That's a beautiful sight, but at some point in the heat, it can often prove a challenge for the surfer trying to get their timing right out of the lip.
Yeah, I think with that sun blaring straight into your face, it'd be hard to know if the wave is sometimes peeling off super fast. How hard can I pull this carve back around? Should I go for more of a vertical turn? So it looks beautiful right now, but it is definitely making things a little bit challenging.
They're moving way down the point now. We're on India Robinson and Ellie Harrison. And I think realising that these waves, they're sort of walled out across that midsection, and there's two takeoff spots, and they're right on the corner now where a lot of these better waves have been coming through.
Well, let's hope we see some sets line up. Stacey's lined up Sarah Baum for a post-heat interview. Let's hear what she's got to say.
Thanks, Ron. Shot Baumie on fire.
Oh, I just couldn't believe I was out there with one other person, and yeah, I was just saying to one of the guys before, you like stand up on a wave and it's like the sun is setting and it's like pure just bliss out there. You forget that you're in a contest. So I was just stoked to have get a couple of waves, and yeah, hopefully we do it again tomorrow.
You've been doing this for a long time. You must be stoked to be in the quarterfinals here at the first Challenger of the year.
Oh, so stoked. I had a few quarterfinal finishes last year, and I was really stoked with them. But then to start off this year with this result is it's just like a huge confidence boost going into the rest of the year.
At what point does the result become a keeper in your mind?
As soon as you get to finals, I think.
from here on out, like definitely just keepers. And yeah, I really want to crack the semi-finals and hopefully the finals this year. And yeah, that's where I'm at.
Fantastic surfing. We'll see you in the next couple of days. Thanks, Bormy.
Thanks, Stace. Yeah, I know what Stace was driving at then. Because I think in his mind, he's thinking quarterfinals aren't quite good enough on the women's tour. You know, you need to get into that top 5 picture. And last year, the surfers sitting in 5th and 6th had wins and semi-finals, and one of them still didn't make it.
Yep.
So I think it's got to be semis.
Yep, I agree.
So as fantastic as it is for Sarah to get through to the quarters, she's got to really look a little bit further, deeper into the contest if she's honestly thinking keeper results.
Yeah, I agree with that.
But it is a good start.
Fantastic start, and you've got to get that winning feeling too, and then really adjust your expectations. You know, once you start getting up there, then all of a sudden that's the benchmark. When you start making finals, nothing under a final is going to cut it. So
Bormy's looking for that winning feeling because she has had victories in QS events in the past, but she wants a win in a major qualifying or Challenger Series event. She wants to shut one of these things down. Got so close a couple of times down there at Newcastle, but this is a big opportunity now. She's doing some of her best surfing, it feels like. But right now out there in the lineup, we're starting to focus on this next exchange. Ellie Harrison up against India Robinson. No good scores on the board just yet, and maybe some mistakes from both competitors in the early stages here.
Yeah, well, they've both made their way back up to the top of the point again. So, you know, those waves that closed out, that both outran our competitors down the line. Maybe there was something on offer there.
Yeah, I think that they were both just hassling each other so hard at the start of the heat that they pushed each other too deep. And some of those waves, they looked like really good waves. They were running off down the line, but nothing eventuated. They were both too deep.
There's some amazing women coming out of Victoria over the years. I mean, Nikki Van Dyke representing beautifully for a long time, but India Robinson getting to the top end. Ellie Harrison now. It's great to see. As we see now India on an insider. Just wanting to get a score on the board here. Nice little swoop there. Has some really big forehand hooks she can go to when she gets going. Cuts that one short, trying to get a final move in. As Ellie just gets stuck behind the section on this one. 19.5 minutes to go.
You can see that wave just reeling off down the line. And again, perhaps a missed opportunity there. Some of the bigger scores of today have been off that lower corner of the bank, and they run all the way down through the Little Marley section. And more often than not, that top section, when it is utilised, you've really got to bank some big manoeuvres. Maybe 2. If you're lucky, you'll get 3 before that wave shuts down.
Big day for our competitors, Rich. Early start, late finish, couple of heats for some of these competitors. But also it feels like some of the locals in the area might have given themselves a bit of an early mark. It's about 10 to 5 here, local time. Solid crowd down here on the beach. I mean, the Coopers VIP deck is absolutely throbbing at the moment.
Yeah, it's heaving, no doubt about it. The orange cans have been put down. The blues and the reds are flowing.
Yeah, 18.5 minutes to go, and I don't know if it's just been that the waves have started reeling off quickly, or these two sat a little too deep at the start of the heat flick, but just no one's got a score to speak of.
Yeah, look, it has been a little bit slower. However, I really do think it's just got to do with a little bit of out of position at the start of the heat. They were just hassling each other a bit too hard, and then I don't know why they made the decision to both go sit up behind the rock just before.
They're confused.
They are.
There's confusion out in the lineup right now. They're not too sure where to sit.
Yeah.
Well, Sarah got her numbers, which ended up beating Sophie McCulloch kind of a little deeper here at Snapper Rocks. And Sophie sat down the line and also found good opportunities, but just wasn't able to turn the heat in the end. Just over 17.5 minutes remaining here. Ellie Harrison is chasing just a 2.24 to get into the lead at the moment. India Robinson holding it down. We're going to take a Bonsoi brew break. What a view. And the competitors out there have really been loving this afternoon light. It's magic. Ellie Harrison taking on India Robinson at the moment for a spot in the quarterfinals, and still we're at the halfway mark of this heat. No big scores logged just yet, but we did see a nice set roll through during the break, and both competitors getting the opportunity to get on the attack down here, surfing well down into Rainbow Bay. We'll have a look at what kind of work Ellie Harrison did here first, Flick.
Yeah, she's this is probably a better looking wave for Ellie. Nice first turn out of the lip, followed by a second carve. A little transitional carve here. But it looks like this wave's starting to stand up a little bit more. Just cutting back to the source and dodging that speed bump. Jabs it up into the lip another time. Really laying the board on rail there. Oh no, almost got dropped in by a free surfer.
Did really well just to keep it together and let a good turn go, but on the outside, Rich, India Robinson found a much bigger wave.
Oh, just streaking down the line here. She's already done one really nice carve. There's a second. One of the biggest waves we've seen today. And a third as she comes right down into this section past Little Marley now. Through the spectators. She's still being judged. Really hacking into that turn.
Well, don't get in the way, she'll cut you in half.
Well, tries to go for the big layback hack to finish off, but
there was nothing left in the legs at all.
The legs were burning at that point for sure.
Definitely burning.
Even without the finish though, she still collects a lot of points down the line. 7.83. Ellie Harrison a 6.17. Ellie's wave, it was just a little bit more disjointed. It had a couple of lumps in it that she had to negotiate. Still did some great surfing, but India's wave cleaner, bigger, and she matched the power of the wave with some big turns.
Yeah, laying down a little bit more rail, just carving a little bit longer, hanging onto the turn.
I mean, if you're a Victorian, this is a great little local derby. You've got India Robinson from Janjuk, Ellie Harrison from Bowen Heads, not too far away.
Well, India obviously spending a ton of time down at Winky Pop there, which is not really too dissimilar to this wave here.
Here goes Ellie again. And she's after a 5.17 to get into the lead. Definitely on her way. A couple of good turns on the outside. Unfortunately, didn't really link it all together on the last section of the wave. Got some set waves rolling through here, stacking up on the outside. We'll see how far India Robinson can get back out there.
Wow, Snapper Rocks is starting to flare.
The three of us, we're just forced to mind surf these empty rides along with the rest of the audience. Oops, I fell on the first section. Butchered it. Have a look at that. What a great shot. So the easy choice for Ellie here. I mean, in retrospect, she might have wanted to wait for one of the bigger sets, but it was still, how do you pass this up?
Yeah, it was a beautiful wave, and she got to work on the first two sections, gets it back up into the lip there, but you could tell she kind of wanted more, and she needs more.
She only needs a 5.17. I mean, she needs more maybe at the end of the heat, but this is probably going to get her into the lead. It does, 5.43.
You've got to think, though, that India's going to replace that back up, that 3.5. So Ellie's definitely going to need to, she's going to need to surf more. She's going to need to catch more waves. She's going to need more if she wants to beat India, who's in there with that 7.83.
And India's just found her touch with a set wave. She knows that she can dig in a little bit harder with those rail turns on the outside now.
Ellie looks kind of gassed. I don't know whether she's just trying to get some air into the lungs here.
Oh, this is a big moment for her. She's on the verge of chasing down a spot in the quarterfinals here. Only her second Challenger Series event. Yeah, you're right, Rich. It's been
Breaths, yeah.
It's been a mission for them.
Yeah.
They surf those bigger set waves. They surf them right down the line. And really, Ellie Harrison's wave, she had to generate some of her own speed and get some momentum herself, because the wave was disjointed in parts. India Robinson, she was able to tap into all the energy that the wave was throwing her way.
Yeah, no, you're not wrong at all. And it is a workout. And Flick, you'll agree with me here. I'm sure you will. There's no sort of training that you can do. When you're in a heat, you always put more effort in.
Yeah.
And you're just giving it absolutely everything, 110%. And you can train hard for that, but in a competition situation, there seems to be this output of energy that is just a little bit more.
I always feel like if you surf a 20, 30-minute heat, it's like you've gone for an hour and a half surf.
Yeah.
It feels like that. You put in 100% into everything you do, and even just knowing you try to keep your heart rate low, but your heart rate's going higher, your body's working harder, trying to manage that stress level. It's hard work, isn't it, Ron?
It is, yeah. I surfed a heat in senior men's at North Avalon Board Riders one time. And, 15-minute heat, 6 people. And, yeah, I'm completely gassed.
So
the waves are a bit... Yeah, I can relate. In some ways, I do relate. But, yeah, you just have a full energy leech sucking on your neck when you're in a heat situation. And Ellie Harrison's got to regroup, though, because she's got to find some big power moves on her next ride. Because you're right, India Robinson only chasing a 3.77 to get in front. And India can do that with one turn. She's got that much power. But this is a great clash. India's not looking at Ellie Harrison at all.
It's interesting. Ellie still is doing some big, deep breaths. I mean, I wonder if maybe a bit of nerves is getting to her a little bit as well in the situation. I mean, I know she's in front, but she knows it. India only needs a 3.5, so it'll be interesting to see. Yep.
Yeah.
Big, deep breaths.
Looks like she's starting to settle into it a little bit now. She's out there with priority. So, you know, even though she's going to have that position of sort of control when that next set wave rolls in, she's going to have a really difficult choice to make, because the first wave she took in that last set was half as good as the wave that India ended up on. But, you know, I don't think you could rely on that being the case when the next set rolls in. I don't think you could say for certain that the first wave isn't going to be better than the second. So it's so tough.
It's the same conundrum that Sierra Kerr was facing against Stephanie. It's kind of damned if you do, damned if you don't, but they are coming in sets. There's 2 or 3 waves in each set at the moment, which is it's promising signs, but
what do you
choose
do?
wisely.
What do you do in that situation, Rich? You're holding priority, say you're in Ellie's position, you've got the lead, but you do need a big number to really improve your chances of getting through the heat. When the waves come, do you take a chance on passing up a good-looking wave, or do you just let your instincts take over?
You've kind of got to let your instincts take over, and this just comes with more knowledge and knowing the place and having surfed it and studied it and understanding it and watching all day and understanding the rhythms of the set, which ones are better. These are all the things that these surfers do and sit down with their coaches that they need to kind of identify. And when you're looking at the waves coming in and the sets coming in as a surfer, you can kind of tell whether the second one's bigger or the first one's got the points on it. You just know.
I guess, you know, at this point you're sort of calling on all that knowledge, all that data you've downloaded over years of looking at swell lines, approaching a section like this, and just getting a feel for it, really.
Yeah, definitely a feel, but I think I have to echo what Rich says. It's just you study the waves at least an hour before you go surf. You're taking notes, you're studying the sets, how often are they coming, you're timing that, you're taking note of like what wave in the set is looking the best. And to me, the way I've seen it today is probably the second or third one has been a bit bigger. Yeah. We heard it when Sierra came in from that from her heat with Steph. She said, I should have gone the second one. Josh was like, yeah, but how did you know? But, you know, her first one, Sierra, was actually smaller, and it was the one behind it, Steph's, was just so much bigger. And in a few of the guys' heats as well today, it was the second wave of the set, the third wave. They're just coming in a little bit bigger.
We'll see in a moment if Ellie was paying attention to that, but I think you're spot on, especially this afternoon. We saw it with Steph. She found a bigger wave. We saw it with Ellie earlier in this heat, but also Sophie McCulloch. Even though she didn't get the heat win, she found bigger waves in the second or third swell line. As we dive into the Harvey Norman heat recap here, Ellie Harrison getting herself a couple of decent numbers
Well, you can see that swell line behind the wave that Ellie's surfing right now. That's the one that that's the one that India Robinson's surfing as we speak. And watch what Ellie's doing. Some great surfing. And this is that bigger wave, and you can see just a little bit more power in India's turns, just carving, holding that rail line for a little bit longer. Comes off the bottom. Nice big swooping turns. And just going through the motions here, dodging all the spectators. The wave starts to bowl out again here. She goes for that big layback hack as the final turn, but building points all the way down into the bay. Mixing it up, lots of variety.
Yeah, but Ellie, she's out. She's out in front, and she's got the lead. She's got that 6.17, and she backed it up with a 5.43. But she knows that she's got more work to do because India Robinson is sitting out there with that 7.83 and only needing a 3.77 to get up into that first position.
Yeah, it's always an interesting situation when you're talking about someone who's holding the lead like they're in second place, just based on the strength of an individual ride held by the competitor in that second position. During the Harvey Norman heat recap, Ellie looked to get things going with another strong score, looking to build on her 2-wave total and not yet falling into that sort of defensive mindset, wanting to stay in attack mode. But she got a little tangled up behind the section on that one. India Robinson. She looked to go after the lead here. Not a lot of room to move, but a big turn there to finish it off. Jay Thompson likes it. Former CT surfer. Had a 10 at J-Bay one year. Great surfer, and grew up at Burleigh Heads. And yeah, good person to be able to lean into just in finding your flow, getting your rhythm right on a long-running right-hander.
Yeah, I love that wave of India's. That was really well surfed, really well timed, that last layback.
Yeah, and it's going to really tighten things up here because Ellie Harrison, she had a 5.43 on a previous wave. That had her out in front. She's got another score on the way, but India's layback might generate a fair bit of interest from the judges here.
3.77, and it was a strong turn. I'm staying on the fence on this one, I'm sorry.
Well, there was a turn before that though, right?
Yeah.
I think she's going to get it.
Yeah, smaller wave, but definitely attacking it. 3 minutes to go here. And priority was neutral, but it's just ticked over in India Robinson's favour. So, she hasn't really lost anything. If she doesn't get the score, she's going to be in a position to swoop on any set that rolls through in the final stages here. But Felicity Parmentier, she's willing to put her neck out, Rich. She thinks that India's going to get it. You're not willing.
No, if we can pull up another replay, let's have another look at it, and I'll gladly give you an opinion.
Oh, finally. I've been waiting 3 days for one. Well, the number came in for Ellie, so she pushed the requirement up, 6.13. So India now out of this ride needs a 4.47, Rich.
Okay, so a quick hit to start things off, but really all the points are in that big layback hack. 3.77, yes. Is it a 4.47?
Okay, yeah, she
now I'm
needs a
starting to put a question mark.
Now you're climbing back up on the fence.
Yeah, now I'm going to get back up on the Bailey ladder.
You've got a leg either side of it. Here we go, India Robinson up at the moment. Well, if she didn't get it on her last ride, she's going to try and get it done here. Just 1 minute and 45 seconds to go. Flowing nicely. Might need the finish here. Throws it up there. Likes the feel of it. Looks towards the panel. 1.5 minutes to go. It's going to be so close between these two. It already is when you look at the numbers. 2 numbers to come through for India Robinson. Well, she got the number she needed. She got a 5.27 and jumped up into first. So Ellie Harrison, she's after a 6.94, but the requirement might grow now because India's just had another decent ride.
Yeah, wow. Well, I did think it was good. She was going to get the score. She did get it, 5.27. Here we go, a replay of the last wave of India. And straight out of the lip on that first turn. Nice little floater there, and looking for the finish, and she gets it. So I think she might have made that requirement a little bit higher, and she did.
Yeah, 5.97.
I thought she got it, and then I thought she was going to improve score as well.
Wait, I'm poking fun, but I'm with you, Rich. They're so hard to pick, those waves, that the surfers getting the work done in a short amount of space. There's so much wall here at Snapper Rocks, and putting your neck out is difficult on those sections because is the commitment there. Felicity, you got no problem putting your neck out. You've competed in Survivor. You surf 30-foot waves. Leave us kids alone. 15 seconds to go here. Ellie Harrison. Well, the pressure has been put right on her, and I'm not sure she's going to get an opportunity. It looks super quiet out there at the moment. 7.64 is a big number, but what a performance from Ellie. 17 years of age, and made the round before the quarters in just her second Challenger Series event. She's going to have a good year, I feel.
Yeah, I agree with that. Really, really, really strong surfing. Amazing heat this morning. And yeah, good job to India Robinson getting it done.
Yeah, India. You know, great to see her getting back to her best. You know, that was really, it was torturous for us just seeing her have to, you know, pull out of events due to that concussion. Obviously a real painful experience for her as well, but looking strong, almost breaking into the excellent range in that heat, but, you know, really displaying some powerful turns, which is good to see. So she's on to the quarterfinals, and she will be taking on a really tough opponent, Sarah Baum, and what will be a fantastic quarterfinal clash. We've still got so much coming your way this afternoon. We've had an absolute ball, but we've still got the WSL post show around the corner. We'll be looking at highlights from what was a brilliant round of 32 for the men, and also a big afternoon with some extra special clashes in the round of 16 for the women to set up the first half of the quarterfinal bracket here at the Boost Mobile Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM. Stay with us. The WSL post show is just around the corner. Thanks for staying with us for the WSL Post Show on what has been a monster day of competition here at Snapper Rocks. The Boost Mobile Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM, really did come to life today. Extra energy in the lineup. We felt it. The competitors felt it, and they gave us amazing performances. Here on the Harvey Norman host set, Ronnie Blakey, joined by Felicity Palmatier and Surf Magazine cover star, a winner at Trestles and also at Haleiwa. A couple of QS victories over there in France, Brazil. How are you, Rich?
Doing very well, Ron. Thanks for the amazing introduction. I'm humbled.
Beautiful. What a way to finish off the afternoon. Getting through those first 4 heats, the round of 16 for the women to set up some incredible quarterfinal clashes. But the performance levels just went to a whole new place.
Yeah, it was so exciting this afternoon. Favourite heat of the day, Sierra Steph. It was just, it doesn't get any better in sporting moments. Like those sporting moments like that are just so beautiful to watch, and it was so exciting.
Yeah, and as Steph mentioned, you know, you've got a youngster, a teenager, just like her, who came up against her heroes and just put on such a fantastic show. It was awesome to see. But the last heat of the day, it was a really close one too, Rich.
Yeah, it was. India Robinson and Ellie Harrison. It was a real battle. Came down to the wire, and India just getting the nod.
Yeah, it was interesting. I felt like Ellie Harrison, if she had the opportunity on some of those waves that India found in that lineup, she would have had a much better chance. Really difficult, though, when Snapper's doing its thing to get your wave selection on point. Those waves are all looking fantastic in that beautiful afternoon light, but India Robinson found the best of its days.
That's right. India Robinson, well done, keeping the title of one of the best in Victoria alive.
Thank you. Yeah, it was a pleasure to have the battle with Ellie. Yeah, I'm so proud of her and how far she's come. So, yeah, it's good to have more Victorians on the Challenger Series and hopefully more on tour as well.
Yeah, where the boys at?
I don't know. They need a little fire up their bum, I reckon. Zave and Tully, get going.
No, you're certainly all doing them proud, and what a beautiful afternoon up here at Snapper.
Yeah, I'm so stoked. I mean, I was the first heat this morning and then the last heat today. So, yeah, stoked I got the best of both conditions, really.
How's the health?
Yeah, there's been a few setbacks with my head, so I'm not in amazing shape at the moment. So, yeah, I'm just trying to take it easy at the moment and take it day by day. I've got such an amazing support crew and I couldn't do it without them. So, yeah, I'm very grateful to have them in my corner.
Well done on a massive day of competition. We'll see you coming up shortly. Thanks, India.
Thank you, guys.
Good on you, Stace. Great job out there today. And India Robinson, first in, last out, and that's the way we all wish our day could be out here at Snapper Rocks. But a great performance from her. But let's talk about the magic heat. Steph Gilmore, Sierra Kerr, when we saw it come together in the heat draw, we knew we were going to see fireworks. We knew we were going to get a special performance from Steph, but Sierra, she went above and beyond.
Yeah, she really did. And just going to progression straight away in that first turn, just up into the air, and then really surfing so dynamic on this wave and scoring an excellent ride and really taking it to Steph. But really put a fire under Steph's eyes, and she really got there. And she scored an excellent ride and literally surfed a 3-minute heat.
Yeah, it was amazing. I mean, this wave, Rich, you just can't really deny her the big numbers when she lets go of that huge turn. Sierra was brilliant, went to that progression, set the fins free, but Steph has the power and flow.
Yeah, she does. When you put Stephanie Gilmore on a 4-foot crystal cylinder that just streaks down the line, there's really nothing prettier to watch in surfing, and she just absolutely attacked that wave with a vengeance. She knew she was up against it. And, well, I think, Josh was probably saying to Sierra, look, you're going to have a chance against Steph if you go out and really tap into that progressive element, really just go for it, set your point of difference against her, because Steph will do Steph things. And unfortunately, she did just came back with absolute vengeance at the back half of that heat.
And the key to overcoming multiple world champions is to put pressure on them early and put some doubt in their mind and rattle them a little bit. Unfortunately, she rattled Steph. She kind of got angry and fought back and posted a couple of amazing scores, but it was a memorable heat. We also had some amazing heats in the round of 32 for the men, and it was heat 7 which was blessed with just a flurry of set waves. Everyone getting their opportunities and stringing together some great rides.
Yeah, really exciting surfing from Rio. I mean, he's been on fire all event and definitely one of the best ones out there and one of the surfers to beat, but it really came down to Emrod. He just surfed a smart heat. He had 2 sixes and it came right down to the wire at the end. He needed a bigger score and he got a 7. I think it was on his last wave, and just surfing so smooth and in control, and ended up with the heat win.
Yeah, this turn here, for me, probably the turn of the event when it comes to just power hacks. And Emrod just all the way down the line, just ripping so hard, just sending a ton of spray, showing us all the variety, all the things that he can do. Still really hasn't taken to the air yet. We know he's got that up his back pocket as well.
Yeah, he just looks so on, and it's good to see him finding that magic again, which has seen him claim even bigger results on the championship tour. But yeah, he's looking like the guy to beat now, even now out surfing Rio Waida, who owned the lineup yesterday with a couple of excellent scores. Keanu Singh, a couple of good numbers for him. Morgan Siblick, some promising signs in the earlier rounds, but they'll have to rebound there at the Sydney Surf Pro. Let's have a look at the Boost Mobile wave of the day now. And man, it could have gone to any number of competitors, but we have to reserve it for the Queen because she needed a big number in the dying stages of her heat with Sierra, and she found one.
Yeah, she found an absolute gem, and I think it's interesting that she's trying the equipment. I keep coming back to it. You know, this is an opportunity. It's not there's nothing to do with world titles here, and Steph has the opportunity to put herself in a competition situation, riding some different stuff, and it's a great chance for her to get confident on these new boards. And, well, the Dark Arts model, it's shaped by DHD, but working extremely well, and Steph, just with that beautiful style, it's just so effortless. And just power, speed, positioning. Not a lot to not like about it.
Yeah, it was beautiful to watch. Speaking about the romance John has with main break, and Steph definitely has one here at Snapper. It is beautiful to watch.
It sure is. Yeah, and when you reflect on that 9.33, that big second turn, I mean, that's where the points really came from. It was just sensational. Yep. And look forward to seeing a bit more of it. But let's dive into the top 5 moments of the day. There were so many of them. Could have probably blown it out the top 20, but we'll start at number 5, Edgar Grugia. Huge punt. I mean, we haven't seen an air like this. He also comboed it up with some good rail work too.
Yeah, unbelievable stuff. Just watch the height here. Pop right out there, gets a full rotation, lands on the lip, and you know when the surfers look back at the judges like that, it's going to be a big score.
At number 4, looking strong and holding his nerve once again was Jet Schilling. Another buzzer beater moment for him.
Yeah, this was super exciting. Dying seconds of the heat, and this is the second time he's done it. He did it in his opening round heat too, and look at him, he's pretty excited. And I did his post-heat interview, and he was feeling good and confident, and yeah, backing himself now.
Him and Cade Matson are still completing that handshake down on the beach now. Jorgen Kuzene at number 3, he advanced, but it was a high-scoring heat. Zeke Lau, Sammy Pupo, and Kuzene all getting fantastic rides in this one.
Yeah, that was a really stacked matchup with the big natural footers. Just getting the opportunity to really put on show what they can do here at Snapper Rocks. And Jorgen, he just got some beautiful waves here, and didn't he convert? You know, tapping into DHD's knowledge here. Looks like he's got a great board under his feet. And he's been at it for a couple of years now, really starting to dig in.
Crosby Colapinto again flaring up. Took a while to get going in this one, but it was a clutch performance on a good-sized set wave, and this finishing turn, Rich, is one of my favourites of the event so far.
Really high-risk manoeuvre. So this is 2 days in a row now where Cros has really just taken advantage of a radical, high-impact, high-risk finishing moment on the wave. And this one just went so far down into the bay, stood up all the way through, and that's that final finishing turn where he just threw the tail out and up above the wave. And there's the handshakes again. 2% crew.
And number 1, it had to be Steph Gilmore, otherwise we were going to get kicked out of town. Gilmore putting together a couple of rides in the dying stages of her heat here with Sierra Kerr, and getting herself excellent numbers and earning a place in the quarterfinals.
Yeah, it was beautiful to watch. Long live the Queen, Stephanie Gilmore. 8-time world champion and surfed basically a 3-minute heat and putting together a 17-point heat total. I mean, really impressive stuff.
Yeah, we were waiting for Snapper to come to life. It happened today, Rich. I mean, it's been clean through all the days of competition so far, but today was the first opportunity the competitors have had to really generate some speed and really show us what they've been working on in the lead up to this event.
Yeah, unbelievable waves today. Really fun, contestable, and hoping, fingers crossed, that it hangs around again for tomorrow. And we're going to see some of the surfer-surfer matchups now. And I think we're almost done away with the four surfer heats. So
that's over.
Bring it on. This is real CT stuff right now.
Yeah, and just to give you some insight on some of those matchups you can look forward to, you know, every single one of them is heavily stacked, but Heat 8 for me of the round of 16 for the men, it's going to be Crosby, Colapinto up against Rio Aida. Ooh. So that's going to be a lot of fun to watch. But they're all great. You can go over to worldsurfleague.com and have a look at some of those matchups yourself. We'll leave you with highlights, but we'll be back here tomorrow to see if the conditions are favourable, and hopefully we can get competition back underway. See you then. Another magic morning here on the Gold Coast, and our competitors are gearing up.
Really beautiful first turn. Surfing with so much confidence.
Ellie Harrison, beautiful cup.
I'm gonna leave, yeah. I'm gonna leave.
Nice reverse for Fitzgibbon.
I'm gonna go.
Alyssa Spencer
on her backhand, just showing how it's done.
This could change the game. Carolina likes it. It wasn't enough. Francisca Veselko, our reigning world junior champ, on a beautiful wall here at Snapper. The field for the women cut down to just 16. Buckle up, the round of 32 for the men.
Every round that progresses, it gets more and more exciting.
Little flare there.
Just absolutely destroyed that wave.
Jet Schilling has moved into the lead. Heat 4 is stacked.
Beautiful alley-oop transition was amazing. Beautiful finish.
This copyrighted event broadcast is produced by the World Surf League for broadcast around the world and may not be retransmitted, reproduced, rebroadcast, or otherwise distributed or used in any form without the written consent of the World Surf League.